Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, June 11th, 2024 to order. I would like to, look at this. I would like to welcome my complete committee chair, or a complete committee, Councillor Chambers, Councillor Wyatt, and Councillor Sharma. I'd like to welcome our clerk, Mr. Prinsloo, members of the public service that will be sitting here watching the presentations live stream. I'd like to welcome everyone that's come out. This feels like the old days pre-COVID where we just crammed in here on hot topics. Welcome everyone and anyone watching live stream. I'd like to start by giving the land and water acknowledgement to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in our national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3. And for those that don't know, I'm Councillor Lukes from the Waverly West Ward, and I'll be chairing the meeting today. Now, I'd like to start by asking for a motion to pass the minutes of the last meeting. Councillor Chambers, perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, on the agenda, we have approximately 19 or 20 delegations and some councillors that will be showing up. I think they're on the delegation too. So, what I ask is today that we keep it to the time of 10 minutes. I'm not keen on doing any extensions because I want to hear everyone. And we've got a lot of submissions also that were made that are posted live on the website for people if they want to read the submissions. What else? Anything else? Or should we start with delegations? Okay, we'll start with delegations. First delegation up is Councillor Gilroy from the Daniel McIntyre Ward, to be heard with respect to primary transit service network implementation report number 4. Good morning, Councillor Gilroy.
Good morning. It's just there should be a copy for you as well. So I want to thank the committee. I know they've got a long day ahead of them. I also know that this is, our transit master plan is something that is going to be transforming for Winnipeg. And overall, I do support the transit master plan, and I know that you've got a lot of work ahead of you here today. So I'll get right into it. So overall, I do support the transportation master plan. I spent some time along with my community looking at the proposed routes from the community's perspective and some of the challenges we are having with around traffic calming and the new greenway that we have in the community. And the decision with the transit master plan, when it was rerouted for Wolseley, at that time we did not have the greenway. So I did provide you a map so you can see. So during the consultations, there was no greenway at the time. So I just wanted to really highlight so you really understand the demographics of the community. So on the map, you will see in green is the new Wolseley Greenway. And in yellow, you will see my proposed route, and in blue is what the city is proposing. So my proposal of the route comes from really listening to the community and understanding some of the challenges we have and understanding.
Sorry. Can you say those colors again on your map?
We don't have blue.
We have
black.
Highlighted
Maybe
yellow
it's
and
black. So it's black or blue, and it's on Arlington going right down to Wolseley. And that is what the administration is proposing with the new route. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
We could just buy the microphone. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. I guess it's black. This one's here. Photocopy.
Okay.
Sorry, it's blue on the big map, but I guess it's black on the photocopy map for your records. So of course the consultation that happened with the community, and I think there's those that feel the consultation wasn't enough. And a big piece of that is because the consultation really happened before we had this proposed greenway that's really going to look at bump outs. It's going to add speed humps along there. And so adding a new transit line along that route isn't something that I think the community would support. I want to provide you a little bit of history about Wolseley. So Wolseley is really closely connected to the main lines already. So you have along Portage, which is a frequent line, and you have along Sherbrooke Street, Maryland, frequent lines. So really right now, the community, they have a number 10 bus, which is being proposed to be lost in this new proposal. And so we know the numbers are low from the work that the city has already done on the number 10 bus because it's very destination specific. It goes into our Graham and then into our Graham transit stations, and then it goes into St. Boniface. And we know that it's not as a well-used route because there's studies on that. So right now, most of the people are already going to Portage if they're using transit, or they're going to Maryland and Sherbrooke locations already. It's a very walkable community. People cycle already. It's a very well-used community. As you can see by the map, very few would fall out of the 500 mark. So really along Palmerston, those are the people that would be falling out of the 500 meter mark that we would want transit at. So most people are very close to the transit lines already along Portage, which will be high frequency, and along Sherbrooke, Maryland, which will be higher frequencies. So I guess working with my community and listening to some of the thoughts out there on what would best fit for this community is kind of tweaking the line a little bit so that it goes from Arlington, which is that north-south, which is what we heard in some consultations. We heard people want a north-south route. We would go along Portage and then up Maryland, which would allow the north-south route. So it really wouldn't impact any other people other than Wolseley residents. So now with the Greenway, I have to really consider what Wolseley residents would really want. A lot of them do not understand that this proposed change will be on the Greenway. Even now, I'm getting some calls with, well, no, I want it to come in Wolseley, but they didn't understand that it was going to be on their Greenway. And so right now, if you go down there around 8:30 to 8:45, you're going to see a mass of kids. Children, which is very different in our city, riding their bikes because there's 3 schools along Wolseley, and there's other connected schools that are kind of outside Wolseley, but they're close enough for the kids to ride their bikes. So you see a mass of kids, and then you see a mass of adults riding their bike. So along with speed humps, adding 8 buses through this route, I think that Wolseley residents would rather walk a little extra ways to a frequency line, which I think they will anyways, because if they're gonna want to go someplace, they're gonna hit a frequency line, which they're close to in most locations in Wolseley. So that's my proposed change. I'm trying to do the best I can with the community. I know that there's going to be lots of talk here today about the lack of consultation. And I agree with them, especially because now we have a new Greenway, which a lot of people don't understand what's going to happen with the Greenway and with the transit. And the loss of the number 10, which was a very loved bus. And I can understand people kind of being nervous about losing that bus. But you also might hear a little bit about people wanting one of those buses that are on demand, which I know isn't really within our policy. So I'm really trying to find ways that I think that you as committee members could support with the overall master plan, which I think is a very good master plan. And again, have little effect on it. It won't have any effect on people that aren't in Wolseley at all. They'd be able to still take that north and south line. It's just putting it through the neighborhood onto a Greenway is just really not something I believe the residents want. Now, another thing is to pause this for a year, right? So this is supposed to be happening in June 2025. And I also want to highlight that the road and condition of Arlington Street, I mean, that would have to be fixed before there could be any line down there at all. So, which wouldn't be able to be done in time for the new transportation master line to start. So my suggestion would be to, pause that line. Let's not do anything with it now. Let's reroute it, down, Portage to Maryland. And then in the meantime, we can see, how the community feels about the reroute, if they're missing a bus at all. And then at the same time, we can look at, okay, if we do need to fix that road, we would have the time that is needed, and as an area councilor, I would say we would have to fix the road before we put any bus on Arlington. So my suggestion is we pause and we reroute it for now. And we see how the community feels. We're going to do a recap at the end of the year. And then if it's warranted, if we really feel that there's a lot of people that miss that bus in that north-south direction, we can kind of go back to that. But right now, I think this is a plan that really needs at a micro level what the community would want. Because I know I'm going to get tons of calls once they see all those buses along a greenway that's really meant for, a lot of kids and families that are out riding their bikes. So that's my request. And I'm really hoping that you consider this, because I really don't believe this is a big tweak to the overall system. And I really don't believe it's going to impact too many residents, because most of them are already so close to the frequent lines. If you do look at the map, you can even see they're so close. Most of them are so close to Portage already, and they're so close to Maryland. And if you're going downtown, you're walking up to Portage, because that's the fastest route anyways, and you wouldn't want to transfer. So I really believe that is the best thing for Wolseley at this time, and we can always review it in the future.
Okay, so thank you for your presentation. I'll maybe start with a couple of questions or clarifications, and then we'll go to the committee. Okay, so basically what you're asking for then is not to have the 28 go down Arlington and go down Wolseley. You're asking for it to be rerouted on the yellow line that you've shown.
Correct.
Go up Portage and down Maryland. Okay. So, and the reasons are because of the Greenway, and people don't want it going down Arlington, is what I'm hearing. So if we take that, if we support your recommendation, and I've checked with transit, because we did an open house, and Cindy and I, Councillor Gilroy and she hosted an open house, and I came out and listened to residents. So then I went back and I said, if we don't put this line down Arlington and up Wolseley, how many people are going to miss out on the bus, right? So they estimated 2,100 more people would have further to walk, that they would miss out on this 500 meters of transit, right? Because that's kind of what we're aiming for, 500 meters within transit stop. So about 2,100 more people. So what you're asking for is for not to have this in Wolseley. You're saying Wolseley people will figure out a way to walk, bike, whatever. And then we try it for a year. And if they're phoning me, I'm flipping the calls to you. Okay, so you're getting the calls, or
It's a good call.
it's your call. Okay, so this is what the area councilor wants. It is recommending the number 10, just so we are all clear, is gone, right? Like, that's gone. The 10 will get no more. There will be no more. And as for the little on-demand buses, right now, that's not in the plan. We had them estimate that it would be probably another $800,000 a year, about $800,000 a year. Plus, they got to buy a $500,000 bus, and anyways, and then an operating, about 800,000 plus 500. So another 1.5 if you had a little bus doing it. And we can't, just to be clear, the number 28 picks up and goes somewhere else. So we can't have a little bus running to 28, right? We have to have I don't think it's a double bus, it's a singular bus, but it's not a small one, because it picks up up Arlington, comes down and goes down wherever it goes, right? So we can't have a little bus doing that.
Yeah.
So what you're asking for then is no bus in Wolseley.
Yeah, and I just to be clear, that I want it to be known though that mostly everybody falls within that 500 meters. And my decision is really based on the side of this greenway and the fact that we're gonna have so many, that bus is now gonna be a frequent bus line than what the 10 is. And it's gonna be coming up and down about 8 an hour down a greenway that is.
In peak times, not all the time.
And
but-
peak times and not all the times. And then that would, because I really don't see even how the city would be able to do a new road. Like that was never, it would need a new road. These are all very old roads. Arlington Street is a new road. So that would never be done by 2025 anyways. So it would allow us to give time to see how the community feels. I just think that at the end of the day, with most people that are gonna hit the high frequent lanes are gonna do the walk because it's a very walkable community already.
Okay,
So, yeah, that's how.
okay, now Councillor Wyatt has a question?
Yes,
Councillor
thank
Chambers.
you for your delegation. So
Yeah.
you say you're in favor of the plan.
Yeah.
And so you're putting aside the issues that basically this new plan is somewhat patronizing in the sense of all the vulnerable users, people with disabilities, parents with children are really subject to a system now where they're gonna have to do transfers. It's not orientated to them at all. You're putting that aside. You're putting aside the fact that all the infrastructure, the bus stops, the heated bus shelters, none of this would be installed for another 2 years, even though we're making this major change next year. You're putting aside the fact that you mentioned the public consultation. There was no paid advertising. Many residents across the city did have no idea that this is happening right now. You're putting aside the fact that there was typically a transit system undergoes a change like this. The transit department will do an independent analysis by an outside consultant called a SWOT, looking at strengths and weaknesses. None of this has been done. You're putting aside the fact that the expansion of the fleet to handle this was put on hold because it was told to the transit department, you will not expand the fleet, you will deal with existing resources only. You're putting aside the fact that the entire Graham Avenue Transit Mall is going to be lost. And that the issue of the Graham has been handed over to the P&D department, probably to the benefit of True North, who will now get their own street closed. And then you're putting aside the fact that we moved this up 1 year, probably for political reasons in 2025, versus doing it right, which is what you said, which I appreciate. Not to mention the Eastern Corridor, which is now going to have $100 million grade separation of regional and wipe out the businesses on the area. So putting all those things aside, which you've done, if you're in favor of the system, how can we start making changes? I've got changes, right? Right now, the Kildare bus, which is 46, goes through the heart of downtown, down Graham, to the U of W and back. Now it goes down Broadway. You're working in the northern half of downtown, never mind 500 meters. People who work up here in this area, they're going to be going for a bit of a hike, or they're going to have to hike in Transcona to get to the Regent bus. Okay, so they can get into the proper part of downtown. I start changing your route. I'm going to start wanting to change everybody's route, my routes. So what do you say to that?
Well, I say that really isn't a big change. So if you look at the.
Neither am I.
So, well, if you look at the reroute, it's really no different than the service that we have now. So I'm really basing my stuff on the fact that we have now a Greenway, which is different than when we actually did the first consulting. That's a brand new project. And the fact that right now, how the users are using the system right now, and the fact that it's a very different community, a very walking and cycling community. They probably walk and cycle more than they actually use transit.
But the fact that you've done all of this, Councillor,
Yeah.
and the transit department has basically ignored your requests. They've come forward with a report as is.
Well, they're doing it through policy because it states within the 500 meters.
But
And
policy-
what I'm saying is that majority of the people are within the 500 meters. There's a very small portion that fall without.
But this is not the first time that you've requested this. You've requested this for some time now to the transit officials to make this change. They've come forward with a report still showing it. So obviously they believe it's necessary.
Well,
So why should we listen to you and not our transit officials?
because, you know what, because I'm the area counselor and I know my.
Well, I'm the area councillor too. I could start making
Well,
changes
then
as well.
let's hear them, Councillor Wyatt. Like, my community has come to me. I'm listening to what they're saying. They did a massive survey. They did their own consulting, and I'm standing up for my community because that's my job.
Yeah, I
So,
appreciate that.
so
but-
my
but-
job is to find, and if there
So
is a
you-
way, we can have a good transit system with a small tweak and a small reroute. I'm gonna put that proposal forward, and I'm gonna hope that you listen to me.
Well,
in my
I'm listening, I'm hearing, that's why I'm asking questions.
Mhm.
But I don't think in
Okay,
a
what's the
committee,
question?
if my
What's the
question is this,
question?
Madam Chair, it's really, you've said if we should think about delaying this a little bit. Because for us to start making amendments on the fly in the committee with transit, with different routes. It's gonna open up a Pandora's box, we can start changing everything
Okay, so
versus,
I'm delaying it. I'm not asking you to delay it.
yeah, you said earlier.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm asking you to do the reroute, okay? Because because Councillor Lukes has said that we're gonna be reviewing this within a year, right? Rerouting it would allow the city to actually do the due diligence, because there needs to be a new road. And those things, if you ask our planners, because when they were coming to our meeting, that wasn't in the project. They didn't look at these old roads that need to be fixed, right?
Are you saying there's gonna be a review a year after it is implemented?
That's what transit says. They're gonna be reviewing it,
So then why don't we just go ahead with the route and we'll review it then?
because the road would need to be fixed. So it makes no sense that,
It drives on tons of roads that are horrific shape. Why should yours work any different?
so I think that so I do believe that this is the best course of action with the greenway right there. You don't, like, none of these are gonna be impacting a greenway in some other communities. This is gonna be a greenway where people are encouraged to cycle.
Okay, questions from Councillor Chambers?
It'd be as a-
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Gilroy. Looking at this map, it only provides a perspective of one direction.
Sure.
How would you address traffic coming from the south that would go along this route as well? So you're saying it would go up, I guess it's Sherbrooke, then up Portage, and then up Arlington?
Yeah. Perfect. Hey, that's a very good question. Yes. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Councillor.
thank you, Councillor Gilroy, for a detailed presentation, and we'll hear more from active residents that are here with us today. I just want to reiterate again, on the Arlington, the Greenway section, there's currently one bus and you go to 8 buses during peak time on that stretch of roadway.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any
So-
other questions?
Yeah, so just to follow up, like in terms of postponing this plan, I mean, you have one direction, Arlington, Portage, up Maryland, heading south, and then wherever that terminates, going back north would be up Sherbrooke, up Portage, and then back up Arlington.
So the line actually goes it actually goes quite far past Pan Am Pool and everything.
yeah.
So it makes a big rotation around. So yeah, we have to go back up Sherbrooke and around.
Okay, so again, it would not go through the neighborhood, and I don't even see, in fact, when it goes, like, there should be a cross street if it were to go along Wolseley, but I don't see a cross street there.
Yeah, there is at Maryland and that's another huge problem. Right now, at Maryland, we have huge numbers of traffic, like cars. So it's gonna be very difficult to even turn there because right now we have huge numbers.
So
We're
if-
hoping that'll change with the Greenway, but we just don't know until that Greenway comes into.
And all I want to know is if you've made this proposal to transit in terms of the northbound direction of that bus.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, thank you, Councillor Gilroy. We hear your request. We'll consider it in our debate when we get to the item. We'll hear from the staff. If we do change it, if we do remove it from Wolseley, and they email me. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I
right?
know.
Because I get a lot of emails as Chair of Public Works.
Yeah.
People think it's a rough ride on the potholes, be Chair of Public Works and see what a rough ride it is. So I'm just saying, they're coming to you,
And I
okay?
just really do want to thank you because
Yeah.
you did come out to my community as chair and I know it was really, really appreciated, at least being heard. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I like to listen to the residents and I kind of like those things, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
thanks.
okay, thank you for your presentation. All right, that's great. So now, we've got another delegation coming forward. Our next delegation coming forward is, let me see here, we've
I'd
got,
like to suspend the rules, Madam Chair, to hear Councillor Ross Edie as well.
oh, yes, okay. So motion to suspend the rules to hear Councillor Edie, okay, all in favor, carried.
I would also like to suspend the rules to have Chris Lawrence speak after the councillors. I know he's got a very full agenda today as well.
Sure, okay, so all in favor?
I
Carried. So now we're going to hear Councillor Santos with respect to parking restrictions on boroughs, report number 23. Good morning, Councillor Santos.
Hello, good morning. I was hoping that you guys could suspend the rules again to allow Councillor Edie to speak first on this specific report on parking restrictions on boroughs. It mostly affects his ward,
Sure.
and I'm here in support of his, I want him to speak first
You could
in
just simply
place
change
of
the
me.
order.
Yeah, we'll change the order. Okay,
thank
perfect. Councillor Edie. Perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson and colleagues. So I will speak first to, I had the new primary network plan or whatever, and then I had the snow clearing, and then report 23 on the boroughs. They're trying to mitigate right angle traffic accidents along the way, and the most dangerous one, or the most collisions are happening in the intersections in my ward. So I just first want to mention just about report number 7 is the only thing I wanted to talk about there is just we believe, and the residents believe, and it's indicated in the report that came forth about their trying to mitigate all these accidents along boroughs from Main Street to McPhillips, where there's no traffic signals, is the vast majority of the accidents are happening in the winter. So it's about ice control, blocking view of piles of snow. Sometimes policy isn't followed and the intersections aren't cleared of enough snow, and you have a median down the middle. And actually you have a report about waiting because you can't get the collision data from NPI. So, I mean, there's details and issues there, but what actually Councillor Santos on behalf or whatever moved our motion at community committee. And the point being there is, so they were talking about doing better snow and ice control, and at the same time restricting parking, 3 parking spaces before intersections, because the premise there is that the automobiles are blocking the view. However, again, the majority of accidents are happening in the winter. And what you also need to know about boroughs along much of it, in my ward, there are no back lanes. There are driveways, and there are some houses without driveways to be able to get onto their property. And they've been traditionally forever using boroughs for parking. So ultimately, what we thought was, rather than implementing the parking restrictions, that we would move ahead 1 year with a P1 style snow and ice control happening along boroughs. And we'll be able to determine, we're going to use cameras to monitor those where the most collisions happen. And because if you implement the parking and you do better snow clearing, ice control, how do you know what worked? And again, the residents, they really need to have the parking space along there, and say, like, there's no parking on the other streets either, Magnus or Alfred on either side, because they don't have any back lanes. So ultimately, you have that parking issue. So I'll leave it at that. So we're hoping it moves ahead without utilizing the removal of parking spaces, and that the city could, Burroughs is a P2 without a bus route from Main Street to McPhillips. There is a bus route that uses Burroughs west of McPhillips. So that's that on that issue. And now, the primary network plan. I'm going to make a statement right off the hop. Almost every one of these bus routes, wherever it's changing, and you're going to make changes, people who don't live in those neighborhoods, but have friends who might and can only take a bus, would be quite discouraged to find out that you got to walk from Maryland all the way over to Lenore or Ruby.
Okay, you're talking about Wolseley. I thought you were talking about
No,
your area.
I am. I'm going to talk about mine, but I'm going to talk about my route right after.
Okay.
Which you need to understand transit. I've been using it for years and years and years, even when I could see. And people look at what bus routes are going to get me to go where. Okay, so let's keep that in mind, right? Now, in my ward, there is a bus route. The Inkster bus, which used to be the Cathedral, the Inkster bus will come down Scotia, which is now a greenway. And they're undertaking the work right now to make Scotia a greenway all like beyond that Inkster bus. Now, we also have a Jefferson bus. These are the feeder buses or whatever we're calling them. So what is happening? So there was a consultation, there was mention in the Luxton neighborhood, which is the Inkster bus. The Seven Oaks neighborhood, they didn't do anything, but the Jefferson bus serves Seven Oaks. It serves West Kildonan. It doesn't serve the North End. The North End is Luxton. Okay. Seven Oaks, east of Scotia, is West Kildonan. People go to different schools, they go to different businesses, they travel, and their travel needs are different. Now, transit, and our experts say, well, we found an efficiency. What we're going to do is we're going to run the Jefferson south to Matheson, and it's going to be the reverse direction for the Inkster bus. And the Inkster bus is going to be the reverse for Jefferson. So it's going to be the river, like you're taking. So I asked way back in the first plan, oh yeah, there'll be consultations and there'll be this. And it's supposed to be based on the consumer, the user, and their transit needs. Because if you want people to use transit, it has to provide a convenience. And the convenience is there's a route that will take people to where they want to go. So I asked for one in the Seven Oaks neighborhood to come along Scotia. Now, what street you would run it down or whatever, that's fine. But I was told, no, we're going to do this efficiency thing. We're not going to serve people who live in the Seven Oaks neighborhood, east of Main. We're going to make it better for Luxton or whatever efficiency. So, and well, we're going to review it. Well, and then Public Works says, well, you can't use these streets. Oh yeah, there's the pothole things, whatever. Like the reality is there are, our new routes will be driving over potholes. And as I understand it, because like, for example, Scotia is part of a greenway. When you look at that Inkster bus that's going to come down Scotia from Matheson heading south or south, either way, traffic tables, right? They work better for buses. So rather than, that speed bump and you got a full bus or whatever, a heavy bus. Now, I think both these buses that we're talking about will be smaller buses. I think they're 32 feet versus 40 feet or whatever. So I would like the engineers with transit to listen to the city councillor about transit, a city councillor who has been using transit for decades and decades and decades and decades. We need to make sure that we have routes that are gonna be convenient for people to get onto and take them where they want to go to. For example, if I live in the Seven Oaks neighborhood and I'm a senior, I could take the bus to the West Kildonan Library at Powers and Jefferson. But that bus, now I gotta walk quite a long ways from around Scotia to Main Street to get that bus. In Luxton, apparently they don't have to do that. And why? Because something about efficiency. And I understand that to implement this whole system, it's going to cost a fair amount of money. But you remember when you're making decisions, you're not making decisions just about my word. Like that Jefferson bus, that's all about Old Kildonan, Point Douglas, because that bus runs all the way from like Inkster Gardens. And it's going to run all the way, and people move back and forth in West Kildonan. That's what they do. So let's be cognizant of when we're making changes or implementing a new routing system that we consider the consumer's needs for transit, not transit's need for transit, the consumer's need for transit.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Eady. So I'll just ask two quick questions as chair, and then I'll pass it over to committee members. So in regards to your borough's parking, okay, in regards to that motion, are there signs that say no parking, the set distance back from the stop signs or the intersections?
They haven't done it yet. So what happened was there was some complaints. There's lots of accidents. Actually, what people mostly have been calling for at Charles and Aikens in my ward is for a pedestrian corridor. But there were some calls because there were a fair number of accidents at Charles and at Aikens and at St. Clair, I think it was, or Andrews.
Okay, but on the motion that's in front of us today,
Yeah, so they haven't taken the parking away yet. We don't want them to do that.
no, I hear you on that, but I'm just wondering, like, I know in my ward, a lot of people don't, they take their driver's test, but they don't know that they can't park right up beside the road. They don't understand that there's a setback. And I've had to, in a couple cases, put in signs saying, don't park here because it plugs up the visibility. So you haven't done that yet?
Well, actually, what you're talking about is back from the thing. It's an X distance away from a stop sign.
Right.
There are no stop signs on
Intersection.
There's no bus.
Okay, well, that's a department about that. So we hear you on that. Don't take the parking away. And then on transit, are you saying don't support what Councillor Gilroy wants because as a user, you want to
Well,
get
I'm
into the whole
not
thing?
going to speak against her, but she's making a decision for those walkers, and there's people with disabilities that live in that neighborhood. I used to go in there all the time. Like the people who showed up are those, that real active people, making sure that they're going to protect their whatever. But the thing about buses, pedestrians who use the bus are different than pedestrians who want to walk everywhere. Right?
Okay.
So, and this is what I'm saying in my ward, which is kind of like a Wolseley area with Scotia, is that it's not going to be served appropriately. It needs to be served by the Jefferson bus, as I've explained, right? So I'm just bringing a comparison. But the Arlington, that bus that we're talking about down Arlington, that goes from Sharma's ward, through mine, through Santos's ward. It doesn't use the Arlington Bridge. It goes anyway, and then it goes, but it goes down Arlington, And then, and then the proposal is it proceeds down Arlington to Wolseley or whatever it is.
Yeah,
And then it goes on beyond South.
right,
And then the bus comes back, right?
right, right,
But listen, so if I'm living in Garden City
right,
and I'm going to visit somebody in Wolseley,
right,
and lots of people do, we have friends all over the city,
right.
right? Or maybe I work at one of those little coffee shops along Westminster or whatever, right? The point is that route is serving more than just
Right.
the people in Wolseley, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Reedy. Counselor Wyatt, you have a question?
Yes, first of all, Councillor, thank you for your dedication to transit and your use of transit and your knowledge of it. And coming and speaking here today, greatly appreciate that. And you definitely know your passion for it is based on sincerity and dedication. So today we open the free press and we read big picture. I want to just talk about big picture and then come back to what you're here about. We open and we read about a $40 million shortfall in our operating budget in the first quarter, probably the largest shortfall of the city of Winnipeg. And we have now had 30 plus years of self-imposed austerity, okay, on ourselves, you know, where we want to keep taxes down and not do what we need to do in the city that other cities do. And that comes back to this, which is our transit system, which is where we're rolling out a massive change across the border. We now are hearing from individual councillors wanting us to make changes on the fly, which I'm uncomfortable with. And at the same time, when a system like this undergoes this sort of a change, typically a transit department will undertake an independent analysis. There's many qualified firms out there like IBI out of Toronto and others that will come in and do a what's called a SWOT, strengths, weaknesses analysis. And that nothing like this has been done to give us an idea of where our shortfalls, where our strengths are, where our shortfalls are in the system.
In the transit system.
Right, the proposed change that's before us today. There's been no independent analysis done in terms of strengths and weaknesses. Secondly, the system, as to your point about Jefferson, is geared. It's a very kind of paternalistic system. It's vulnerable users, parents with children in tow, seniors. All of a sudden, they're going to have to make transfers. They're going to have to walk new distances that they never had to do before. And the consultation, there was no paid advertising in the consultation. Do you think that we should take a step back and do this right versus ram this through, which is what the mayor's office wants us to do right now?
No, I think that's not.
I'm just gonna speak, no, let me
I have a
answer.
right to speak my
Look,
mind.
let me answer the question. Let me answer the, Madam Chairperson, may I answer the question?
Sure.
Actually, I think for the most part, this plan, Councillor White, is quite good. As a matter of fact, that Jefferson bus that we're talking about, the reason I wanted to go into the Seven Oaks neighborhood is it will now, like the West Kelowna Library is traditionally the Maples Library. There is no bus right now that will take you across McPhillips. So this is like a local bus that now will actually serve Old and West Kelowna. And I think it's really good. What really upsets me again is, I'll just say it, that's wrong. The Inkster bus, again, it's it's benefiting from not providing service to Seven Oaks. But that Inkster is excellent too, because it's taking you all the way. You can go from the river all the way down Inkster up into Meadows West, Inkster Garden, even take you close to Waterfront Green, all that stuff. And that helps people move that east-west. So I don't know, Transcota's not my bailiwick, and I've only, taken the major buses in that area. So but I do know the city quite well when it comes to transit, because I don't drive. And if I have to get somewhere, I look at a bus. There's huge improvements around Kenaston. I love it. You know what? I got to go see the doctor down on Kenaston. If I got to go take the bus, it's a nightmare. What this system's coming up with now, that'll be much easier to do now. to take it, the bus, it's gonna serve that area a lot better as well. So like the overall system, what they're planning to do, it's good. It needs some appropriate tweaks to serve customers. And just on the rapid transit, Eastern Corridor, coming down Sutherland is very important for that when it eventually happens. So, because that's about providing the point and the north end, you know, somewhat of a part of a rapid transit system. So, hopefully they haven't changed that, plan. Anyway.
My other question is, I was surprised that you weren't also gonna speak to item number 8, which is the preliminary design Route 90 improvements, Taylor Nest. That we have, and it's being recommended $700 million plus. It's also being recommended that alternative project delivery methods be considered.
P3.
Mhm. And at the same time, we have the Arlington Bridge sitting there. With no plan. We now have the Louise Bridge that's coming back next month. We're being told stand pat. No changes. It's like the northwest, northeast sections of the city don't count anymore. We find 23 million to borrow for a rec complex in Waverly West. We're finding 700 plus million to do this. But when it comes to Arlington, your bridge is sitting there, counselor. Nothing's happening.
Well, it's our bridge.
Yeah, I hear you, but you're
Okay,
also
I'll answer the
representing
question.
the north end. So
Let
what are
me-
your thoughts about the priorities of this council and
Well,
the
let-
committee?
Okay, we're talking about items on the agenda, not the priorities of council on the committee.
Well, I am asking
So
related
we're
to
talking
number 8.
about items on the
I can
agenda.
answer the question. I'm not,
Perfect.
Madam Chairperson,
I'm just trying to
I'm,
save the day.
I'm the, Ross listens and Ross is a reasonable person. Ross Edie campaigned on 3 major projects: Arlington, Chief Peguis, Caniston Wygie.
And the library.
What should come, well, yeah. But, so the issue is, I finally found out, what I'm disappointed in, if Mr. Berezowski is listening today, I'm disappointed that after phase 1 from the consultant, Councillor Santos and Councillor Edie were supposed to be updated as to what was going on, and we voted on something at council, and I didn't know what was going on. Thank you. Somebody finally called me. So there is something coming up for Arlington Bridge. Whether I agree with it or not, the mayor's office and the department are concerned about it. And, but yes, what happens though, I will just make this comment. We who live in the older parts of the city are constantly not thought of and really not considered for the appropriate capital outlays that would be required to help our inner city continue to function the way it should. That's my answer. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
hold on, I just want to follow up to that question. So what is being considered for Arlington Bridge? I'm being asked to vote on.
Okay, we're not.
Well, no. I'm being asked to vote on Route 90 today, and the councilors alluded to there's a plan for Arlington Bridge. I'd like to know what that is.
Okay, point of order here. You delayed the Arlington Bridge. No, you delayed the Louise Bridge discussion.
Well, I delayed it because of concerns that we're gonna do nothing about it.
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna do a follow-up. Okay. On the issue of the Keniston widening and the replacement of the St. James Bridge, which is still functional, still working. Like, I support the project. Now, I'll tell you what I'm disappointed in. I expected to see, in terms of the big projects that need to move ahead, I thought that I was gonna see at the same time, the same kind of report evaluation for the Chief Peguis West extension. But that I hear is months down the road. So are we making, we're gonna make a decision, so the first project to go ahead really is the Keniston widening then. But how come we don't have that comparison to decide which one's more important for growth?
And what do they want to do with the Arlington?
I can't, I'll tell you after.
Yeah, we're not.
Well, I'd like to know now, well, I gotta vote on that.
They're looking at fixing it, okay?
But a report is coming forward.
There's a report coming on fixing it.
Right.
That's what's coming.
Does any other counselor have a question for Counselor Eady?
No, all right.
No, Counselor Sharma, do you have any questions for Counselor Eady?
No, I am aware of the item 21. We sat on community committee together.
Perfect. All right.
Discussed that.
23, yep.
23, thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, that's great. Well, thank you, Counselor Eady, for coming down and presenting and giving us your perspectives.
And please remember, any changes you make to this primary system, it affects all Winnipeggers.
Yes, true enough. Very valid point. Okay. Okay, now we've got Counselor Santos up.
Point of order.
Yes?
No one want to maintain decorum, but it is very warm in here. Permission to remove my jacket.
Sure. Remove your jacket. Everyone can strip down. We're trying to get the air conditioning on in here. I don't know what's going on here. Okay. All right, Counselor Santos, please come forward and we'll hear your presentation, your discussions. Counselor Santos is going to be heard with respect to parking restrictions on Burroughs Avenue
And if you can also enlighten me, I'll speak to the transit master plan
and
too.
Transit Master Plan. All right.
Yes, so thank you for allowing Councillor Eady to go first. Most of the issues and parking restriction issues were occurring in his ward as my community serves between McPhillips and Sergeant Tommy Prince. So I just only have about a couple of blocks. So, but as we were sitting on the committee and listening to some of the residents coming back, we heard from the residents there were definitely some missing aspects to the report. So I kind of want to back up a little bit why we got here today. The parking restrictions came in with just a simple letter to the area residences that these signs were going to go up. A massive petition had come forward to Councillor Eady's and Councillor in my ward as well. So Councillor Eady had decided to move a motion to kind of get a more of a thorough report from the administration on why they want to put in the parking restrictions, what are some of the issues and the collisions that are happening, and if they could review the MPI report, the collision reports. So what you're seeing today, what we heard from the committee last week was, well, they've done the collision report from between the years of 2016 and 2020 of just vehicular traffic. We've noticed that most of the accidents had occurred in the winter time due to road surfaces conditions, icy snow, slushy wet, et cetera, et cetera. We noticed that most of the right angle collisions occurred in 4 different intersections, mostly in Councillor Eady's ward. And they mostly only spoke to about vehicular traffic. So as the community came forward, they were saying there was some missing information. And we wanted to work with the community because they were the ones that live there. They were the ones experiencing some of the issues. We had a good presentation from one of the residents who had mentioned saying that in the last winter season, 2023-2024, there were no accidents. Why? Because there was no snow. It was not because of the parking issue and the walls. So we wanted to come up with kind of a balanced approach, a bit of a pilot project, I guess you can call it. So I helped Councillor Eady write the motion before you, which is basically we don't want to do the parking restrictions just yet. Let's do the biggest issue, which is the snow clearing policy. Burroughs is only a P2, a collector route. So we're asking you if you could direct the public administration, because our committee can't do it, your committee can, to direct the public service to actually do 1 year. That's why you just see only for 2024, 2025 winter season, to do a P1 snow clearing on Burroughs between McPhillips and Main Street. So that's what we're asking this committee. We can just do a 1 year pilot project, I guess you can call, to kind of see if that actually encapsulates and solves some of the issues that we're seeing from previous years. And what we've also asked for the department, and I know you've been a big leader in this, Madam Chair, is getting those reports from MPI. We would like to see more of a current report. We don't have that in front of us. It's really outdated. So I've asked David Patman if he could come forward in a year from now, I'm assuming he can, you know, get those data from MPI pretty soon. But if he could look at the 2020 to 2024 data, kind of a little bit be more current with the current the data collision, and the residents have asked for that, and so that's where we're asking the department to do that, but also include pedestrian. There's no, and when I spoke to David and asked him the question, he had mentioned that he did not look at the pedestrian data, he only looked at vehicular data. So if that could also be included, that we'd greatly appreciate, because we are two separate sets of data. And then we did ask him, while they're doing the snow clearing, put up certain cameras at those 4 specific intersections. He says it doesn't cost them a lot of money to put up those sets of cameras that can actually watch what's actually, what the patterns are occurring at those 4 different intersections. He said it's very inexpensive to do and could do it within the $3,800 budget that he already had alluded to for the signs. So that's going to be my first half, and I'm going to move on to, so if you could support that, it would be greatly appreciated. Again, it's only for 1 year. They're going to come back with a fulsome report back to our community committee in 365 days, and we can analyze that data again with the community as well as with Public Works. So that's kind of where we're requesting, and I wanted to support Councillor Edie, but it was important that he spoke first to the issue because most of it affects his ward. With respect to the transit master plan, I'm going to talk a little bit about my own personal history and story of how I became a non-transit user. I used to take the bus. When I was 16 years old, I moved to a different high school and had to take the bus. My parents wouldn't drive me, so I ended up taking the bus. I had to take 2 buses to high school, and I would get there in about 15 minutes. So as I started using the transit, it was very affordable at that time. I think I remember being only $1 a ride. I won't go on that hill, but it was very easy for me to use when I was 16 and going to school. You know, life moves on. I met a boyfriend. We ended up moving to Southdale, actually, and lived in his mother's basement while he was going to university, and I found a job in downtown as a legal assistant. I said, yeah, I'm going to continue to take the bus. I'm a young, 20-year-old that can't afford a vehicle, so I have to take the bus. So living in Southdale, taking the bus all the way to downtown, I literally was the beginning of the bus route to the very end hitting downtown. 45 minutes it would take me to my job. This during rush hour versus same thing, going from downtown all the way to Southdale took me 45 minutes to get to and from work. At that time, I was like, wow, this is actually a very astronomical amount of time. Why does it take so long? And I'm in my 20s and I'm like, well, it's fine. I can't afford a vehicle, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ride my bike. What a great way to save time and money. So I invested in a $500 bike and I biked along Bishop Grandin all the way to St. Mary's and took over the Queen Elizabeth Bridge. You know what? I was so good, it would take me 30 minutes. It was in great shape. I love taking cycling, but holy crap, it was not safe to ride my bike. So at that time, as I age and move on in with my life and started I got married and got kids, I was able to afford to purchase my first vehicle. So me and my husband me and my boyfriend at that time were able to purchase a vehicle. And I'm about 25, I'm 26 at this time. Sorry, not having a kid, but I purchased a vehicle because it was, guess what, more convenient. It was easier to get to my mom and dad's place. I had a job and I was able to afford it. Had kids, 2 kids. I moved into another community and I built a house in a community that has no transit. So guess what? I purchased a second vehicle because I got 2 kids that are in after school activities and I needed to get both my kids to school and the after school activity. Guess what? Because why? It was convenient. It was easier. I was able to get to work in 15 minutes. I'm able to get to my kids after school programming in 15 minutes. It was a privilege to purchase a vehicle, be able to afford it and drive everywhere. Now, today, I'm that end user, just like Councillor Edie had spoken. Who are we looking at? Yes, we're looking to the ones that need to use it most, but the question I ask myself, how are you going to get someone like me who has a family of five, an intergenerational family, is gonna take the transit? Well, I asked myself that question today. I want it to be accessible. I want it to be better services. I want it to get from point A to point B in less than 15 minutes so that I don't have to take my vehicle, and I want it to be affordable. So, and I want my services to be consistent all the time. That's important to someone like myself as a taxpayer. I'm not here talking as a counselor, I'm talking as a taxpayer. So when I look at the transit master plan and all these new routes and the accessibility and the services and all these things, yes, at the end of the day, someone like me who's gonna take the bus again, 100%. If we implement this transit master plan, I wholeheartedly believe it'll take someone like myself and my kids, who are the future users, or 14 and 11, who are the future users, they will be using this transit master plan. So I do agree that we need to overhaul our transit system to make it better for end users like myself, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask one quick question regarding your first presentation. So you're saying that you don't believe really it's the visibility of signs, that it's the snowbanks. You believe that people are sliding through the intersection.
Correct.
Right. So aren't we supposed to drive to conditions?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
so I just kind of hesitate to say, oh, this one area needs more sand and plowing when, you know, we got this over here and that over there and all these P2s everywhere else, right?
Mhm.
So I'll hear what the department has to say, the committee will hear what the department has to say, but I just wanted to hear your take on it, because some of the stuff I've been reading is, oh, we need to take the parking because people can't see, the snowbanks are too high, but you're saying it's, the collisions are in the intersection. So,
Yes.
okay, so we'll hear from the department. So Councillor White, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. First of all, thank you, Councillor Santos, for your passion and your history. That was good. No, that was really good.
Thank you.
And I wanted to ask you on your first matter, and you made a really good point, which was about Manitoba Public Insurance.
Mm.
And I can tell you that, you know, having been on this committee now for a bit, it's something that our staff really struggles with, because the data is crucial to them to be able to advise us on decisions to make in terms of citywide transportation matters. And it's been going on for years, whereby MPI is constantly behind in getting us data that should be readily available for the previous year. And in some cases, there's even years where there's no data. Like we had a recent report where one year there was no data in the middle of, like, a few years ago. So a suggestion, have you thought, and if you haven't done this yet, that's fine, it's just a suggestion. We have a newer government, we have a newer minister of MPI. Have you thought about penning a letter off to the minister of MPI to point this out? Because I know our staff would appreciate it.
Yeah.
And is that something that you'd be open to?
I definitely would be open to that. I definitely, even the residents have concerns too about the MPI data, because they had question about, you know, what do you consider someone going to the hospital? You know, the minutia of the data is still lacking through MPI. And they had questions. We can't answer that question. Obviously, we have to ask MPI. And as far as I know, you're right, collecting the data and what can the department get from that MPI data. I believe there is some lack, but I think that Public Works can definitely answer that question more fully. But I do agree with you. We should really be collectively asking for that data sooner rather than later, because we are very far behind on some of this.
Yeah, it's been going on for years.
Mhm.
So anything you can do to lend support there, I know other members of council, if they can do it as well, maybe if the minister could direct staff in the Crown Corporation to build the system or to get that data to us faster. I get, just coming back to the transportation master plan, now I hear your comments. But you are also aware, I guess the challenge that I see is that when you roll out a new system, it'd be nice to do it right the first time. And when I say that, it's in the context of the fact that all of the infrastructure, i.e. Bus stops, heated bus shelters, all of that's 2 years after the change. And I understand that it's related to ISIP funding, it's related to the fact that the Palliser government delayed that funding. I get that. But right now, if you read the report, even on the most rapid routes, most free, and when I was head chair of the Rapid Transit Task Force, the biggest single issue that we heard from residents, and we did extensive public consultation around the city, is frequency. Right? And what you spoke about, reliability. And we're so tight right now on our existing, two things. We're so tight on our existing transit system that if a bus breaks down, we really don't have much room to maneuver. It affects the entire, that route, and it could affect the entire system because we're so tight in terms of the fleet right now. Number two, the infrastructure that I'm referring to is not going to come for another 2 years, which means that it's great we're rolling this out in June of 2025. But come the winter of 2025 and 2026, when all of a sudden tens of thousands of transit users who never had to take a transfer before, all of a sudden have to take a transfer, and there's no heated bus shelter. And in some cases, there's not even a pad. They're gonna be standing on a boulevard, literally a grass boulevard, which will be snow. Is that really the right way to do it? Don't you think we should have that infrastructure in place so that people aren't, like 5 to 10 minutes is not a lot of time in the summer, but 5 to 10 minutes when it's minus 35 in the morning,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of the vulnerable users, the folks out there, the folks that you're talking about. Any thoughts on that?
it's a really good question. Obviously, there needs to be a balanced approach to everything. I think this is a balanced approach. We are going to be missing some infrastructure, but then we're also going to have some current infrastructure. So I think what we really should be also doing is looking at partnerships too with either the federal or the provincial government. This is a big issue. We know that we are missing the 50-50 funding model from the province of Manitoba, where they had removed it a couple of years in the previous government. Councillor Manillard, who was the chair, had written a report on what it would cost to bring that funding model back. I'm a big proponent of that. It would be great if we could have conversations with the Minister of Transportation or whoever the minister is that's up that portfolio. I haven't even looked at that, but bring that funding model back. That probably would help some of the issues that you're talking about, Councillor Wyatt. Right now, we are literally subsidizing all of transit. And I get that. It's a huge, huge undertaking for the city when it paid to do that ourselves. And it would be great if the province could participate as well. So to answer your question, I don't have an answer, but I have solutions. I think that's one of the solutions. And what we're doing right now is we're trying to balance what we've got with the priorities that our current us as a government we're trying to do, and that is definitely the routes and the services and the frequency, and that's what this transit master plan, I believe, is doing right now. And then, of course, secondary would be the infrastructure. So would I like to see infrastructure first? Of course. Who's going to pay for it? Are we going to put it out of debt? Maybe. I don't think that's the way to do it. I think continued conversations with our other levels of government would be a right approach. And hopefully within a year, 2 years before it gets implemented, we can get that 50-50 funding model back to us.
Just want to that one last thing. Thank you. It was a very good answer. And no, I you know, the Palliser government dropped the 50-50 funding, as you're aware. And just to make a note, the province does still subsidize transit. We're not doing it, so I don't want to say they're not doing it.
Okay.
So, but it's not at the 50-50 level, to your point.
Correct.
And definitely that if that were to happen, I think that would be a major step forward, both in terms of operating
Yes.
and in terms of hopefully getting the infrastructure in place sooner, not later, and ramping that up quicker.
And just tie in that too, and I will put this on the record, if that 50-50 model comes back, I will be coming to councillors to start bringing the affordable transit discussion back on the table, such as dollar transit.
And I'd be open to that, because I think, you know, I see what other cities are doing and other towns and communities across Canada and Western Canada in terms of affordability.
Yeah.
Especially those under 18. I think that's something to consider. So, you know,
Thank you.
Councillor, no, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay, and I thank you. I just wanted to make a point here, just so we're clear on it going forward. Sure. And this occurred when Councillor Wyatt wasn't here, that I think virtually all of council, maybe not the former councillor for his riding or his ward, and maybe not Charleswood Westwood, but I do, all of council, we had a majority of council voted
Yes.
to accelerate
Yes.
the transit plan, so we
Yes.
could get going with high frequency transit. Okay, all of council, you weren't
Well,
here?
that's who we have to believe.
Yes, yes. Anyways, I'm just saying, that's where we're at. And also, I'm just saying, I forget what the millions are, I've asked, I forget, but we've got millions in infrastructure funding that will be implemented. Not this year, but next year, it will start. We've got 2 staff that are coming on board to do an analysis of where where the heated shelters go, where the pads go, this, that, whatever, right? So we have funding already for the infrastructure. Council just decided to accelerate it, okay? Not the mayor, council.
Yes.
Just so everyone's clear on that.
I agree.
Perfect, all right. Now, are we done with questions?
Yeah, no, I just want to take the health break.
A health break, okay.
Yes, I agree with you, and I was on council last term and
Okay.
supported that.
All right,
And
thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, so now, someone help there, Counselor Edie, okay? Now, we don't have Counselor Schreier, correct? We have no more counselors, so I think what we'll do is we'll just take a 5-minute health break, okay? So we'll reconvene, where's our clock here? We'll reconvene at 10 to 11, so stretch, run around, do what you have to do, and come back. Okay. All right, we're reconvening the Public Works meeting for today. Now, we will continue on with folks on the agenda. We understand that Councillor Schreier was going to zoom in, now he's not going to zoom in, maybe he will come back, we don't know. We have who do we have next here? We have got Mr. Chris Lawrence from the Manitoba Heavy Construction Association to speak to report number 8, Route 90 improvements. Oh, wait, there's Councillor Schreier. Sorry, as a former councillor, I'll just ask you sit down and we'll deal with Councillor Schreier.
The current.
Good morning, Councillor Schreier.
Good morning, Councillor Lukes.
Perfect, all right, so you're here to speak to report 17, correct?
I'm here to speak to report 17, if I may, to report item 9. Purchase of new and modern asphalt plant technology to fight potholes.
Okay, well, go, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to see you again, fellow councillors on the Public Works Committee. This morning I've got more of a warm and fuzzy report item, that is report item number 17, and that has to do with the pedestrian crossing upgrades at Hazeldale Avenue and Watt Street. It's been a bit of a pleasure to do my job working with members of the community in East Kildonan, those around Watt Street and Hazeldale, those in particular that have their children go to the Care-a-Lot child care right on the corner of Watt and Hazeldale, as well as just down the block at Golspie. We've got Neil Campbell School, and it's an area with a lot of families and a lot of children, not unlike many other areas of the city. It happens to be that this one has a daycare right on the corner. Happens to be that it has a primary school 1 block away. So it's a very busy intersection for children specifically. Not only that, it has specific incidents on police reports regarding that corner. So happens to be my pleasure to work with one of the leaders on this from the neighborhood, Damien Penner, and his family, who have been the liaison with the neighborhood and with the childcare facility across the street to bring back a safe pedestrian crossing there. In this case, specifically, essentially, for the children in the neighborhood, because that is the specific corner that they cross, whether they're going to the childcare facility at that very corner or 1 block further away at Neil Campbell. So happens to be that Damien started this a year ago and was working with my office and with the administration on getting some information. We also understand that there are certain types of protocols, conventions that the city employs through the Transportation Association of Canada that we refer to as guidelines, and they are guidelines only, but nonetheless something to respect and refer to in terms of how we go about making decisions on whether an intersection has the threshold numbers of children crossing to a school or to a childcare, or not. If there's nothing there, just where people might want a lighted intersection. In this case, there's a childcare right on the corner and a block away primary school. So the Traffic Association kind of might have some information for us, and there's someone else who's in delegation today that can touch on that as well. So given that information provided to us by the administration, Damien and I have done further work on getting references from the Winnipeg Police Services in terms of police reports, FIPAs, and working with Care-a-Lot childcare, in which they also flipped a little money, a few $100s, to get some FIPA information, and so we will be providing. If you look at the motion as said, requesting to direct the public service to report back on upgrades to the pedestrian crossing located at the intersection. So we wish to do that. We've provided the administration, or we will be providing the administration with more information to the extent that what conventions do and do not apply from the Transportation Association of Canada, which I think I happen to know for a fact that the administration will be referring to and helping them make their decision. Having said that, I'll be speaking no more about that because we have actually. It's a family affair. I used to be walking around East Kildonan by virtue of my family. My birth happens to be that Damien's father. Damien can't be here right now. He's at work. Last time, committee, his father-in-law made a presentation, and today his father will be making a presentation on behalf of the neighborhood. And I'll leave it at that unless you have any further questions for me.
Okay, thank you very much.
And having said that, that's not that, but then I wish to speak on something a little heavier. Not that children's safety isn't heavy, but I think there's going to be more consensus on that one. But I also wish to speak on number 9, purchase of new and modern asphalt plant technology to fight potholes.
Okay, speak on that.
All right, fair enough. Well, this is a large issue. We're not going to solve it in the next 5 minutes, and that's sort of our point. We all need to be part of this. I'm going to mention a few things right now, and I'm just not touching the surface. Some things we essentially all know, and it's there's no point in exaggerating. I don't have to. One, our ability to fight potholes isn't getting any better. We might be able to say in some ways it is, but I'll be able to explain how it isn't. Because the cost of repair over time is increasing. The cost of repairing your vehicle through regular damage is going up. So the costs we're not really doing a good job. Having said that, we're very experienced at doing this, but we're not getting any better. However, is it not the case that we're raising taxes every single year to fight potholes? Every single year. Now, you could say there's been a few years in which we didn't raise taxes, but I'm going to make the case that we didn't change our raised taxes net. But depending on what neighborhood you lived in the city, your taxes absolutely went up because maybe some others didn't. So for the people I represent, for the vast majority, and for many neighborhoods that we all represent, all of us, people's taxes have always gone up to fight potholes, and we're not doing a better job. I also need to mention something else, and you can corroborate with other members of council. I did ask on record in council, I asked our finance chair, Jeff Berwadi, if he's aware during his time on council, approaching 20 years on council, if labor costs ever approached the other costs of inflationary costs of our budget, for which we're constantly raising taxes, fines, fees, levies, and rates. He said he could not recall. Well, I'm going to back him on that, as I have in council already, because I don't know of that either. But we do know that our taxes go up and our costs go up every single year. We also know, if you believe in private enterprise, if you believe in it, we also know that competition is good. We also know that cooperation is an intrinsic and essential to our ability to progress and survive. We know that too. But one of the reasons for competition, if you believe in private enterprise, is that it keeps us all in our human nature. I'm no better than anybody else. It just keeps us in check and balance. We keeps us all in check, and that's a good thing. We're having less and less of that in the private sector, and although me and my family, we come from the construction industry as well, I'm just going to say I'm no better person than anybody else, and I have to admit to myself that competition, checks and balances are good for me, and I'm going to say they're good for you. You can argue with me about that, but let's keep going. And I'm going to make the point that what really helps as well, and we've proven this across this country for decades and generations, including right now in other jurisdictions, that in other aspects of the interplay, when we talk about public service, not private sector industry, when it comes to public service, our job, not the private sector's obligation to public service, our obligation to public service, in which we contract the private sector, is that it is shown, it's on record, it's all there, and mayors and premiers across the country can show you right now how it is the case, that when you bring in private and public sector to solve your major challenges, like the fact that in my lifetime we've never really dealt with potholes, they are getting worse even though we're raising the taxes on them every single year. When you have public and private, we have even more checks and balances. I can talk about that more, but every single one of you is able to tell me how it is that that's the case in other jurisdictions. Some of us, over half the council went to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities annual convention. It was in Calgary. Some of us right here at this table just met Nahed Nenshi, who, as an example, brought in all in-house workers for their garbage and recycling. Now, most cities in this country have both public in-house city workers and private contracts with private companies. Why does Canada do that? To keep things in check and balance. Winnipeg doesn't. We're the only major city in Canada that does not. So the cities have moved away from the model that we've retained. And I'm going to say that this application of public and private sector when it comes to providing public services, and we're not talking about the private market here. We're talking about our obligation, the people sitting at this table, our obligation to provide that public service. Regardless of who comes here to speak about this, whether they're in favor or not, it is our obligation, not the private sector's. So we have to deal with that. That's our job. So we have to contend with the fact that even though the technology, if you look at it, we all know what is the virtue of technology? It makes things more efficient. Therefore, we get more for our resources.
Councillor Schreier, 30-second wrap up, okay?
Sure.
Full house here.
Technology is meant to make things more efficient. We get more resources for our dollar or for a unit of energy. We all know that is the virtue of technology. It has essentially no other virtue, but it's how we apply it. So in the era of increase in technology, where is our increase in efficiencies? In our ability to deal with potholes. And I'm going to ask you one more question. Of course, I'm going to waste our time in making the point that it's not for you to answer me now, but I can ask you this in question period. So we need to know, and I will be asking as you ask me questions, I will be asking you, when it comes to these things, how is it that we can increase our taxes and get less less for it in the era of technology and technological progress. We need to explain this to ourselves, but we can do a better job. And that's why I'm supporting Councillor Wyatt's motion here on the city once again having some of our own technology to do what Canada does best, and that is the checks and balances in when it comes to our private industry and public service to get the best efficiencies and the greater understanding that we can to provide that to the taxpayer. Why we have this perpetual problem, and this was part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent. All right. Excellent presentation. We hear you on both aspects of it, the two components that you discussed. Now, do we have any questions from, Councillor Wyatt has a question for you.
Yes, first of all, Councillor Schreier, thank you very much for seconding the motion on item number 9. On your first item, you spoke about as a former student, Neil Campbell. I'm very supportive of your request on that one.
Right on.
And that's a long time ago. You may not be aware of this because you're with your family right now, a well-deserved break. I would say that the front of the Free Press today in their section B1 is the city projects a $40 million deficit. This is 2 months after we just passed a budget, and it speaks to the fiscal mismanagement of this city. Yet at the same time, Councillor Schreier, at the same time, I learned that I understand, and I'm going to get clarification on this and confirmation of this, that the City of Winnipeg Public Works Department presently leases equipment from the private sector to do asphalt work at an exorbitant rate versus purchasing the equipment or leasing the equipment ourselves. And that in the course of one summer, the leasing cost could potentially actually buy that piece of equipment. Are you aware of that?
Councillor Wyatt, I am now, and I want to thank you.
Contractors. We're leasing from contractors asphalt machines. Their name on it, city workers doing the work, but they own it, and we're leasing it from them at exorbitant rates. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not, Councillor. Well, I am now because you just told me, and thank you very much. And I'm going to put out on as the representative for 50,000 residents of Elmwood East Kildonan, thank you, because they all need to know. You know why? Because there's no way City Hall can solve problems that we can't understand. And there's no way we can solve problems that we can't explain to our own constituents. But I need to hear that. And so does every other public servant, because that's our job specifically. Ours almost exclusively, except we live in this democratic process. It's not the obligation of the private sector, and don't put it on them. That's unfair to them.
I agree.
It's our job. So thank you for information like that, because we need to know. And I know there's more to say about that, Councillor White, but sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't fault Bayview for leasing apparently $60,000 a month for their equipment. I mean, good for them, right? But it's us, $40 million.
That's their job.
That we're making these decisions. So
Proof that their job is different from ours. There's your proof. And thank you, Councillor White, for showing the distinction between what's their obligation and what is ours. That is not our job.
So is it fair to say that the crisis that we've had with potholes, the spring that we just had, where it took months to get potholes fixed, or weeks and weeks that the crews were out, but the city is growing and we have the same amount of crews as we have before, yet we have a bigger city. We're not funding the existing infrastructure and its repair the way we should, yet we're doing it much better than in the past, but we're nowhere near where we need to be. Is it fair to say potholes are a symptom of the infrastructure of the city that is falling apart and in decay? A city that's not able to maintain what they have, and so you get potholes. It's just the same as somebody who doesn't exercise like myself, and then you get health issues. So you know, it's you know, a symptom of the problems that our city is facing. So,
sure, and to be objective about it, considering the fact that, you know, there's no point here to be objective to solve the problems. It's also an expression of the fact that we're the coldest city in Canada, and with a notable amount of precipitation compared to the rest of the prairies, we're going to have a disproportionate amount of pothole challenges. But that has always been the case in that city, and let us never forget that, because that's ridiculous. So have we done a better job in the past? And I'm going to say yes. And whether it's going to be admitted to within this meeting, I will show you one day, if in some respect what I just said is being contradicted, that our own executive director, our own director of public works will explain how that is the case from decisions we made years ago. But nonetheless, life goes on. So I need to answer the question. And it's not my place to ask you, but it is my place to ask this of our public works chair during council. I'm not here for a gotcha moment. It's not helping. It doesn't help. It doesn't help to ignore these issues, but it only helps to answer them. It only helps to answer them to our constituents. And one is, how many weeks, not months, I need to tell you this, Councillor Lukes, because I will be asking you this.
Okay.
How many weeks does it take before our pothole budget goes up by $1 million? Not how many months. How many weeks? And you can measure it in days if you want, but I'm not here to exaggerate. And how many weeks does it take before our pothole budget has to go up by $1 million? So when we were worried about costs for this, ask yourself the question, because you will be answering it. And how many weeks does it take before our pothole budget goes up by $1 million? Before you make a decision that we can't afford this technology, which is what's supposed to make things more efficient and cheaper.
I have one last.
That is the question you'll be answering, and just letting you know. And I'm not here for a gotcha moment. So, I understand that we don't know all the information. I understand what makes it difficult because we haven't asked those questions. And I want to thank Councillor White once again for making us deal with what is our job. Ours.
He's got a question for you.
One last question, Councillor Schreier, more are you aware question. So one of the ways that we can address our infrastructure crisis is by building smarter and building better. And so what other cities do, cities that have similar climates to us.
Okay, we're talking about the asphalt plant,
Yes,
right?
cities that have similar soils as us. We still approve new housing subdivisions with full concrete streets, even though we know we can't maintain them. And yet, other cities do concrete curb and gutter with asphalt streets that allows them to come in with asphalt machines and remove the surface in 15 or 20 years, put a new surface in literally days, not weeks now, where we go in and jackhammer to do a whole rehab on a street, which is
Okay, what's the
extremely.
question?
Would you
What's the
be
question?
supportive? I mean, the Public Works Department has been talking for years, and this speaks to the issue of asphalt, of having a standard where we adopt similar to what other cities have done, and that is on non-primary roads, that an asphalt design be allowed so that we can do better maintenance in the long run and thus save money.
Councillor White, we have to be totally open for solutions. We have to be totally open to look what other jurisdictions have done. And I know, and every one of us here can admit that we have all, because it was the right thing to do, in the past, every single one of us councillors has voted in favor of a report to find out what's going on in other jurisdictions before we make a decision, maybe on other issues. But we've certainly done that. Councillor White, thank you for bringing that up. This is important. You can't solve our problems without answering that question. That's true. I can't answer the question right now as you pose it to me, but I need an answer to that. So I need to ask city council. I need to ask these questions too, because we need answers. Can you imagine going through and how many more years and decades without answering that question, without getting answers from these other jurisdictions?
Okay,
It's not our way. It's our job. It's our job.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Schreier, Councillor White, for your questions. Now, we'll take your comments under consideration when we get to those items on the agenda, and we're going to move on with people, more delegations. So thank you, Councillor Schreier. Enjoy your break.
Thank you. It's our job.
Okay, perfect. All right. Okay, now we've got Molly McCracken up.
No.
Oh, no, sorry. Chris Lawrence, forgot about Chris.
And Madam
Okay,
Chair.
Chris Lawrence.
Yes.
There you go. All right.
You have Delbert.
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm actually here to speak, and I noted that in communication to the city to items 8 and 9 of the agenda. Item number 8 is the preliminary design for the Route 90 improvement between Taylor and Ness, and I'm here pleased to support the recommendations as contained in that particular report. However, before getting into the substantive part of my comments, I wanted to reiterate that as an association and as an industry, we consistently recommended to all levels of government that they not build transportation or infrastructure assets simply for the sake of building. There's no sum plus game in that. Secondly, they should guide decisions not by spending, but by investment principles, and in that context, reflect on the role that the public sector has to discharge and play, particularly where there are large infrastructure investment assets under consideration. Third, build a transportation system that is multimodal in nature, safe, accessible, and accommodates existing and future needs of and for commerce, personal use, AT assets, including dedicated paths for pedestrians and cyclists, public transit and the environment. And lastly, the investments that public sector should be making ought to reflect a balanced approach aligned with overarching policies, in this case, civic, and their respective objectives. And a careful read of the report and its recommendations before you suggests to us as a conclusion that the recommendations clearly respect those core principles. Route 90 is already 3 lanes north and south of the section under consideration, and hence the bottleneck. Route 90 is the city's busiest corridor for the movement of goods, products, and services, accommodating in excess of 3,000 trucks a day, more than 79,000 vehicles daily on the bridges, and more than 40,000 cars in the section that is the subject of some discussion. Our population is expected to grow over the next decade, and so we need to prepare for the greater and growing demand on regional roads and the growing demand for participation, not just in domestic, but continental and global trade. And in that context, the estimates are that we would reach a population of around 994,000 and the metropolitan area 1.1 million within the next 20 to 25 years. And the widening of Kenaston to Ness is one element of a broader project that includes by necessity, not as an option, the rehabilitation of roadway, bridges, and underpasses, and the combined sewer system. It's a necessity for the Nawa Yodina development. The development is a much needed pedestrian and cycling facility. Currently, the sidewalks are close to fast moving traffic. What is proposed increases safety, provides greater separation. It provides a practical route for cycling and walking, and it can connect current AT facilities and provides for safer pedestrian use. It's also an important transit connector. And with respect to the environment, the report points out the savings both in terms of travel time, reduced idling, reduced consumption of fuel, and therefore reduction in GHG emissions. And the report is quite detailed and quite exact in terms of many other benefits that I'm not referencing in this particular presentation. What is of critical importance to note also is that the only option in this improvement project is adding a 3rd lane each way between Ness and Taylor. The remaining elements of the project are not options. They are necessities and come with cost and duration implications if delayed. So today, to enable addressing the challenges and the needs, you are asked to consider favorably 2 recommendations. The first is to approve the preliminary design and refer it for the 25 investment planning process. And secondly, proceed with an independent 3rd-party value for money assessment for evaluating the business case and alternate project delivery. The above recommendations are consistent with existing civic policies, including our Winnipeg 2045 Complete Communities Direction Strategy 2.0, the Winnipeg Climate Action Plan, and the soon-to-be upgraded Transportation Master Plan. Moreover, approving the recommendations allows administration to present an economic impact assessment to outline more information on the benefits derived from the whole of the project. The final debate, a more informed debate, occurs after that additional work on the preliminary design and research is completed, and then presented to this committee, Executive Policy Committee, and Council for consideration. So we urge you to support and adopt the 2 recommendations. Those are my comments on item number 8. With respect to item number 9, I've known Councillor Wyatt for more than a decade. He and I have agreed on many issues. We've also agreed to disagree on issues, and this would be one where, not with tongue in cheek, we were in violent disagreement, but I still like him and I think he still likes me. I'm here this morning to strongly encourage this committee to unanimously defeat item number 9, the motion to purchase an asphalt plant, and I will speak to the motion's contents by offering the weight of fact. Most, if not all, of the information that I'm tabling this morning is available for public consumption and review, and the facts disabuse the motion of any merit, especially assertions that the city is paying too much for less than quality service in tendering to the private sector for the production and supply of hot mix asphalts for patching and for paving. The city semi-annually tenders for the production and delivery of roughly 30,000 tons of hot mix asphalt for paving roads. And that tender is awarded in the winter to the lowest qualifying bidder. It also tenders for hot mix asphalt for patching, with quantities which over the years have climbed from 2,700 tons in 19 to 5,000 tons in 2024. As to price, a review of the 3 tenders for the hot mix asphalt for paving roads in 19, 22, and 23 show a competitive range of bids for roughly the 30,000 tons each year. In 23, 5 bids, the lowest winning bid was 2.5 million. In 22, 5 bids, the lowest bid was 2.2 million. And in 2019, 5 bids, the lowest winning bid was 2 million. A review of the tenders for the hot mix for patching in 19, 21, 22, and 24 shows a similarly competitive range. 24, the lowest bid for 5,000 tons was 461,000. In 22, the winning bid was 287,000, but for 3,300 tons. In 21, I couldn't find the Merck's document, but the award was apparently split between 2 suppliers totaling 207,000 for 2,700 tons. And in 2019, the winning bid was 216,000 for 2,700 tons. All in, the city purchased hot mix asphalt for patching in 19 for 80 a ton, and in 24 for 92 a ton, a 15% increase over 5 years. Hot mix asphalt in 2019 for 61 a ton, and in 23, 81 a ton, a 32% increase over 5 years. Now, please note that the above price per ton includes input costs. In 23, roughly $45 per ton for oils and 25 per ton for aggregate, plus production, and in the case of paving, for transportation. The costs to industry from the pandemic on, and especially in 22, reflect significant rise in the costs of fuel, oil, and equipment. So anyone aware of the global market during that period would see that the impact is not just on this industry, but on the entire economy. So the notion somehow that pricing is exorbitant to feed significant profit margin is not evidenced by any fact. The city, in fact, purchases hot mix asphalt benefiting through a competitive market. How? Industry over the long term has invested in plant in operation, workforce development, market opportunities, and is producing significantly more tonnage than what the city requires. Cumulatively, the capacity is around 1 million tons per year for its very diverse business profile for a very much broader market. So the cost per ton is shared across a greater volume of production, generating efficiencies of scale. To the motion's suggestion that the city is at the mercy of an industry that in the last 5 years has seen consolidation and therefore reduced competition.
1 minute, real fast.
Again, some facts. One company, Darco, was sold sold to a competitor when the owner retired. One company closed, Portland, and 2 companies entered the hot mix asphalt, Wintec and Bayview. There are 6 suppliers to this market, which is fairly competitive. As to inflation, we've heard.
Get up here.
All right, I'll leave you the hard
Yeah,
copy.
did you submit that at all?
No, I didn't get a
Leave us
chance.
the hard copy to just.
Let me just close with this one lesson reminder. When Glenn Murray was mayor, the council of the day voted to establish a special operating agency to operate an extraction pit in the RM of Springfield. It did so against cautioned advice and information from industry. It ignored that advice. It opened the pit and opened an SOA over a 3-year period. It lost approximately $7 million. Nobody was held accountable for that. The city decided to sell that pit. It was purchased by the private sector and it continues to operate profitably today. We're asking you, please don't make the same mistakes. Please understand that the facts here demonstrate that you should unanimously defeat the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation this morning, Chris. I just have a quick question with respect to item 8. And that is whether you've spoken with other stakeholders such as Indigenous Leadership Treaty 1, that's Odinawin, the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce, and the Manitoba Trucking Association with respect to the widening of Kenaston, and are they on board in terms of what it represents to the city of Winnipeg?
Well, David Linton is here this morning from the Manitoba Trucking Association, so I won't put words in his mouth. There is a letter to the committee from the Winnipeg Chamber of Commerce that you have received electronically from Lauren Remillard, its president, and he supports that. We've had discussions with consultants to the development of the lands on the west side of Kenaston. The advice is both historically and current. The upgrades are required. It's not a matter of choice. It's necessity. And as the report makes it abundantly clear, you can choose to delay and deny the decision and therefore the information upon which to make an informed decision, but that comes with the cost. If you delay it within 5 years, you're looking at an annual inflation increase of roughly 3%. If you delay it beyond 5 years, now you're approaching a period where you might have to decommission the bridges, and that's serious. So there's no time like the present to make the investment. The time is here. This project has been under consideration since as early as 2011. It's about time that the decision was made. No one's going to be in this chamber this morning saying, why fix 9 years? There's nothing wrong with it. It's horrible. It needs improvement. It needs the investment of public sector capital. Long and short of it, that's the reality.
So just, and again, just based on my quick math here, you're saying 3% increase year after year.
Correct.
That's roughly $18 million.
I won't, I'm not a good mathematician. I'd have to have a calculator in front of me, but the net cost of the project is 560. There's an additional construction inflation of 160. That's 740, I think it is. So 0.03 would be in the order of 26 million per year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of Chris Lawrence? No? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you and good
Thank
morning.
you.
I've left the hard copies here for the.
Mr. Booth, you can get that and make those copies.
For us to the right.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mr. Gord Delbridge.
Thank you.
Mr. Delbridge could come forward. Okay. Mr. Delbridge is from CUPE and Mr. Delbridge is speaking to item number 9, I believe, the asphalt plant technology. Okay, perfect. Good morning, Mr. Delbridge.
Thank you for giving me the time this morning. This is an important issue, as I think everyone can agree. There's been a lot of potholes in the city. It's expensive for taxpayers to maintain. It's expensive for individuals and some of the maintenance in their cars, or even for those folks that like to cycle around the city. It's really difficult to navigate. So, I mean, is there a need for improvement? I think most certainly everyone would agree that there is. The motion to invest in new technology and to invest in equipment, I think needs to be looked into further. I would not take the recommendation from the previous delegation and just automatically dismiss. I think it's the city of Winnipeg is going to do their due diligence to taxpayers and look into whether or not this would be feasible. I think that, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's the president from the Heavy Construction Association is going to take a partisan position. And granted, myself as the president of CUPE, you could say the same. But so I think that as council members, you need to do your due diligence. You gotta look into, how you proceed on a going forward basis. We heard from Councillor Shires, saying before municipalities right across the country, have some in-house public nonprofit service, providing, this work. And then we've got the profit-driven sector. We never want to be beholden to the profit-driven sector primarily. This maintains checks and balances to ensure that, any kind of inflationary costs that are being passed on to us and the taxpayers. We have those checks and balances when we have both the public sector and the private sector doing that work. So I'm not saying that there's not a place for the private sector, but I think that there needs to be some accountability. And I think that you need to go beyond just looking at potholes and a new asphalt paving machine. I think you got to look at how are these RFPs being tendered. I think that you need to look at are they even being tendered in some cases? What are we doing as far as investing in capital on our current road renewal infrastructure, road repair work, equipment that we currently do have? I know it's quite minimal. If you look at our trucks on the streets, the city of Winnipeg trucks, you can see that they're aging, they're falling apart. Primarily, the city of Winnipeg is no longer in the road renewal business. They're doing minor touch-ups, some repairs, and often we hear that the private sector builds into their contracts fees that they have to pay for not completing on time, or in the event that there's any deficiencies, there's penalties that they gotta pay. They build that into the cost of the contract, whether it occurs or it doesn't. And often that's where the city of Winnipeg comes in to do some of that touch-up work, because the private sector often fills their calendar over the course of the year, knowing that there's going to be delays. They build those penalties into place. So I think that we have to really look at doing the due diligence to be, on behalf of the taxpayer, and doing a full inquiry as to what's the state of our current infrastructure? What do we need to invest in more? Is it more than just one asphalt paving machine? Is it more equipment? How are contracts being tendered? And are we paying exorbitant lease fees to private contractors? Is that the case? Is that the way we should be, proceeding? But I think the city of Winnipeg has a responsibility to the taxpayers, citizens of Winnipeg, is to look into this further. I'll take a question.
Councillor Chambers, you had questions to start with? No, sorry. Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Mr. Delbridge, for coming and speaking to this today, and for being quite consistent on the issue. We heard, as you mentioned, we heard from Mr. Lawrence earlier in a strong opposition to this. What surprises me is that we used to have an asphalt plant. The city of Winnipeg had its own asphalt plant, and it had it for a reason, which was to ensure a mixed economy, so we weren't at the mercy of the private sector. And I will say that, I don't have proof of collusion occurring, but when you have a small group of companies and they're all bidding on the same contracts and provincial highway contracts, and when we sometimes see prices coming in and they seem to be consistent in the industry. I remember one year when Bill Clement was in the chair of the speaker there, when it came in at 9%, Bill hit the roof right across the board. It wasn't like one company was down or anything, right? Right across the board. It's funny how that happens. And then when he went and made a point of meeting with them, and they sharpened their pencil. So, we're at the mercy of them. We had our own plan. There was a commitment made back then. Bill Norrie was the mayor. The plant was decommissioned on Tecumseh because it was part of an overall plan at the time with the building of the virology lab. And this vision that area was going to become kind of a science development site for new business startup companies related to the virology work never materialized, unfortunately.
But that was the vision. And so part of it was to move our Tecumseh asphalt plant out of the way. Bill Norrie was the mayor. Ed Blackman was the head of QP in your position at that time. Bill Norrie and Blackman had a very strong relationship together. And the commitment was made then. And I don't think Norrie reneged on it. I think he stepped down. He couldn't fulfill it. But the commitment was made then by Norrie and council to rebuild. And ironically, I think Chris Lawrence was on council at the time. That asphalt plant. It was never done. Don't you think we should live up to that commitment that was made back then, some 30 or 40 years ago?
You know, something that actually really shocked me out of some of the comments you made and we heard from the previous delegation is that Glacier Sand and Gravel was losing $7 million at the time that it was put up for sale. And at that time, if I recall correctly, there were people chomping at the bit to buy it. Odd, considering there's a $7 million loss. Probably got it for pennies on a dollar, which I understand they did. And then immediately started making a profit. That statement in itself raises all kinds of red flags for me. And so, does it make sense that we should be in the aggregate business, considering the nature, the tonnage that we purchase from the private sector? Would it make sense that we would get into that business? I think everyone would agree, I would think. We were in it that one time before. I'm still flabbergasted by, those comments saying that we're losing that amount of money. I would have had a word with the manager of that department and said, if the private sector can turn that around by flicking a switch and turning it into a profitable model, I'd be questioning who was running that before. I'd be replacing that individual because, we've got a responsibility to the taxpayers. This is costing the taxpayers a lot of money. And I really encourage that you do a further inquiry on how you proceed on auto equipment, asphalt machine, and beyond that, and how tenders are being.
And thank you. And that brings me to my next question, which is, I find the position of the Manitoba Heavy Construction Association odd. Knowing how much work that there is needed still. Knowing how much work there is still to go around. Knowing that the provincial government, for example, to your point, still has their own gravel pits around Manitoba. And they're not demanding the province sell their gravel pits. And at the same time, the fact that we were once in the asphalt business. And that it brought some balance. We're not asking for the monopoly that they presently have, which is really a monopoly. You could call it an oligopoly, but it's basically a monopoly where they control, the private sector controls the supply, the labor, and the delivery of the service. They have them totally integrated in terms of aggregate and everything else. They have total control
as well.
And of the equipment. We're just simply saying that there should be a balance in the market, that the public sector has a role, as they do in other jurisdictions. Is that fair to say?
I absolutely agree. I think there needs to be some public accountability. And that would be the best way on a going forward basis. Because then you've got something to compare to. Right now, you don't.
Well, and I hope that this committee just doesn't shut the motion down, allows for the due diligence. If we're not scared of the facts, then due diligence should be allowed. Is that fair to say?
I would agree.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delbridge. All right, thank you for your presentation. All right, we'll move right along here to our next delegation. Our next delegation is Molly McCracken.
We're just gonna let Catherine do this because she's got.
Catherine Martin. Okay, we'll get Catherine up first. Okay. All right, Catherine Martin. Catherine Martin is speaking to the Primary Transit Network Service Implementation Plan.
Right, I was specifically talking about Wolseley,
Okay,
the number 10 bus.
Okay.
Okay, so,
number 10's gone, just so we know. You can talk
Okay, well,
about it, but.
there has to be an option. And I will present my case with that. So I take the number 10 bus every day, and I've taken it for at least 1,000 times. Not once has it been empty or low. I took the number 10 bus today at 8:30 a.m. there were 50 people on it, coming just from the Aubrey Loop to the next two stops, carrying quite a few passengers, going downtown and from there to St. Boniface. So it's not a low volume route. And it's been serving Wolseley for numbers and numbers of years. So with this master plan, okay, and potentially, which I totally disagree with, a delete of the number 10 because not appropriate research, consultation, or data gathering has happened to make the number 10 go away at all. And I talk to people, I got boots on the ground. I talk to bus drivers. I talk to the people who take the number 10. They had no idea this was coming until just recently. No idea. Okay, so proper consultation has not been done in this area. And I'm being forced, if the number 10 is deleted, to walk 20 minutes to Portage Avenue, 25 minutes to Maryland, which gets me to Maryland, then I go southbound, and I'm not going southbound, I'm going northbound to downtown, which means I have to walk further to Sherbert Street and wait for a bus to take me to Portage, and then I have to transfer to go downtown, which is completely unacceptable because Winnipeg has the worst winters on record. So I'm supposed to, in -40, walk to Portage Avenue to catch a bus on the corner of Portage and Arlington, because that's the only stop that has the faster buses and has a shelter. So I don't know how that is even a conceivable idea in winter. And our winters are not short, as everybody knows. They're very long, they're very cold, they're very snowy. The sidewalks are sometimes treacherous. This is not a good idea for the residents of Wolseley. And it's not just me standing up and saying it. There's probably at least 200, 250 people who take the bus on a regular basis who can confirm the facts that I'm saying right now. Plus, what happens to the elderly? What are the elderly going to do? Are they going to walk 25 minutes in the snow to catch a bus? Are they going to walk to Maryland to catch a bus? What about the disabled? There's a ton of people who have baby carriages, who are in a wheelchair, who walk with a cane. There's an old age, quite a few elderly people in a resident apartment right across from the Aubrey Loop. The Aubrey Loop, all the foundation is set. There's absolutely nothing you have to change. You don't have to put any cost into that. It's there. So to delete that, to me, is it's quite shocking, actually, because you're not taking into account the residents' needs for transport. And I use transport on a regular basis, going downtown and coming home. And this works. So the Maryland going southbound doesn't work. Walking to Portage so I can catch the corner of Arlington and Portage doesn't work. It does not work. And there has to be an option. So deleting this bus route is not an option, I'm sorry to say. And I'm, one of many, many, many people with the same view. I'll also give you one example. Last winter, when there was tons of snow, I usually catch the 8:30 bus, and I'm always with a group of people standing at the Aubrey Loop waiting for the bus. A mother and her teenage daughter were there. They're always on the bus every day. I just saw them this morning. And it was very snowy and the 8:30 was canceled, which is fine. I will take the next bus, but for them, they had to get somewhere. So her daughter goes to school like downtown. So when it was she told me it was canceled. And so she said, what are my options? And I said, well, I don't know. I'm not walking to Portage in this weather. She said to her child, what do you want to do? She goes, I'm not walking to Portage in this weather. And so her mother said to her, okay, you don't have to go to school today. Okay, so that's just one example of many. And this is going to be a problem. And it's going to be a problem that will have to be addressed, what the options are. So having said that, I do not agree either with the Greenway coming down Arlington and going down Wolseley. If anybody's been to Arlington, go check it out. There's potholes everywhere. It's not sufficient for any bus to go down there, besides multiple buses. And then going to Wolseley, there's a school there, there's children there. They ride their bikes all the time. Parents are there teaching their children how to ride bikes. Going down Wolseley to Maryland that is not acceptable and will not work. So this whole idea, I'm sorry, it's not going to work. And I'm one voice of many, many, many residents of Wolseley. I do work. I took the time off today to come speak to you because this is a problem. Also, I heard at the meeting in May when I was there were many residents from Wolseley who said their concern about the number 10. What was going to happen? What were the options? Why would you delete it? And so the fact that I was told today it's going to be deleted doesn't make any sense. Obviously, there's been no thought, no options, no discord with any of us to have an option. So it's just, I'm sorry to say, unacceptable. I also work on multi-million dollar budgets on a daily basis, which I'm responsible for. I talk to executive producers, ground people, production assistants. I'm responsible for huge amounts of expenses. Never once do I ever not listen to people and get their feedback. Where's the data? Where is the data to support this? Where is the research? Where is the cost benefit analysis on this? Where is anything on this to support these actions? There is none. There's none. I've seen none. There's some sort of report that there's 43 people that get on the bus in an average, which is completely wrong. It is completely wrong. I can tell you, being an active user of the number 10 bus, that is not correct at all. It's totally false. So where that data came from, I don't know, but it's wrong. When I develop my budgets, I talk to people on extensively. We have to figure out a cost benefit analysis. How is it going to support the project? If it does support the project and we're going over budget, a budget is always flexible. It's never locked. It's always flexible. We move things around, right? So we can support what we need to do so that everyone is happy with the end project. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's about the whole system of having a good project that everybody is happy with. So I guess I'm very disappointed to hear that the number 10 would be deleted because obviously the research has not been done in this area. Yeah, and I'm just really worried about the elderly and the disabled, how they're supposed to walk Portage over to Maryland in the winter on icy sidewalks. Yeah, and I've just never seen, I've always had been on the bus when it's been, full. So I don't know why that one was hit, but I actually did read on the Winnipeg Transit website that they were pulling bus drivers from the smaller lines because they didn't have enough bus drivers on the larger lines. So they were pulling the bus drivers from the small lines to the bigger lines so they could have that. I did read that. Actually, I think it was confirmed by you, Janet, at the meeting. And
Sure.
Chair, sorry. And so that would be one reason to delete the 10 because there were not enough bus drivers for the huge transit system that was going to be implemented, which is not in collaboration with the Wolseley residents. Any questions?
No, thank you for your presentation. We will ask the department to give us some data and research when they come forward. If they have it, they're sitting here. We'll see what we've got for this Wolseley area. Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation and for your comments. Thank you for your patience waiting here. One thing that I want to thank everybody in the gallery for their patience. One thing I realize you've taken time off of work, and I'm sure there's others who have done the same, but if at all possible, I always say that it's good to be in delegation, but it's better to stay and eyeball the committee when we're discussing it and making the decision. Just in terms of the accountability. So, you made a point about the vulnerable users. And you made a point about in your neighborhood in terms of the public consultation that is occurred. And I just want to say, preface my question by this, that the transit officials who are doing this partly have been hemmed in by the time frame. The council is a council directive, not theirs. Partly have been hemmed in by budget, again, a council decision, not theirs. But you know, the fact, for example, that an independent analysis for something like this, a SWOT, has not been done to point out the strengths and weaknesses, the very thing that
Yeah.
you're talking about. Do you think we should take the proper time and earmark the proper budget if we're going to do it right?
Yes. Because of the fact that if you don't do it right, it's gonna cost you more in the
Right.
long term.
Exactly. And in terms of what you're speaking about, people who walk in Portage, you're giving us a microcosm. Is it fair to say, like your neighborhood,
Yeah,
but the same good thing is going to happen around the city
yeah,
to people from what you can see?
yes,
It's fair to say.
yes.
No, appreciate your comments and thank you for coming here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I've got a question coming from Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegation. So what you're advocating for, status quo?
I'm advocating if the status quo is possible, that would be ideal. I don't know, you know, if there has been a cost benefit analysis, I'm not sure if that's been done. But ideally, the status quo would be perfect. I mean, it just suits everybody in the Wellesley area. Nobody's complained, nobody said anything, everybody was shocked that kind of decision was done.
So the concerns that are being brought forward, are they primarily for buses going up and down Arlington? Because the status quo does have buses currently on Mosley.
Right, so, okay, so the status quo, are you talking about the number 10 going down?
Number
Mosley?
10, yeah, starts
Yeah.
at Aubrey.
Yeah.
And then through Wolseley and then into St.
Yeah.
Boniface.
And it does, you know, it's not like every 10 minutes there's a bus. It runs once every half hour during rush hour, and then I think once every hour during non-rush hours. Also, why is the number 10 not being looked at to maybe not run on the weekends when it's not really that busy? Or stopping the number 10 working at 8 PM or 9 PM instead of till 1 AM? That would save money. Looking at the busy hours compared to the non-busy hours, where can we cut back but still maintain the residents having access to the transit when they need it, usually during business hours?
Great, thank you very much.
My apologies, Ms. Martin. I should call you up on that statement.
Okay, Councillor Sharma?
Thank you, Ms. Martin, for your presentation. There's a whole bunch of you here today. That's good to see. Did you have a chance to attend any of those public consultation meetings?
I went to the consultation meeting in May where there was a whole group of Wolseley residents. I think there were almost 90 or 100 with Cindy. And
Did you present much of this input that you
I
had? into
did
the
not
committee?
present anything because we did not have the time to present. We did not present this. I spoke one-on-one with both Cindy and Janet afterwards about my concerns. But there was no room for us to vocally give this information in
That's
front
when
of
you
the
went to
group.
go look at the boards?
Pardon me?
Is that when you went to go look at the boards, sorry, at the? public
Yes,
meeting?
you were
So you
there.
didn't have a chance to speak to the transit officials?
I did, actually, I think I spoke to him over there and he agreed with me that the Arlington suggestion would not work. He also agreed that we need to have another option on the number 10. And, you know, this is another option was the smaller bus, but apparently he was saying that the smaller buses need more maintenance or something like that. So there are options. Maintaining the 10 is ideal. What are the options? What are the problems? What is the data? What is the research? What is the consultation?
Yeah.
Where is the information?
It is complicated and we do have subject matter experts and then there's the end user, right? So it's marrying both and
Yeah.
coming to the best solution. So thank you for your presentation.
Oh, you will have one quick.
Thank you.
here.
Counselor
Um,
Lukes. It's by the way, it's Janice Lukes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so the number
Now
10.
I need to know how to find your phone number.
The number 10 goes on Wolseley.
Yeah,
Now that even if you had the number 10, if it stayed, that's going to impact the Greenway. Right? Because that's going under a big conversion with bulk, with, you know, to basically slow down vehicular traffic and make it more of a walkable traffic calm strip. So the number 10 currently, it does a big stretch on Wolseley.
To Aubrey.
Mhm. Just saying,
well, you know,
just saying.
So that was my question of clarification, whether it's the issue of the number 10 now going north-south on Arlington, or is it indeed Wolseley?
It basically goes all the way down Wolseley where the Greenway is, so the whole strip, so. And that's probably one of the reasons why they took it off. But anyways, okay, so we hear your comments. We have this transit department here and watching this, so we hear your comments. We will discuss it when we address the item. Thank you very
okay,
much.
no, thank you. There just has to be other options. There has to
Yeah.
be options available for people who use the transit on a regular basis.
Okay,
Thank
okay,
you.
so now, it's noon. I know. I know. So do we break for an hour at noon? I guess we break for an hour at noon. No, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Well,
Some of us have health needs.
some of us have to have, yeah, okay. We're gonna break for noon to 1 o'clock. We'll be back at 1 o'clock sharp. I know. Okay. No, we're live, we are live. Welcome back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works for June 11th. We're back and now we've got a cooler room here and we're back into delegations. Okay, so the next delegation then is Molly McCracken, if she's here.
Okay, so Molly asked me to read this on behalf because she's put a link.
Do that?
She's already appeared, so we can, if we suspend the rules, then yes.
Can you not just submit it?
Well, I think she would want me to read it on behalf of the chairs of the Jews, so.
So committee, it's up to you. Do you want to have her read it or submit it?
Fine either way.
Sure,
I've actually never seen that, just procedurally.
yeah.
I'm chair just
Well,
saying.
you're the chair of
But we
speaker.
usually submit the,
Maybe I think in light of the fact that we have all these people here that you could submit it.
and just because the counselor's already spoken.
Yeah, yeah, okay, so, okay, Margaret Roger.
Get us a coffee.
Marguerite, sorry, Marguerite Roger. There's actually another of us, we're gonna share the 10 minutes. Okay, perfect. And who else is coming up with you? Larry Renoy. Larry Renoy. Morgan. Come on, Rachel Morgan. Larry Renoy from Tula? I hope boyfriend. Kidding. I just go right at
Too
you.
large, too large. Your wayward youth.
Oh, no, those were the days, okay. Good afternoon, you can begin your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Rachel Morgan. I'm with Wolseley Residents for Fair Transit. Thank you for listening to our concerns about the bus plans for our community. I want to emphasize that we're not here to condemn transit. We've talked with hundreds of residents. They told us in no uncertain terms, they're strong supporters of public transit. Wolseley residents know the benefits of transit and they support Winnipeg Transit's goal of creating a more efficient and reliable system. So why are residents concerned about the plans for Wolseley? It's because residents love their neighborhood. It's the kind of green community City Council has often said it wants to foster. Wolseley has car sharing and cycling. People walk to food stores and retailers. There's huge support for the new Greenway on Wolseley Avenue. Residents want public transit in Wolseley. Let me say that again. Residents want public transit in Wolseley, but residents want transit to coexist with Wolseley, not overwhelm it, not undermine its livability, not change it from a walkable and family-friendly community into a major bus thoroughfare. We've been told that under Transit's plan, the neighborhood would become a cog in a collector route. That's a concern. Wolseley dates back to a time when the largest vehicles were horse-drawn wagons. Starting next summer, 130 buses, each 40 feet long and weighing 23,000 pounds, will run on a road designed for the needs of a century ago. Bus drivers will have to thread a needle as they enter Wolseley. At the intersection with Portage Avenue, Arlington shrinks to 29 feet wide. It's well below modern standards, and it's tight, even for cars. The route is a bottleneck of narrow roads lined by family homes, small apartments, a daycare center, a seniors co-op, and an elementary school. Residents fear this is a recipe for accidents and injuries. As buses travel through Wolseley, they will have to scrape past oncoming traffic. They will have to share the road with cyclists, some towing toddlers in bike trailers. They will have to squeeze by parents dropping off children at Mulvey School. They will have to watch for handy transit vans and folks in wheelchairs on the roads, especially in winter when sidewalks are impassable. Residents also worry so many large buses will affect livability. Noise and vibrations from heavy vehicles already create a problem for century-old foundations and water pipes. Transit has also told us the number 10 bus will be canceled. This will deprive folks of the bus that takes them directly downtown without transferring. The new number 28 rule will carry folks north and south. It won't replace the east-west number 10. We know transit is working hard to be more efficient and reliable. We support that. But running 130 buses a day through a residential bottleneck will be neither efficient nor reliable. That's why residents urge council to pause the plan for Wolseley. Please give us time to properly consult with transit. Let's see if together we can develop a plan that works for transit and for residents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marguerite Roger. A group of us attended Transit's presentations in late February, and it was the first time any of us had heard the route details for our neighborhood, and that concerned us given the significance of the proposed changes. At the time, Transit said that the final decisions had not yet been made and that we had 3 weeks to provide them with some community feedback. So we went door to door and began to talk to people and submitted that information to Transit. We started an in-person petition, which now has 467 signatures from a wide variety of streets in Wolseley. We ran a survey, which I'll tell you about shortly. We did research. We met with Councillor Gilroy several times. 70 people, residents, business owners, parent council members attended a public meeting with Transit and Public Works, as well as Councillors Gilroy and Lukes. And that was actually the meeting that Catherine, the previous delegation, was talking about. It wasn't a transit meeting. It was one that was organized by the two councillors. Community organizations were contacted. There's a Facebook group and a website. Here's what we found out in the last 3 months. Virtually no one we talked to knew that the east-west number 10 was being replaced by a north-south thoroughfare. Virtually no one knew that so many large buses going in 2 directions were proposed for the new route. Even the principal of a school along the route didn't know. Transit told us they consulted, but their own reports show that they consulted just over 1% of Winnipeg's population back in 2019 and 2020. Most of that consultation was an online survey, and the closest in-person event to Wolseley was on Selkirk Avenue. The bike walk consultations were a totally separate issue. So we ran a survey, 150 respondents, to put some numbers to the concerns that we were hearing. We gave Councillor Gilroy a copy of all the responses on May 30th. In conversations or in the survey, the vast majority of people told us that the heavy traffic of a bus thoroughfare doesn't fit with a calm and green residential neighborhood, that it damages infrastructure, encourages even more through traffic, reduces street side parking, and causes bottlenecks and congestion, especially in winter, that up to 8 buses an hour makes no sense with the Greenway, citing safety concerns for children, cyclists, and walkers, that the proposed changes risk compromising the long-standing active transportation culture that Wolseley residents are so proud of. And city data show that Wolseley has the highest percentage of people cycling to work in the city, 6 times the city average, and 3 times the average for people walking to work. And finally, we heard over and over and again that some people absolutely rely on the east-west bus to get to work and medical appointments downtown and in St. Boniface. And more details about these and other concerns from residents are provided in the written submission from our group. In short, the overarching sentiment of people we spoke to was that the proposed changes in this neighborhood use Wolseley, but don't serve Wolseley, and will lead to adverse effects that have not yet been considered. Thank you.
As you've heard, my name is Larry Renoy, and I live at the corner of Arlington Street and Wolseley Avenue. As you've also heard, Transit's plan for Wolseley is twofold: cancel the number 10 and introduce a new north-south connector bus, the 28. The Wolseley residents we spoke to are not against the new overall transit plan. They are against the plans specific to Wolseley and have offered a number of alternative ideas as food for thought. Many residents said the number 28 should be moved to Maryland and Sherbrooke, as you've heard. The roads are wider, there would be less congestion and no impact on Wolseley Greenway. Quite a few called for keeping some version of the number 10, but having it serviced with smaller buses and vans, smaller in size, similar to the handy vans. Still, others suggested Transit create an enhanced route, again with smaller buses and vans, to serve not only Wolseley, but West Broadway and possibly the west end north of Portage, where service is limited and where ridership could be enhanced. An intriguing idea was put forward by a local business. They suggested Transit approach the 5 private sector Transit Plus companies to have them convert part of their fleet to regular seating as well as accessible seating. Their logic was simple. Plus buses are in the neighborhood already. Not all are at capacity. They work on a request on demand basis. They collect fees and understand your process. Call it a pilot project, but what the idea does is broaden the services offered by Transit Plus to create a truly integrated, publicly accessible service for all citizens. Regular seating and accessible seating together on one bus, and the buses and vans already exist. Transit told us there is no extra buses and no money to buy any. Residents are not asking for buses worth $500,000 or $1 million. They're looking for innovative solutions like small buses or vans, small vehicles that could be bought, leased, or retrofitted. Many residents work or have worked in large private and public sector organizations. Slippage is a common budgetary item. The same applies to the city. Projects are delayed, money's freed up. Grants from other levels of government offer flexible spending. Pilot projects offer a chance to try something new. This is not about drawing a straight line on a map. This is about service. This is not about pitting one street in the community against another. This is about a community coming together with needs. This is not about a bunch of people banging pots and pans to make noise. This is about a community that is asking to be heard and to be consulted. And this is not about residents saying they don't want transit. This is about residents saying they want the right transit. Transit said their plan is final. There are no other solutions. There is no more money. It is put to you this afternoon that there are other solutions and that money can be found. Wolseley is a community with young children, old houses, greenway spaces, trees, and front porches. Wolseleyites are proud of their neighborhood and proud users of transit, as you've heard. The 450 plus residents who signed the petition are simply asking for 2 things: put the Wolseley part of the transit plan on hold and ask Transit to engage with the community in a meaningful and timely way to find a shared solution that meets all our needs, the communities as well as Transit's. Remember, this is not about just any transit. This is about the right transit. Thank you for your time, and I thank you on behalf of the 450 plus residents of Wolseley for your support.
Okay, Councillor Chambers has a first question.
Yeah, and thank you for your presentation this afternoon. Thank you for the time you spent here this far. So again, I have to ask the question. The number 10 bus exists and it goes from Aubrey right through on Wolseley. So Transit has said that they're going to eliminate that route. So that makes you happy, that makes you sad.
It's not really so much about what we individually sitting here makes us happy or sad. We petitioned 467 people, and what they told us is
well, and that's what I'm trying to get at is the consensus of that, like the
I would
elimination
say
of the number 10.
most people would like to keep the number 10 because it goes into Aubrey,
Okay.
and that's far more convenient for them.
Okay.
And Councillor, if I could just add to that, people have also said if they can't keep the number 10, then give us a modified or revised or new revamped kind of number 10. So
So the only, and I appreciate that comment, but the only thing is that we're going from a spine and feeder to a, what's the,
We're moving
no,
to
we're
a spine
moving
and
to a spine
feeder.
and feeder from the,
60 years of randomness.
yes. So if we accommodate that request, it's kind of incongruous with what they're trying to accomplish.
But what they're doing is going to be incongruous with Greenway, running all those buses through
And-
there,
and-
so that's one problem
and there's
already.
the dilemma in the
Yeah.
sense that you've got the Greenway, but you also have the existing number 10.
But it
On the
runs,
Greenway.
yes, and we want to talk with people. I mean, yes, that is a problem and it needs to be discussed. We're not denying that. We want to sit down with transit and weigh up all the things. Maybe there's a better route for number 10, maybe a smaller bus, maybe a different frequency. But none of that has been explored to our knowledge, and certainly it hasn't been explored with us.
And the other thing I can say, and I think Catherine mentioned this, the previous delegation, the number 10 right now is far less frequent than the number
Oh, okay.
28 would be. It's a difference between a bus in one of the two directions every 7.5 minutes and a bus that will go every 20 minutes.
Okay, so I have to play the devil's advocate because I got asked the question. So if something is tailored for the Wolseley area, what prevents other communities to say, well, we want this for our community? And then we get into a massive cost of what
It's
transit.
going up.
Right? I'm going to respectfully say, we're here to bring you the voices of 467 people who were all frankly horrified when I asked them, have you heard about the bus changes? They said, what bus changes? And then when I said, well, there's going to be up to 8 buses an hour going up and down Arlington and Wolseley. And they went, what? But we just did a greenway. How is it possible that 2 departments of the city are working on the one hand on a greenway and on the other hand on a transit plan? So it was 97% of the people's reaction, I would say. And I do have the survey here. I won't read you all the comments, but I put some of them into the written submission online.
Good, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you for your delegations and for your patience. I was interested in one of the comments made about we can find the money. And I agree with that. I guess, my experience has been that if you want to manifest scarcity, you'll have scarcity. And if you want to manifest vision without having the beam counter as the first in the queue to tell us what can or can't be done because of that, you'll never get a vision. And you'll never take us to the next level where we need to go. So, to your point about the fact that maybe what we need here is a little bit more courage to be able to dream of a transit system that does provide the services. Not that just not only your neighborhood, but I can tell you right now that there's tens of thousands of transit users around the city who do not have a clue that this is happening, similar to what you said about the residents that you reached out to. And my question is this. The reality is that when we break here at the end of July or 3rd week of July, last council meeting, July 18th, a lot of stuff kind of slows down at City Hall. And there's always been a reluctance to do kind of public consultation in the summer because a lot of people say, well, I'm away. But if we were to use that as an opportunity to say, okay, let's go back to the citizens of Winnipeg and have a real dialogue, not just going for the sake of showing them and getting their results and then thank you very much. We've done the consultation. We can check it off, right? Which is then becomes really a public relations exercise. It's not real consultation in my view. Would you support that? And do you think the communities would mind consultation during the summer across Winnipeg to allow us to make a better plan? And even if it means envisioning more resources that we would have to, as a city, go knock on Broadway's door or what have you, right, to get the services that we need. Because the city's been growing and we haven't been adding to the transit fleet the way we need to.
It might be challenging for us to speak on behalf of everybody in the city.
Sure.
But certainly I think that we would accept that. And we would certainly talk to people in Wolseley to see if they would accept it. But we're just, a group of people getting together over a concern.
Yeah.
I would say that our petition was worded to say, to ask you to pause and to consult. That was the petition. So the 467 signed not because there was a particular final conclusion or a recommendation, but rather to pause and consult.
Because my concern is that what we're hearing here from your neighborhood is a microcosm of what we will probably hear after the fact from people from across the city. Because this is such a massive change. And not to say that change is bad, but to say when you do a massive change, you don't do proper consultation, advanced communication in advance, you're gonna have some major problems. That's been my experience in the short 20 years, 18 years that I've been here, but what do I know, right? So.
And if I could just add to that, Council, I think what your counselor to your side here said, let's have a meeting where we have the people who understand the knowledge, have the knowledge and the data,
right,
with the users. Let's bring them together. Be surprised what kind of innovative and constructive solutions we could find.
Yeah, I just want to thank you and appreciate your comments you said about our transit staff. They're dealing with the budgets that they're going to sign. One of the challenges they have had is they've been told, write a new plan, but don't ask for more resources. Don't ask for more increase to the fleet, which is tough. Considering where I see what they're doing, they're moving routes to try to accommodate other areas that there's been development in now. But those are the people who've been using those historic routes for years, all of a sudden are going to be dropped off where they never were dropped off before and have to walk blocks and blocks and blocks to get to work or what have you. So anyway, thank you very much.
I have one question.
Yeah.
So you're saying other than like we did that community one where we had a transit rep come out, you've not had a chance to sit down with anyone from transit and one-on-one conversations with transit?
No, but we would welcome that.
Right, okay. Okay, thank you. No more
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have a next delegation up, which is, I guess it's John and Susan Lucier. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to share our concerns about Transit's plan to run a major north-south bus route through Wolseley along Arlington and Wolseley Avenue Greenway. John and I have lived in Wolseley for some 35 years now, currently on Palmerston, and have been lending our support to the Wolseley for Fair Transit group. Although we share many of the other concerns that you will hear today about this proposed number 28 route, we'll be speaking specifically to the negative impacts that we see it having on the Wolseley Greenway. We need to say first off though, because it's very important to us that you know this, that we are 4 buses. Just a bit of context for you. We have 2 sons, all grown up now, but until they were teenagers, we as a family made a conscious choice not to own a car. The reason being our strong desire to support public transportation. So lugging strollers up bus steps, very few accessible models way back then, minus 30-degree temps, rain and sun. Whenever we couldn't walk or cycle, we were on the bus. Our eldest son actually knew every Winnipeg City bus route by name and number by the time he was 4, collected a bus schedule and transfer from each and every one. So we are not against public transportation, just against this particular route. One of the main reasons, the impacts on the Wolseley Greenway. Cycling, rollerblading, skateboarding, jogging along Wolseley Avenue is a long and cherished tradition within our community. And in any given week, it is used by literally hundreds of parents, children, young people, and not so young people. Of the 300 or so Wolseley residents John and I spoke with over the past couple of months, either door to door or on the street, 99% of them echoed our serious concerns about funneling up to 8 large 40-foot buses per hour through this active transportation route. They were really quite stunned and very upset actually, firstly by the news that such a route was even being contemplated and that we had no idea. Only 2 of the 300 residents we spoke with had heard anything at all about the plan. In their minds, if transit intended to make such dramatic changes to the fabric of our neighborhood, it warranted significant widespread notification, outreach, and meaningful consultation. There, our question was, and still is, how could residents participate in a consultative process if they weren't even aware that it was happening? Notices of engagement meetings could have been published in the Leaf, our local newspaper, in the community center and neighborhood school newsletters. As mentioned by a previous presenter, even the school principals most impacted weren't aware of the changes. Flyers, posters, I mean, as unfortunate as it may be, the reality is that most people don't routinely follow the city's transit or Engage Winnipeg websites. Bottom line was residents absolutely wanted to have a say in the planning process. Now, specific to the Greenway itself, have to say, people were seriously perplexed by the apparent incongruity of the proposed route. The quite glaring contradiction between creating the Wolseley Greenway with the laudable aim of increasing all manner of active transportation along the avenue by decreasing the speed limit, adding raised crosswalks, etc., changes which elicited extremely strong and virtually unanimous support, and on the other hand, funneling so many large buses through that very same greenway. How they queried was it logical to send all these buses down a route just as you're trying to promote its safety and accessibility.
Example of the risks which we and others have witnessed several times, a cycling parent is towing a child nestled in a bike bucket with a bus following close behind. Suddenly, an impatient driver zooms out and around the bus, then cuts back into the lane, just missing the cyclists. So no one's been hit yet, but it's quite conceivable that one of these days someone will be. Another example from just last week, a mom, dad, and 2 children were cycling down Wolseley towards Mulvey School for a soccer game. All of a sudden, we hear the dad shout out, "Come on, kids, let's turn off, get off the road, the bus is coming." We looked, sure enough, the children being children, didn't respond right away, so we called out again, "Come on, kids, turn and let the bus pass." So they all turned onto Palmerston, waited till the bus was gone, and then continued on with their trek for the game.
So how unfortunate is this? Cyclists, whether young or old, should not be competing with large, heavy buses as they ride down a greenway. The two do not mix well. Of the 20 greenways in the city, only one other that we could find connects with a bus. And that was, as Councillor Eadie was speaking to, the Scotia Greenway. And that's a very short distance and a small bus. Public Works acknowledged at the recent Fair Transit community meeting that having a bus route on a greenway is definitely not optimal. That's clearly understated. Families, individuals will be discouraged from using Wolseley Avenue for active transportation if they feel that their safety, the safety of their children, is at risk. What a shame that would be. So we are deeply committed to transit, but not at the expense of decreasing active transportation. This is a trade-off we just find unacceptable, and it would actually counter the city's own goal of getting people out and moving. We have to believe that we can find a way to do both safely. A related major concern or question for us and our neighbors was how it was even possible that planners felt routing a major route through this particular neighborhood could actually even work. These large buses, up to every 7.5 minutes, 7 days a week, from early morning till after midnight, along 2 already very busy streets that have suffered from high volumes of cut-through traffic for decades. And now the city was planning to add all these buses. A common response, it will be a nightmare and will just lead to even more congestion, even longer traffic backups along Wolseley Avenue. Even now, vehicles can be stuck there at almost a standstill for extended periods, especially in rush hour and in bad weather. Along with the already high volume of traffic, now we'd have all these buses trying to make those tight right-hand turns onto the Maryland Bridge, right across a bike route and directly in front of an elementary school. There were serious concerns for the safety of Mulvey students coming and going from school each day while trying to navigate all of this extra bus traffic with diminished sightlines. And then on the return route, buses trying to turn back onto Wolseley from Sherbrooke. So the bottleneck just worsens. And in the end, we believe will not provide the efficiency that transit is looking for, one of its own core goals, but instead will lead to the opposite, an inefficient route.
So when we asked transit about the difficult intersections, whether anyone had been down to actually watch how they worked or rather didn't work, We were told that they hadn't had a chance yet, but planned to do so in September. We do realize that this new plan involves a massive reorganization. It's a complex task, which we don't envy. We understand that you can't be everywhere all at once, but we believe that this actually supports our ask that plans for this specific route be slowed down, put on pause until the underlying background study consultation can be done effectively before the route is approved. Otherwise, the city risks unnecessary safety risks as well as monetary risks if the route ends up having to be dismantled. A good number of residents suggested what seemed to them the logical alternative of moving the route just a couple of blocks to the east, having the bus travel up and down Maryland and Sherbrooke near Gordon Bell. This would maintain the integrity of the greenway, the neighborhood, and at the same time promote safety and avoid those tight turns off and onto Wolseley. Also important was a desire to look at creative ways to somehow fill the gaps in service left by the planned cancellation loss of number 10. If the number 10 could not be saved, many strongly supported a smaller community bus or van, like you've heard, that would travel through the neighborhood, similar to what's currently provided in some other areas of the city.
And just to mention something that Councillor Eady said about this number 20 route, basically what it does is it really only serves the very eastern edges of Wolseley. Like, so as one resident said, it uses Wolseley as the north-south route, but doesn't really serve it because it's just right at the very edges and the heart of Wolseley is left without service. So in the end, Wolseley residents just want to be heard, to be engaged in a meaningful way and feel, given that they actually live in the neighborhood, some for decades, that they have invaluable knowledge and experience to share. We know the place and we feel that we could genuinely help transit planners who are experts in their own fields to understand it better. We have the same end goal, fewer people in cars. It could be so very exciting if we could work together with transit to forge a vision for the neighborhood that would respect and honor its history and its deep-rooted values. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councillor Chambers, I'm just measuring distances here on the map here.
Again, thank you for your presentation. I just gotta ask the question of how I respond to families and how I respond to individuals who say that they're a person with a disability that now has to walk an extra.
Right.
How do I reconcile that?
And I think what we're saying is that, again, this route doesn't serve most of Wolseley. It just serves a tiny eastern edge of Wolseley. So it would help a few people, but not that many. And the other reality is this, I don't know, it's sort of saying, is that how we want to frame the decision of transit? Is like we've got two options. A Wolseley, the number 28, going down through Arlington, a street which can't support it, and going down a greenway, which will, decrease probably active transportation, discourage people from using it, and will have safety risks. And or losing all local bus service to Wolseley. Like, it's really, I'm not sure that saying, well, which is the least of two bad options is the way to frame it. And so to say, if there was just a way of putting our heads together, talking with transit, putting our knowledge together, and meeting and saying, how can we make this work best for everyone? Like, we don't know the answers of how to do it.
And when you say everyone, how many residents live in the Wolseley area?
I think 7,500.
7,800.
So we spent the last few months speaking with
6%.
6%.
Bigger than the cities.
City was 1%. So, but we would love to speak with more residents. Like, we've run out of time. Like, we only found out about this late March, April, right? So we didn't have time to do much more. And so that's our ask is we can have, go ahead, our property.
Yes, we've heard earlier is to either delay or postpone the inevitable until we have better time to dialogue with transit and
Right.
and residents.
Ask for a pause, and that's what people were signing up to.
That's what they were signing.
Ask
the
for a
petition.
pause, and that's what we're kind of conveying in support of the Wolseley for Fair Transit group.
Great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Wyatt?
A very good friend of mine who uses transit all the time, and just because of the work she does, is aware of what's happening. She does a lot of different work with the city, but she's not part of the city. Her comment to me when I asked her opinion was that the system being proposed is very insensitive for vulnerable users. And I asked her, could you please elaborate? And she said, well, vulnerable users are, you know, parents, mother and father with children in tow, seniors, anybody with mobility issues, disabilities, because of the fact that the major changes that are occurring are going to require transfers in a lot of cases that never had to do before, and just dislocation of routes that existed historically. And I guess in light of that, you know, I think your idea of a pause and allow for consultation, not just in your neighborhood, but citywide, to allow those folks to have input. But the challenge we're going to have is this: you have consultation and people say, well, you know what, I want to see that route, but this is the new system. And we need that bus for the system. We take the bus off, we put back number 10, but that now reduces the overall systems. Because what they're trying to do is make efficiencies by increasing the frequency on the main lines. It's hard to do that if their hands are tied. You understand what I'm saying in terms of financing, in terms of expanding the fleet? That in the event that we hear from community after community and community in Winnipeg that says, wait a minute, what about my route? And now I'm going to have to walk blocks and blocks when I get downtown, or I can't get to the U of W directly when I did before on the 46th. All of a sudden, that comes now to a money issue. Finance, is that something that we should be scared of? Should we stop because of that? Or like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think you used the word courage. So,
Yeah.
we can't speak for the city, as the previous presenter said as well. But from our point of view, you know, again, it's a search for solutions. And if people put their heads together, there'll be solutions. With the impact or citywide, we can't speak to that. We're speaking for our community.
But we know the response in our community was just, what? Like, they hadn't heard, there were opportunities. And so
including vulnerable people.
In terms of having buy-in to this new project, you know, if people are taken aback and saying, what, how did this happen? That's not going to lead to buy-in, you know, ridership. So it's just to say, do we have to have an either or? Can we look at this and say, and I don't know what other communities are feeling, but this is what we know. Is there a way of just, again, combining all the knowledge and experience we have, sitting down and having those hard conversations? Like someone in the group, I think, asked for protocols and criteria to say, you know, from transit, what can we do about this? And they were saying, I think they were told, well, we can't really share those with you. But, you know, if we could do that and have this combined effort, like, it's amazing what some imagination can be. Like, I mean, I know it's hard, it's constraints. This shifting to Wolseley and Maryland is not a huge deal. This is 2 blocks over, 3 blocks over, and it would still maintain the north-south route that Councillor Edie was saying. You know, it doesn't really change anything for the rest of the city. It still goes north-south, so that's important. And then what do we do to fill the gaps in Wolseley where they've lost their service, you know, if that's possible. So it's hard to give proposals forward if we haven't had a chance to get all the information. We've tried as best we could to get the information we could. So that's why the ask for slowdown, consultation, until engagement, until we can maybe hopefully come up with solution.
And your view of consultation is an actual, like, when you talk, say consultation, you're speaking about like a dialogue.
I sit
Search for
down,
solutions.
not sort of be presented a map
Right.
after the fact.
Yeah, I presented a map and then here's your exit survey, fill it out, goodbye.
Done. Yeah.
And I know maybe
Yeah.
there was COVID interfering with some of that engagement process, you know, again, this is a monumental task, we acknowledge that. But for whatever reasons, it didn't happen. Because you don't have 300 people that you go to their door and nobody's heard of it save 2. So something didn't work. So can we have that now? It's too bad it wasn't 2 years ago, but if we could have it now and sit down and actually share ideas, share information, and see if we can work something out. You know, I don't know, I think that's fair.
There is a viewpoint that if we don't act, nothing's gonna happen. And that if we don't, I'll just play the devil's advocate here, that if we don't act, nothing was gonna happen. And if we don't push this and get this going, nothing's gonna happen. Now, part of that, okay, is the philosophy that, well, only 8 to 9% of Winnipeggers use transit. Vast majority use their vehicles. So that's the political element, right? So let's just push it through, get it done, and sort it out later.
Is that short term, long term?
Well, I'm just telling you, that's part of the philosophy down here.
Long term.
Yeah.
Well, and I can see how people are excited about, you know, having a new system that will potentially work better. You know, that's an exciting thought, but maybe because of COVID and because there couldn't be as much engagement, again, some of it was online, a lot of it was online, and we don't check those websites. So just because maybe of circumstances, it couldn't happen as it needed to happen. So it's exciting maybe to have a new proposal, but I would rather do it right rather than backtrack and then have to dismantle a bunch of stuff, you know?
Change for the better, you know?
Yeah.
And are you aware that the existing transit system, Winnipeg has won awards on it? And in terms of our public transit, and are you aware of that? Are you also aware that our previous directors, guys like Rick Borland and Bill Menzies, were giants in their field and backed up the existing plan as the existing system as we have it today? I mean, they're the ones that designed it and built it for a reason. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question. So what if we tried it for 1 year? And then during that year, we work with transit, you folks work with transit. You get the feedback, you hear the feedback, you make the suggestions, you work with transit. And then in a year, see where we're at.
So which year are you speaking of?
Like
This coming
we're
year?
going to approve at the end of June of this month, whatever routes there are. We'll approve it at the end of June. They have people lined up to proceed. We're putting signs up where there's a lot of work that has to get done to flip all these routes. But during that 1 year period, once it's implemented, when it's implemented next June, then you see how it is.
So you're saying not shift it to Maryland and Wolseley, just have the 28 go down?
Leave it the way, leave what's being proposed. Try it for a year. If you don't like it, then we can change it.
I don't think it needs to be.
I couldn't, I mean, me personally, I couldn't,
Invite others.
because that just totally seems to contradicts whatever, like everything we believe in.
And we've heard
believe
everything
is
we've
true,
heard.
And everything we've heard. We can't represent
You can't.
Okay.
that kind of position.
Okay.
Yeah, we
I don't know.
couldn't do, we could maybe do the other opposite, switch it
Right.
for a year.
And not have any transit for a year.
In the meantime, in that year, within that year, talk with transit and see what we can come up with for an alternative.
Okay, well, we'll get transit up here and then we'll chat with them. Okay, do you have any more questions, Councillor
One
Wyatt?
last
One
one.
last question.
Are you aware that a really good question to be asking transit, because they're extremely intelligent officials that we have, is if they could wave a magic wand and ask for the resources that we need for the bus fleet and for transit, without any kind of political pressure not to ask, right? Because that's what exists. what would that ask be? How many more buses would we need to have on our streets? How many more new routes would we have if they, based on their knowledge, based on their expertise, were given a free hand in terms of that?
think that's a-
But just like.
I guess you could ask
I think
that.
that's a great,
Are you
a
aware
great
that-
question to open the consultation.
Well, are you aware that's a question that you could ask them now?
That's a
And just so that you know, we have emailed the province trying to encourage
Right.
increase in
Thank you.
funding, like,
Thank you
you
for
know,
doing that.
because we know that's an important piece of it, but yeah.
Okay. All righty, thank you very much. Now, our next presenter is Sally Papso. And she's still speaking on report number 4 also. And then we've got 2 more on report number 4. I see they're here.
I have to sit down? Can I stand up?
Oh, you have to sit down because we need to record it
Oh,
on.
you'll hear me.
I just sit down and block it a bit.
When I stand up, that's okay. So thank you respectfully. Good afternoon to everybody here. My name is Sally Papso, and I'm a longtime resident of the Wolseley community. And probably part of my presentation will be different to anything that you've heard so far. And part of it will be probably a repeat of a lot that you have heard. So when I bought my house at 73 Arlington Street in 1989, it had a very sad looking front yard and an even sadder looking bus stop in front of it. Traditionally, in my mind anyway, bus stops are not particularly welcoming or inviting looking sites, often unkept, grubby looking, strewn with cigarette butts and other garbage. And they can also feel somewhat unsafe, as mine did at the time. So I decided to landscape my front yard, and even though the bus stop was on public property, I felt that if I had to have it in front of my house, that I could at least try to make it look nicer by including it into my landscape plan as garden space. And if folks had to take a bus, then at least this might make it a more pleasant and safe experience. And so I did all that. And I also added a little homemade bench, a garbage can that I painted red, and some little cigarette butt cans that I also painted red. And then I also painted the bus pole that held the sign. Not the sign, but the bus pole. Admitting it.
On the record.
And then I immediately sat back and worried, oh crap. Now that I've carved up the boulevard and painted the bus stops pole, am I going to be arrested for destruction of public property? And thankfully I was not. Bus riders welcomed this change immediately and would often walk an extra distance just to catch the bus at this stop. Bus drivers always thanked me and would sometimes step out of the bus for a hot minute just to stand in the garden and catch a breath. Coming around that corner to this bus stop is a sight for sore eyes, one bus driver told me. Both transit and city also appreciated it. Over the years, I've gotten several very nice letters of appreciation and thanks from both, and some mayors even drove by personally to thank me. As it turned out, the fruits of my labor were transformative to the whole of the Wolseley community. Street by street, block by block, boulevard by boulevard, folks started planting patches of flowers. And now Wolseley is just one big garden. People also respected the bus stop and experienced very little, I experienced very little in the way of vandalism or damage. And then the bus stop itself took on a life of its own. Stories I could tell you. One of which forever burned in my memory, being from a mother who told me how the bus stop saved her daughter's life. Today, Wolseley is a beautiful, thriving residential hubbub community. Large numbers of individuals, families walk, dog walk, run, cycle, drive, skate, and bus Wolseley and other streets with shared pleasure, joy, and neighborly consideration. This is a spirit
the heartbeat and the integrity that Wolseley is about. So I support public transit. From what I'm hearing, we all support public transit. I understand that it is vital to a healthy city. People need to take a bus. People need to have the option of a bus. But I also understand that transit routes need to be intelligently and responsibly implemented in order to provide safe and reliable service, while at the same time meeting the needs of individual communities. People in Wolseley need to take a bus. We need a bus. There's no dispute there. We presently have a bus, the number 10, and from what I understand, it is well-liked bus that at this time runs up and down Wolseley. What we don't need is 8 buses, 4 each on each side of Arlington Street and Wolseley Avenue, running up and down, going both ways every 7.5 minutes. And I say this for all the reasons that you've already heard and that I support. Things like our streets are too narrow and too old. Street traffic is easily and frequently already congested and bottlenecked. Our infrastructure is old and poor and unsafe. There's many safety issues around several elementary schools who serve numbers of children who run and play and sometimes impulsively run out onto the street. And they also have to cross roads where buses turn into their path. Other destructive things happen when the buses go rolling by and they shake our houses and also contribute to water main breaks, of which I have had 2 over the years, flooded my whole front yard and the bus stop, and that I had to repair with considerable cost. So I'm very concerned about the impact of Winnipeg Transit's plan to run these dozens of buses up and down Arlington and Wolseley. I think it's very unsafe, unsound, and an unnecessary plan that will profoundly change, tear away, and hurt the spirit and integrity that is Wolseley. Neither Arlington or Wolseley are freeways. They're residential in nature in a residential community. I also fail to see how this plan fits into, adds to, or enhances or serves the proposed Wolseley Greenway plan, which in itself sounds wonderful. I also worry about the mental health and well-being of folks living on Arlington Street and Wolseley should this plan happen. In my mind, no street or avenue in Wolseley or in any residential area for that matter deserves to be used in this way. And here the word used is not meant to be said lightly. This Arlington Wolseley bus route plan feels to me like we are being used as opposed to being served. And it's not that I love the bus running and rumbling past my house, but if a bus needs to go back onto Arlington and continue along Wolseley, then I'm okay with that. So I urge Transit and City Council not to steamroll ahead with this plan and to instead take more time to consult more with the community together. We want to work with you on this plan. We want to sit down together and together come up with more responsible and serviceable alternatives and to altogether do the right thing. In closing, thank you all for listening and thank you all who do this work.
Okay, any questions? Councilor Sharma?
Just a comment, Sally, thank you for your presentation. You're a longtime resident of the area. We heard that today. I've personally seen your setup there and others in Wolseley. It's really quite something what you've done to make the transit stop more welcoming. We will ask the department questions based on your presentation and everything we've heard today. Did you have a chance to go to any of the consultations?
I did not. I didn't know about any of the consultations.
Right. But it's good that the word does spread and folks are here today as a result of that. Thank you.
Counselor Chambers?
Thank you for your presentation and delegation today. No, it's been a long day. You're probably the third or fourth person now that's mentioned that they didn't go to the presentation that was done by Transit.
Never heard of it.
Okay, so my question to you is, do you have any recommendations on how we can better disseminate that information when these events are happening? So that there is, because some people don't use Facebook, some people don't use email. Any recommendations that you might have to better disseminate this information so you can participate in those types of events?
No, I don't. I guess you could send flyers around. I think you could take a larger period of time to put flyers, put it in the paper, put it on the telephone posts.
How do you traditionally receive your news sources?
How do I?
Traditionally receive your news sources?
Well, I don't have a smartphone. I don't go online very much at all. I do have a computer.
You get a leaf?
Someone
The
mentioned
flyer,
the
the
leaf.
newspaper?
Yeah, word of mouth.
Is there a community residents association? And do
No,
they,
I'm not on Facebook, so I don't.
no, but like just like a newsletter or something that you get via email?
Sometimes.
Counselor Wyatt?
I'm kind of the bad boy of the committee. So
I get that.
you get that? So I'm gonna say, are you aware that about 3 or 4 meetings ago in this very room, we had a discussion about the need for paid advertising? And I was told point blank, well, just put it on your Facebook, counselor.
Yeah.
And that we were told, we don't need to pay for advertising, we're putting it on the city website. Not $1 was spent on paid advertising, either in print or on social media. Are you aware of that? And that we had the discussion in this room, and this committee voted not to encourage them to do so.
No, I'm not aware of it, but I'm not surprised, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your president, and I gotta check out your bus stop.
Yeah.
I've got one near my house too, so I put reflectors on the street sign, so I wouldn't miss it at night.
Well, the bus doesn't go past mine anymore. I mean, all of a sudden, one day, I came out and the bus sign changed and said, we've moved your bus. So I didn't even know it was gonna move from where it was in front of my house.
So are you gonna now move to where the bus stop is?
Yeah, now it's just moving across the street to my neighbor's house.
Okay. Thanks, Sally.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have one more delegation. We've got, well, two. Joseph Cornelson. And then Mr. Pincock, if you can get ready for being ready for next. Okay.
You're on the hot seat, now, Joe.
All right. Shall I
You can
begin?
begin.
All right. I certainly also know Sally's bus stop. It's a phenomenal bus stop. So we've been hearing a lot of folks that have some concerns. It's not going to be a surprise to this committee that I'm coming to speak in favor of the transit master plan and its implementation. So I'll begin the speech and hopefully I can get through it in the time I got. In 2019, my mom sent me a photo of her and my aunt sitting excitedly on a bus going to meet a friend for lunch. It had been years since they had taken a bus to a random outing, and I love this picture because I think the joy on their faces is indicative of the joy experienced spending time together with people, both known and unknown, on the bus. It's the joy felt after years of not riding or returning and remembering how nice it feels to be back, chatting with friends and strangers, or not chatting, just reading. It's the surprise of remembering that actually it's so nice, and why did you ever stop? I have another photo that I took for 311 purposes of my mom sitting with my two very young children behind a bus bench on Portage Avenue. She was trying to get the kids out of the hot July sun. We had been celebrating my mom's birthday and we wanted to take the party to the forts. I convinced everyone we should ride the bus. After two packed to the gills buses passed us during our 25-minute stay at the stop, we gave up and went home. I apologized to everyone for the idea and I felt embarrassed I'd suggested it. It doesn't take too many stories like that to help people remember why they don't take the bus. It's stories like both of these, the good and the bad, that drove me to advocate for something better. I love what the bus offers as a mode of transportation, but when it doesn't work, it can feel terrible. I think Winnipeggers will identify with both of these stories, and I think the strong support Winnipeg Transit received for the overhaul is an indication of Winnipeggers' love for good transit and a simultaneous demand for something better. I fully support the implementation of phase 1 of the Transit Master Plan. I have full confidence in the team tasked with designing this network. When I began advocating for higher frequency service, transit professionals told me you couldn't simply put high frequency service on the existing network. I personally didn't want the network redesigned because I think it places challenges on citizens who rely on the existing network. You can't have but the folks at Winnipeg Transit helped me understand it was necessary. You can't have multiple high frequency routes converge on a place like Graham Transit Mall without causing massive backlogs in the system. Left turns across traffic are too chaotic to guarantee headways and mitigate bus bunching in high frequency service environments. So I understand the route network must be changed, and I fully trust the transit professionals at Transit. But what I really want to speak to is the really big change, which is not the change to the route network. The really big deal is the conceptual approach to transit. In the latter half of the 20th century, the guiding philosophies on transit assumed it was an antiquated technology and it could only really do two things for society: alleviate rush hour congestion and serve as a mode of transportation of last resort. The frequent service network is about creating a competitive mode of transportation, one that attracts riders because it can do everything you need from a mode of transportation. It's a transit philosophy that has faith in its product. It's a philosophy that remembers how good it feels to ride the bus, to read on your commute, to chat with people in your community, and even send some work emails. Cars may offer speed and an individualized environment to travel in, but the cost is loneliness, constant attention, and often rage at the faceless machines all around you. A frequent service network is about realizing buses offer a competitive package, when of course the service doesn't leave you trying to find shade while full buses drive by. Last year in Canada, we lost a forested area the size of North Dakota to fire. It was the worst fire season on record. Several weeks ago, an op-ed by Michelle Durand-Wood in the Free Press pointed out that addressing our infrastructure deficit over 10 years would cost about double what the gas tax brought in province-wide, a tax that has been temporarily halted because it is felt we cannot afford it. Over the last 2 years, we've seen significant inflationary pressures put strains on all household budgets. Transit is not just a good solution to climate change, infrastructure costs, and household affordability. It's necessary. I recently did a comparison between a property value of a 100-year-old apartment building in the West End with generally affordable rents and a house in Bridgewater on approximately the same unit of land built 8 years ago. The apartment is valued at about $3.4 million. The house is valued at $700,000, or about 1/5 the apartment. Within 400 meters of the apartment building, there is at least one convenience store, full-service grocery store, hairdresser, general goods store, gift shop, and flower shop. From the house, you have to travel 3 times as far to these things, 1.2 kilometers, and you have to cross 3 lanes of 80-kilometer-an-hour traffic. When apartment buildings like these are lost to things like fire, and by my observation, we lose about 1 a year in the West End, they aren't being rebuilt. The things that are being rebuilt are these houses, far from amenities in areas that don't just prioritize private vehicle transportation, they necessitate it. Sometimes apartment buildings are built in these neighborhoods, but when they are built with the expectation the only thing transit is good for is commuting and as a mode of last resort. Thus, they are surrounded by parking lots and highways, and the amenities that sprout up are just as far for these apartment dwellers as their single detached neighbors. The old apartment buildings and the surrounding urban design believed in transit and walking. The old approach to city building created neighborhoods that were far less hard on infrastructure and household budgets because so much could be done on foot, facilitated by a couple lanes for transit, while the new approach requires vehicles for almost everything. I think this comparison illustrates that how we build cities contributes to climate change, increasingly insurmountable infrastructure costs, and household affordability all at the same time. A high-frequency transit network supports the kind of density that can make cities more affordable to build, maintain, and service. It supports walkable lifestyles, which are far less hard on our infrastructure and requires less to be built and maintained. A transit-oriented lifestyle generates less emissions while supporting a high quality of life. By making it possible to walk for most trips and by effectively being a form of ride-sharing, transit is by its nature more affordable transportation. Better yet, a transit lifestyle can be combined with car co-op memberships and ride-hailing services to support even more diverse sets of transportation needs, like weekend camping. Cities with amazing service see far more people ride than we see in Winnipeg. Well-serviced routes in Winnipeg, like Portage Avenue, are so popular. My mom, kids, and I were getting passed up on a Sunday in July. High levels of service attract riders. Seeing the city implementing a system that will attract riders fills me with confidence for the future of the city. And I want, and I'm happy that the city is undertaking this initiative and wanting to implement this plan. I've spoken to many folks before about the benefits of frequent service network, and I just added with my remaining time, I'd love to chat with the folks in Wolseley if they'd like to sort of understand why I like the network and what I think it could do. And but I do know that there are concerns, and I've heard this. So thank you very much for your time, councillors. And I'll just add at the end that I've been here in the past representing functional transit, but I'm here just representing myself as a citizen.
Councillor Wyatt?
Thank you, Mr. Carlson, for speaking. I was telling the chair of Public Works, I guess a little while back about the example, which you're probably familiar with, of Curitiba, Brazil, which rolled out a similar system. And when they elected a mayor who was a planner, and they built a rapid transit system, actually BRTs. And then what they did was actually quite unique. The feeder system that was required to feed the system, the buses were free. You didn't have to pay for the feeder route. You were able to get to the main line, and that's when you paid if you needed the main line. And as well, they developed an extensive bike park system to allow for bike parking, because they realized that for every 20 people who rode a bike, that was one less feeder bus they needed. So, you know, keeping that in mind and the change we're undergoing right now, this is probably the single largest change in 70 years. And I was researching the transit history of the city of Winnipeg, and I go back to 1955, when in September 19th, 1955, the Greater Winnipeg Transit Commission operated its last streetcar. And really that was a change. And a former councillor who's passed on now, he's told me the story about across North America, they ripped out their streetcar trolley system. And it was basically GM North America officials, right? And I should be careful what I say here so I don't get sued. But apparently they traveled to different municipalities and made it look advantageous to go to a diesel bus fleet with rubber versus rail. And that was a major change. And I just want to quote W.H. Carter, chairman of the new commission, who said, "In the largest single item of the transit modernization of the history, the familiar sight of streetcars rumbling along the Portage North Main route has disappeared forever, replaced by a fleet of transit buses, the largest and most luxurious that money can buy. The completion of the rails to rubber program, however, is not being taken as a signal by the commission to sit back and relax. A transit system must change, grow, and improve as the areas served develop." As a strong advocate of transit, we as a city have been adding new subdivisions and new neighborhoods, but we haven't been increasing the fleet. We did increase 3 new routes into some neighborhoods, but we have a list of neighborhoods that needed buses, but we're taking the same amount of the fleet and we're applying it to this new system without addressing the pent-up demand that I hear from my constituents in the morning, and that they're having to get to work standalone only room on buses because there's not enough buses, because there's this growth of our city. Do you not think that if we were going to do this major change, which I agree, like it's exciting, but at the same time, we should also put our money where our mouth is and increase the size of the fleet and increase the amount of routes that we need to service, especially the new neighborhoods that are coming up, rather than stealing from Peter to pay Paul, which is in some cases what we're doing with this new system, from what I can see. Your thoughts?
You know, I think for this particular route network, like what I like about the network is that it's designed to be able to, you know, take a street like Sargent or Academy or Selkirk, not in your ward, and
No,
sorry, but
no, I know them well.
Yeah, but streets where you've got your sidewalk fronting businesses and there's opportunities to put the frequency on it. So would I like to see higher frequency on those routes? Yeah, I think, you know, when I look at phase 2 where we're going to see the frequency like that, that would be great. I think what I'm here to comment on and what's I think before the committee is the implementation of this plan, which I think creates that opportunity for the future. No doubt, I'm sure I talked to you, Councillor Wyatt, in your last term about this topic. I was advocating for it at that time, and certainly I do think that of all the things that a transit rider hates, it's waiting at a bus stop. It's the uncertainty. of when your bus is going to come. And then I would say the next problem that transit has is that the routes one route can't serve all your needs. You know, we recently put our kids in daycare, and the market for daycares right now is not one where you choose your daycare. You take what you can get. And no one route can solve that for you, right? You're going to end up somewhere, if you have a transit lifestyle like mine, where it's our only mode of transportation other than cycling in the winter. The only option is a bus system where transfers are convenient. And I think that that's what I'm seeing when I look at this, one that's thinking about the full network where where transfers are easy to make. And the conception is that you can use it for all trips rather than the idea where transfers are not thought about, or where we run from transfers and we say the one route outside your house is the best route and the only route that you're going to use.
Yeah, I hear you. And I guess the challenge that I have is that we're kind of like, it's a typical Winnipeg. We don't roll it out all at once, you know, like, so for example, the infrastructure that you're talking about for the transfers, you know, we can't even maintain the bus shelters we have now, you know, with windows being knocked out, with folks who are living in them or finding shelter. Yeah, we gotta have all these new transfer stations, and we don't have the heated shelters yet in place, right? And that's the folks that I'm thinking of in my ward who are gonna struggle with this, where they have to take a transfer they never had to before, and they're gonna be standing out in the cold. And anyway, thank you for your comments. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Chambers?
Thank you, Joe. Kind of bring on Councillor Wyatt's comments, and I think you made mention that the transit system hasn't changed in about 70 years. In a big way. If we work to individualize this area, the Wolseley area now, what happens in, say, 20 plus years, 20, 30 years, when the demographics of the community has changed and we're servicing a different demographic? How do we explain that we made this change here for them locally 20 years ago, but now their needs have changed, their travel plans have changed, the dynamics of the community have changed? How do we address that?
You're saying that if the 28 that the folks here have been commenting on, if that is implemented, but then later people are like, I still don't want the 28, or do you mean like if we say we won't do the 28?
I mean, I'm 60 years old, and say 25, 30 years from now, when I'm not around and younger people are moving into my neighborhood and looking at the transit system that's designed, that's completely different from the rest of the city. How do we reconcile that?
But do you mean like, so how do we say, okay, so 30 years from now, we've implemented the transit master plan and we look at it.
No, we're implementing the new transit plan next year, June of next year.
Yeah.
25 years from now, because we made these adjustments to accommodate the demographic now. How do we reconcile that 25 years from now, where the rest of the city is kind of on a different platform?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not here speaking about the 28. I'm just speaking about like the network overall. And I think that the network overall is like when I look at the network, there's parts of it I'm not happy with, right? Like I look at something like Abinogi-Mi'kmaq, and I don't think that that's a great route for frequent service. That's not Abinogi-Mi'kmaq is not a transit-friendly environment. Neither is Lagimaudière. So if I was going to like lodge complaints about it, I would say that's not appropriate. Like that's not where it should be. But you know, kind of from the get-go, I've said transit professionals know what they're doing when they approach this, and so I'm relying on their expertise to understand what's going to make a difference and what's going to be the right way to implement transit. So I'm kind of saying this is what they put forward, and because they're professionals in the field, I support what they put together.
Just further to that, Joseph, your last statement there, you've been here a long time. I've heard you present many, many times. in terms of them being the subject matter experts, there's also opportunities to make changes. There, not just during specific times when we're dealing with this implementation plan, but ongoing. I've got neighborhoods that are seeing a lot of growth. So you've seen tweaks and changes at different time periods around here, haven't you?
Like, you mean to like various routes?
Right.
Yes, I've seen Route Street, yeah. Yeah, Sally actually mentioned like the 10 got a tweak 4 or 5 years ago.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, no other questions? All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a long time coming. I know you've been on this. I started with a long time ago too, so. Okay, all right. Now we've got Mr. Pincock. Okay. And then we'll be a little 5-minute break.
5 minute break now?
No.
No, after Mr.
Of
Pincock.
course, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. All righty.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Brian Pincott. I live in West Broadway. I'm a member of Functional Transit Winnipeg, but I'm speaking here as a resident. When I moved to Winnipeg, I very quickly got involved with functional transit, and Joe was the president at the time, and I learned a lot about Winnipeg Transit and how the system works from Joe. So I could almost sit here as a presentation and just go what he said, but I won't, because the clock says I still have 9 minutes and 25 seconds. A few things to say, but first off, I support the primary transit network and what is before you. When I pulled it out and started looking at it, I looked and it was apparent to me very, very quickly that that Winnipeg Transit had looked at the ridership, had looked at who is using it, where people live, where they are, and where they need to get to, and had built a primary transit network around that. And when you see that we go from roughly 30% of people who now live within a 5-minute walk of a primary transit service to having over 70% of people who are going to be, once this is implemented, who are going to be living within a 5-minute walk of a primary transit stop, that is significant. And it's significant from a council's perspective because it's being done with no additional operating costs. It's like we're going to put in this network with no additional operating costs, and this is the level this is a level of service that we can deliver from that point of view. And Councillor Wyatt, this is huge. And I would argue it's not just huge in the biggest in 75 years, it's the biggest ever. For taking the network that we have and starting from scratch and rationalizing it. And when you take a look at the service that we have now, no offense intended to Winnipeg Transit, but the routes and the network that we have now is a bit of a dog's breakfast. It is, people talking about the 10, I started looking at the route of the 10, and that is the most inefficient routing of bus route that imaginable. And the primary transit network addresses that. It also addresses what it looks like going forward, what the potential is for growth and for evolution. One of the really important pieces of this is when you look at the frequent transit network, sort of those first 3 layers of service, is that they're intended to grow with the city. They can evolve from a frequent express service to a rapid transit service, and it is meant to grow and evolve so that for Winnipeggers, it is something that they can actually plan on and grow with, but it's something they can plan on. And what a frequent transit network means is that for Winnipeggers, you actually don't need a schedule anymore. If you catch that connector that comes every 30 minutes and it gets you to the primary transit network, you know a bus is going to be there within 10 minutes. You don't need to worry about, oh my God, that transfer is going to be 45 minutes. It pulls all of that uncertainty that exists in the system now, it pulls it out. So there's, in listening to some of the comments and the conversation that is happening, the most important word in what is before you is network. This isn't just a bunch of routes that are being thrown out there. This is a network that is designed to work together. You know, Joe said, you know, trust the transit planners. He's a layperson. I'm a layperson. Most of us are not transit planners to understand how it all fits together. And yeah, we can whittle away and go, oh, but what if this piece is this different? As lay people go, well, it doesn't quite serve me the way I want it to serve me. So why don't we change that? And what we end up doing is just weakening the whole network so that it can potentially just fall apart. So that is the most important thing here, is that this is a network, a system that is intended to work together. And again, I want to congratulate Winnipeg Transit on this, because I look at it and go, it looks like a cohesive approach. If I do have a not a complaint, but a comment on it, is that the success of this is not on June 29th, 2025. The success of this is right after that, is making sure that people understand it. And when I take a look at, is that a thunderstorm? Am I going to get wet when I ride my bike home?
Construction.
Okay.
Fireworks.
Not again. The challenge that I see in the plan is the engagement that happens after. And if I was to make a suggestion to you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, is to find the budget for Winnipeg Transit to hire 40 summer students for 10 weeks to be transit ambassadors, to be out on the buses and at the bus stops, getting people used to it and learning the system, so that on the first day after Labor Day, all hell doesn't break loose. Because if that doesn't happen, residents who are coming back from holiday and their bus isn't where they thought it was before they went on holiday, and the connection isn't where they thought it was before they went on holiday, they're not going to call Winnipeg Transit. They're going to call you. They're going to call you. So I would highly recommend that that Winnipeg Transit hire 40, I'm pulling that number out of my head, but summer students to be transit ambassadors through implementation to Labor Day, to get people aware and used to this. So this is a really great thing. It lays in the foundation on which to build the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, which is your 20 years left in the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, your vision for what transit service can and should look like to support a mature city. And this is the backbone to make that happen. I want to, interestingly, looking at your agenda today, there's 23 items on your agenda today. And 13,
Just 23.
Just 23, yeah, light day. Interestingly, 13 of those 23 items are about transit, about active transportation, about road safety, about crosswalks, about pedestrians. And when I look at that, I think, okay, that is all about people, not about cars, It's not about any of those things. It's about people. How do we make our city work better for people and not just better for cars? And you have another item on your agenda, 4 items after this, item number 8, which is Kenniston widening. And I call it Kenniston widening because it is 2 things, but the widening of Kenniston, and that is not about people. It's about cars. It's a cost benefit analysis that you have before you. There are lots of things to ask, a lot of questions about that cost benefit analysis in there. And the return on that investment. The Conference Board of Canada has found that the return on investment on road construction is $1.40. Every dollar you spend, you get $1.40 back in economic benefit. This project has actually been identified as a return on investment of 1.014. So it's worse than average, a lot worse than average. The return on investment on transit, CUDA have found, is $3.37 per dollar invested. And APTA, which is the American version of CUDA, is $3.70. So if you want the economic return on investment, primary transit network.
Mr. Pincott. Now, did you have a question there, Councillor Chambers had put his hand up before you?
Didn't he? He's always fast.
He's fast on the draw. Councillor Chambers, your question.
attention.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation, Brian. I've always enjoyed our conversations. And when we had talked with transit and spoken with transit with respect to how comprehensively they're going to be educating the public with this monumental change. And I really appreciate your idea and thoughts about hiring transit ambassadors. Perhaps they can be called Transit Tom or Tommy or whatever they're named. But I know that there is a plan to, I guess, utilize every forms of media possible to make sure people are aware of what these changes are, where their bus stops are going to be located, the transfer points and things like that. But I asked a question earlier because not everybody receives their information in the same place. What else would you recommend in terms of just getting people in the thought and idea that transit is making this fundamental change? It's going to impact you if you're a transit rider.
Yeah, obviously you want to use every method possible. That's just the way it is. You have to do that. But in my experience, there's nothing that beat it. For a change as substantial as this, there's nothing that beats that face-to-face contact with the user at the point of service. That's why I just fire out, hey, transit ambassadors. I did a rough back of the napkin calculation, and that's it. 40 summer students, paying them a living wage, it's going to work out to roughly about $300,000. And I think that, to me, when I look at what is planned, that is the one piece that I look from the comms perspective and getting it so that people actually understand the system. That's the one thing that I see is missing.
A thought just occurred to me as well that perhaps we can start with advertising within the existing buses. Changes coming, here's a QR code, scan it with your phone for those that don't have QR phone, or here's the website where changes are coming.
Yeah.
So it does start with the existing framework.
No question. But I was speaking to somebody earlier about newcomers.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a lot of newcomers in Winnipeg, and we're unbelievably welcoming and open city to having, and those types of communications just don't work for newcomers. Newcomers actually need, and for a newcomer, this isn't just about how to catch the bus. This opens the door to independence, to freedom, to participation.
It hastens
Uh,
integration.
all of those things. For somebody who is low income, this is access to doctors and healthcare. This is access to all the services that they need. And so while all of those things are good, it's also engaging the community partners like ERCOM to make sure that they too are ambassadors for this, to make sure that their client base actually gets there.
Great, thank you very much.
Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, thanks, Brian, for your passion, your presentation. The ambassador idea is a great idea. My experience has been that, and I recall back when we had a big issue in our community when government wanted to build a hog plant, and it was interesting how at the time, the matter was pushed to the floor of council in the December meeting of 15, but it took about 5-6 months. What I learned from that was the period of time for folks out there who live busy lives and raising their families, going to work, got everything going on, to kind of get that information disseminated right into the community and then to kind of digest it, understand, okay, this is what's happening. And that's kind of where we're at right now, in a sense. We're kind of in that period of time because, and the Wolseley folks are kind of like the canary in the mine. They're here early, right? And I guess nobody is saying throw the system out on this committee. But what what I've been saying is that there could have been a better way to get information out rather than just on the city websites and everything. We could have bought some advertising, which we never did back when we did the consultation. Okay. Number two, the transit infrastructure that we're talking about, and that got held up because of the previous provincial government, is not going to be rolled out until year 2, is my understanding, which is really going to be tough for folks who have to make transfers who never did before. And then the third thing, which is the fleet size. Like we've told our department, keep the fleet the same for now. Like the last time we raised the size of fleet significantly was when I was on APC, and we increased the fleet dramatically for the first time in decades. And we were hammered by certain right-wing members of the media saying, you know, your payroll's gone through the roof and everything else. Well, that was because of all the drivers we were hiring all of a sudden that we never did before. And now the struggle, of course, is trying to keep drivers and time drivers. Never mind. And I'm biased to the fleet because I have the corporate headquarters for North America in my ward with 1,600 employees, the New Flyer Industries, which is a key employer in their city. So those are those are 3 top issues. You have any comments on any of those? Like nobody wants to throw the system. We're not saying throw, but we're just saying no, the consultation was terrible in terms of people getting the knowledge out. We're kind of behind there. And the infrastructure and the size of the fleet has to be addressed.
So, a few things.
Sure.
When you look at the transit master plan, of which this is a piece, the first step of the transit master plan was getting the funding to buy new buses, which council approved last year or the year before.
Replacement buses, yeah.
The second piece of the plan is actually building a new garage. You need the new garage. That's underway. The next part of the plan is the primary transit network. So this is all happening as per the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan that was approved by council a couple of years ago. It is all happening in the right step. Yes, we need more fleet to actually be able to deliver on this. But I think that what you've got before you as members of council is an improved transit service, significantly improved transit service for a majority of Winnipeggers, 70% of Winnipeggers, for no additional cost, before any of those buses arrives, before any of those another driver is hired. All of those other things, those are all council decisions. And
fully agree and support. My major criticism of the Winnipeg Mass Transit Master Plan when it was approved was that it's a 25-year plan and it should be a 10-year plan in my mind. It's 25 years to deliver it and it should be 10 years to deliver it. There's nothing I would like more that you approve this and then you get on to the next phase, which is start actually building the separated bus lanes so that we actually get more rapid transit. Not just the one route of rapid transit, but we get more rapid transit. We start the evolution of the next phase. We get more service for people. But that is ultimately a council decision. You know, you've got report number 8 coming. I know where there's $300 million if you want to spend it.
Anyways.
More than that.
Oh, no. You actually have to spend 300 to start with.
Okay.
You have to resurface and do the deep utilities.
Okay, so that should be done, okay.
That needs to be done.
Okay,
So,
all right.
no, I just want to thank you, and, you know, it just, as you say, this is the biggest ever at your own
Oh,
works.
it's huge.
Right? And I just think, let's do it right the first time, especially when it comes to the infrastructure where the transfers have to be made. Bus shelters are not rocket science, you know, it's not sending a man to the moon. You know, we can get these things built in time for the change. So that folks aren't sitting, at least they're not sitting at -30 at a transfer, right, where they never had to before.
I agree completely, and that is a council budget decision.
Yeah.
One last comment on the public engagement, because you asked about that as well. To be fair to Winnipeg Transit,
their hands were tied in many ways.
You acknowledge that.
Yeah.
But also to be fair to Winnipeg Transit, is that it would be incredibly premature to go out and do all kinds of awareness and public consultation on here's the new system before it's approved by city council. Consultation on.
We did kind of do that.
Consultation on developing the system is really, really important. And I think, as I said in my presentation, I think the network that is before you reflects how Winnipeggers use the service and getting people from point A to point B. Right. But when it comes, but the actually going out and, as Councillor Chambers says, the ads and all of that stuff on here's what the new system is going to be, needs the new system to be approved.
One last question. I didn't have a question. You got me going there.
Okay.
I'm always, I was on the property committee before. I remember we brought in a new bylaw for zoning and we were assured, you know, a year later, we're going to do a review. Right? Never happens. In light of the fact, like when the change happened at the 29th in 2025 June, the folks that are using the system will immediately feel the effect of the change.
Yeah.
Since that's the case, why do we need to wait a year to conduct a review? Because my experience has been, what that really means is by the time the reports get here, and by the time we make the decisions on any kind of suggested changes, because the review will kick in 1 year, you're looking now at probably spring, maybe winter of 2026, 2027. That instead, since it's affecting people immediately, that we maybe walk and chew gum at the same time and say, okay, like we can do something in 6 months,
right?
And do a review in 6 months so that we can bring changes prior to the next election and a new council gets elected and doesn't have a clue what's going on. Big changes, who knows, right? So that we're accountable,
right?
This group is accountable.
So my only comment on that is that on the first day, everybody will hate it because it will be different. And this is from my experience of also receiving those phone calls, and that a week later, it'll be fine.
6 months should work.
So I think you need to allow the time for people to use it, for people to understand what it means, And for people for people to use it to understand what it means and to adjust their behaviors, to adjust that going like, oh, I'm walking to this bus stop instead of this bus stop. I'm catching this bus connection as opposed to this bus connection. So I guess that my argument, my point there is to say that if you want to walk and chew gum at the same time, you're not actually doing that. You're not letting it settle in. And is 6 months enough time? I have no idea. That is not my bailiwick.
But then they'll be in the deep freeze of winter.
Well,
We'll know what they feel like.
Exactly.
we'll find out from the department. They want to do it through a year, but okay, Councilor Chambers?
One quick follow-up, and you had, he talks about letting it manifest itself, so to speak.
Yeah.
But we also have the Greenway that's at play here. And it appears that the Greenway didn't talk to Transit, or Transit didn't talk to the Greenway to figure out a better system of implementation. Like, so one won't work over the other. So how do we accommodate both?
So I was asked about that earlier, and I don't actually see them in conflict. I think that if you take a look at transit integrated within community all over the world, you will find amazing examples of how greenways and transit are fully integrated and complementary to each other. And a lot of the comments I heard are actually related to problems with cars as opposed to buses. And so I think that the Greenway, a Greenway approach and sort of the traffic calming nature of it is addressing exactly what it needs to, is cars. Buses go a lot slower than cars. And but there are so many examples in places I've been where I have seen transit so well integrated into residential communities and greenways. It is unbelievable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for
My
your
pleasure.
presentation.
All right.
We'll continue on. Now there's a request for a 10-minute break. Okay, so let's all get back here at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock.
Bye-bye.
All right, well, the Public Works Committee is reconvened. And now we've got another 10 delegations, I guess. So we will, well, actually, no, we won't start with Chris Lawrence. We've heard about him. Steve Snyder, I think is, I don't know if he's here yet. Okay, Mel Marginet. Is Mel here? Good old Mel. Okay. I don't mean old Mel. I just mean good Mel.
I just turned 40.
Okay, thanks for waiting and being patient. Happy Bike to Work Day, Mel.
Yay. Thank you so much. You can hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'm sure you're all aware of who I am. I'm Mel Marginet, and I'm part of the Sustainable Transportation team at Green Action Center. Our vision is all Manitobans living green and living well. So we've had a chance to review the latest report on the Route 90 improvement study, and it's abundantly clear to us that widening Kenaston at 36% of this project cost should be scrapped. Our recommendation to the committee today is to put forward a motion to rehabilitate the infrastructure, but that no new infrastructure burden should be placed upon future generations of Winnipeggers. My dear friend Michelle Durand-Wood on his blog Dear Winnipeg did a great job of breaking down the financials on the project, so we won't spend time reiterating the dismal business case put forward for the expansion, but we do want to highlight that with the administration and the contingency costs, the project is already at a 1-to-negative ratio. And even if we wanted to believe that the project did deliver a 1-to-17 ratio, that's just a very low benefit when compared to the return on investments of projects that would benefit from the 36% of the project dedicated to the widening for example, transit, as has been reiterated earlier. And we want to stress that just last month, we saw that the Southwest Rec Complex has already seen that project grow by $23 million. And a very similar, very likely increase on this project would eclipse the $20.5 million that this project report forecasts as the net benefit. Instead, we'll focus on the problem that the project of widening is trying to fix, which is congestion relief. Congestion is a problem on Kenaston. Congestion is also a problem on Broadway, on Osborne, on Provencher, on McPhillips, on Henderson, and I could go on and on. And we all want to relieve congestion so that people's lives are easier, be it getting to work, school appointments, etc. We all want our goods to move efficiently. We all want our emergency vehicles to move easily. And more roads does not solve congestion. It makes it worse. This is induced demand. We did note that the engagement report for the project did reference induced demand, although there was a question mark, induced demand. But at the end of the day, it's nice to see that this concept is finally being recognized in reports like this. So if all goes as planned on this project, we can look forward to the long-term drive time savings of 11 seconds. And this is not great value. As noted in Durand Wood's article, the Kenaston widening is dead. Long live the Kenaston widening. We'd honestly be better financially just to pay people directly for 11 seconds. It would in fact be a fraction of the cost of the widening. The vision of this project is that we're building a city of the future. I find that hard to believe, as much of the logic for this project is entrenched in old school thinking from the past. So how do we solve the problem of congestion? The city of Winnipeg currently has a driving mode share of 80%. That's incredibly high, and it's why we have so much congestion. Moving people in a growing city by single occupancy vehicle is both very expensive for both the person and the city, and it's as well as being incredibly inefficient. Unfortunately, the new development built over generations and still being approved today is the root of the problem. And I did make the little root reference. This is where we need to focus our attention and our resources. If we want to stop, we have to stop building car-oriented suburban development and retrofit what we already have. And then we can not only fix the problem of congestion on Kenaston, but we could solve this problem across the city. So if we think of traffic like water, and if we keep turning up the taps on the edges, we will always have floods towards the core. If we want to solve congestion, we need to stop the gush from the edges through zoning changes and transportation demand management, so TDM practices. We already know that we have enough people in this city that want to travel by biking, by transit, by walking. We just underfund these modes and we make them inconvenient and uncomfortable for most, and that's why we have such a high driving mode share. And I broke down those numbers in a blog post and I linked to it there. So we also need to consider the new developed at Nawi-Odina and the former Kapiong Barracks, but noted by the consultant for that creating a 6-lane freeway doesn't respond to the character and scale of the existing area, and it would conflict with the intended and future redevelopment of those lands. So if they're working so hard for a walkable, bikeable, transit-friendly area, we just can't have 6 lanes of congestion running right beside it. And again, we want to reduce congestion. So building more roads makes the problem worse. It's the most expensive, least efficient strategy, and we need to stop doing this. If having more roads per capita were the solution to our woes, Winnipeg would have won the lottery. We've doubled the physical size of our city in the past 50 years while growing the population by less than 40%. Each Winnipegger has way more space than any Winnipegger in the past, and yet we have never been in a worse financial position as a city. This is not the solution. In a time where, with record road spending, we can only afford to repair roads every 70 years and replace them every 250 years, the idea that we would need to continue to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on more highway extensions and widenings to try to make this whole system work is ridiculous. We need to fundamentally change our transportation system. At Green Action Centre, we do want to stress that we absolutely agree that the road needs to be fixed. But we want to point out that for for a road that this report calls an important transportation corridor, we haven't increased the annual maintenance on this road for over 20 years, which has seen the infrastructure crumble. So if we haven't been able to increase the maintenance in over 20 years, how are we going to find the money to maintain an even bigger road with more infrastructure? Where is this operating money going to come from? And we haven't done that because we don't have the money. We don't have the money to properly maintain the corridor at its current size, and we haven't been able to increase the annual spending on maintenance for Route 90 at its current size for over 20 years. So how are we going to maintain even more infrastructure on an even bigger Route 90 in the future? In a city closing pools, dumping sewage into our rivers and lakes, abandoning bridges and core infrastructure, we certainly shouldn't be adding to the burden. As you've noted, Councillor Lukes, we're over our heads in the roads that we already have, and that's exactly right. We can't afford to add more. We need to repair the infrastructure that we have and use it more efficiently to actually solve our congestion problems. Finally, I do want to highlight our opposition to the findings under the environment and the road safety headings. The idea that highway expansions idling, the idea that highway expansions reduce idling and therefore should be considered good for the environment has long been debunked, as evidence of induced demand has been made clear. Also, as noted, the report doesn't account for the physical emissions created from building the infrastructure. Cement is very emission heavy, and the expansion will most likely wipe out any preconceived benefits long before it's even completed. We noted our concerns at the open houses due to the multi-lane slip lanes that the people walking and biking would need to cross on this project. The intention of a slip lane is to create a turning radius where the driver can maintain their speed. Having people walking and biking across multi-lane slip lanes is dangerous. We also noted at the open house that for somebody going to Superstore and heading south on the bus, they would have to cross a dozen high-speed traffic and slip lanes. We have to be more serious about safety in our design, and I wrote this last week on Friday, just after 3 people were hit in our city and 1 person was killed in a single day on our streets. On that note, I recommend reading both Transportation for a Strong Town, part of Charles Marone's Confessions of a Recovering Engineer series, as well as Wes Marshall's book, Killed by a Traffic Engineer, Shattering the Delusions That Science Underlies Our Transportation System. Both books are by transportation professionals who have looked at the rules and metrics within the industry to see how the current best practices of the systems are both bankrupting our cities as well as killing and injuring more people each year. Both are especially important for this report, but for many future reports, just as we start to question these systems that sort of keep us in this wheel over and over. So once again, we're calling on the committee to move a motion to remove the road widening elements from this project. Wider Kenniston will not build us a city of the future. Instead, the project is tied to decades-old visions of Winnipeg long past their expiry. The project is mired in old-school thinking, which will lead to a future of more broken infrastructure and devastating financial outcomes. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
I'm sorry, what were the 2 books that you recommended?
So one, it's by Charles Marone. It's called Transportation for a Strong Town.
How do you spell the last name?
Marone, Marohn.
Okay.
And then the second is by Wes Marshall. It's called Killed by a Traffic Engineer.
Transportation for a Small Town. I got that other one. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your very detailed presentation. I guess I had the opportunity many years ago to actually live in a city where I didn't need a car, in Newcastle, England. And I was able to use their transit system and their LRT system quite successfully. I would love to be able to live in a city that doesn't have to have me owning a car. But I'm also dealing with the realities that we're facing today. And the challenges that we're facing, you mentioned new suburbs that are being built still that are car oriented. And the challenge that we have now as a city is twofold. Number one, we've had 30 years of austerity, self-imposed partially by the city, by freezing taxes, cutting taxes, that has affected our ability to maintain our infrastructure, not to mention deliver services. But at the same time, we've had successive provincial governments of both political stripes that have permitted new subdivisions, new growth in rural municipalities that previously did not have those permissions granted before. So in the event we as a city say, you know, we're not going to allow any new subdivisions, I can tell you where they will be allowed. And guess what? These people all drive, and guess what? They're driving now into the city, causing the congestion, and yet not contributing anything to the tax base of the city. Matter of fact, they're eroding it by moving away. So how do we reconcile this? And then on top of that, you know, we did have a mayor who promised to build 5 or 6 bus rapid transit corridors when he got adding one in 2014, and then didn't build one dedicated rapid transit line. We stood still. Now we have money maybe 2 years down the road or that has started a preliminary design on a rapid transit line, basically only behind a small section behind the Union Station. But we have no other plans or money earmarked towards dedicated BRT line. What do you suggest? And then just a minute ago, we were debating our transit master plan, but we don't increase the size of the fleet. Okay, so how are we going to actually get to the dream that you're talking about?
Awesome. That's a great question. It seems like it's such a quagmire, right? And it just, because so many things have to work together in different ways. In terms of building and where we're building and how we're building, first of all, cities that have studied car-oriented suburban development and the benefits versus liabilities have found that there's far more liabilities. So they have made the decision to have an infrastructure, you know, like a barrier, and you have to build within here, otherwise you have to pay extra fees. And they've also found, you know, that when it comes to the developer saying, well, then I will take my development somewhere else, that it's actually because it's more of a liability than an asset. You're not getting as much from those as you are spending, so it's better for you to let them go. But then you also have to look at that transportation demand management. So what can a city like Winnipeg do? And that's where you have to look at something like congestion pricing and how can you disincentivize people, or at least make them think about the fact that if they are moving outside of where they're paying taxes to you, and they're already doing this, right? Like I talk to anybody that I know that lives outside of the city and commutes in, and it's because they can pay less taxes and they get a bigger house and parking's free everywhere, and you've spent all this money on roads. So what really is incentivizing them or disincentivizing them from doing that? Nothing. So you have to look at transportation demand management. And you also have to look at the fact, you know, that being stuck in, we have this idea, if you read like the home section for anything outside of town, I don't know if you read the home section, but always when it's, you know, an ex-urban community outside of Winnipeg, what's the first thing that they say? It's a short drive to downtown. It's a short drive. It's a quick drive. You know, maybe the drive doesn't have to be so quick. And maybe you can focus your attention on transportation, on transit in that sense of like, you know, how do you incentivize those folks once they reach the perimeter? You know, hopefully they're already on a bus. And I know that the metro region is sort of looking, you know, at their transportation and the fact that they honestly can't afford the roads either. And all this infrastructure that they're putting in is going to catch up with them. They're just behind you, but it's all going to catch up with them in 30 years, and they're not going to be able to replace it either when it starts to break. So, I mean, this is all a system, and so you have to use the tools in your toolbox in that sense.
I hear you. I mean, I find it frustrating because we build, I mean, I once got a call from a woman who lived either in East St. Paul or Springfield, and she was upset that the park and rides that we were offering weren't big enough at Kelowna Place Mall. And I told her that if it was up to me, I wouldn't allow you to park in our park and ride because you don't pay any taxes in the city of Winnipeg. And that went over really well. But you know,
that's very good. Like that's a very low use of land. So anybody that looks at how we built the Blue Line with those giant park and rides there, that, you know, that's not a great way that we've built that system.
But park and ride is better than them driving all the way into the city, right? And that's, I guess, the challenge we have is we're kind of stuck in the middle here. Right? You know, are we going to go to a transit oriented rapid transit system, massive investment in public transit, Are we though, are we gonna build Keniston and Chief Peguis and widen, Abinogi
Abinogi Mikana.
I'm from Transcona, forgive me. And, so like, are we gonna go that route? Are we gonna do a little bit of both and typical muddle through, right? And it continues on the way it is. And that's the sense that I get will be the third scenario.
Yeah,
Kind of,
something that nobody likes.
right, and we really don't. So, what are your discussions with the provincial government on land use planning, on transportation issues, on the capital region? Does your center lobby them as well? And
Yeah, we do. We recently tried to get on, apologies.
Do you get provincial government money? Funding?
Yes.
We only just got that reinstated. So we used to have more of a close relationship with the province in the past, in which case we were, reporting to them and had a much, again, closer relationship. We lost that money under the last government. We've just finally gotten it back, which is great. So we're starting to open up. We've had those meetings already with ministers and pretty much every department there. And we're talking about these things as well and advocating for the fact that it's not up to Winnipeg to be building and be burdened with all of this car-oriented infrastructure, and that we really are going to be depending on them and how they're building and what they're incentivizing outside of the perimeter. So yeah, I think you have two choices here, right? It's like, who are you going to cater to? The people driving in or the people who are here paying taxes here? I would say, as somebody who lives here, that your first priority should be to Winnipeggers and the liabilities, the long-term liabilities that they're going to face. Widening Keniston to incentivize people to live further away and to drive in isn't in your best interest, and it's not in the best interests of Winnipeggers and taxpayers here. It's in the best interest of Winnipeggers for you to invest that money in public transportation.
Yeah, and I appreciate your answer. I appreciate you got your budget. But there is, I'm old enough to have been a member of the anti-acid rain coalition in the 1980s when we organized and people joined, but we paid memberships and we didn't want government money because government money linked us to the government. And now we're not really advocating the way we need to because we don't want to bite the hand that feeds us. Quite often that mentality, even if below the surface, sinks in, well, we don't want to upset the government because they approve our funding for annual operating budget. Does that truly give you independence when it comes to lobbying the province?
For us, it has. So I've been at Green Action Center before we lost the funding, through the funding loss, and then still there now. We were always able to speak very freely and very directly and have those direct meetings. It's never been, we obviously, can't be swearing and being nasty, but we have had very frank discussions and we've been very clear about, who we are, what we advocate for, and what our vision is, and the metrics and what, we see as the priorities to get that done. So it's never, in my personal experience, I've never, ever had to change anything that I'm advocating for to appease provincial funders.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation and delegation this afternoon. You talked earlier about induced demand, that if we widen Keniston is going to bring more traffic to the area, where we're currently experiencing high traffic volumes in that area. And there's a lot of cut through traffic through River Heights to the point where, they've added speed humps and speed tables to slow traffic down because of all of the traffic that's going through River Heights that should be on Keniston. So how would you, and then again, you've got the build out of Seasons at Tuxedo, you've got Waverly West and Bridgewater, and then the addition of Dinwiddie. How would you accommodate all of that traffic without expanding something that's currently overserviced?
Yeah, so it's in your transportation master plan that you need to have a city of 50% driving mode share. So if you're whole philosophy of thinking is that we're going to add more people and therefore that's going to equal more cars and that you're not doing anything to stop that, then you're just building a problem for yourself that you will never be able to solve. You're never going to make Kenaston wide enough. You're going to have to make so many more roads wide enough. So it's like you have to change your philosophy. The question isn't how do we accommodate the traffic? The question is how do we build and how do we retrofit so that when we bring more people into our city, they're not relying on personal vehicles. And that's the problem that you need to solve.
Part of the plan for Kenaston in that area is, is that expansion and then the use of transit corridors as well to move people back and forth. So currently, the way it's designed, it bottlenecks between Taylor and all the way up to Academy. So unless we, do something that allows for more transit in that area, we're still going to be faced with the same problems.
Yeah, so this plan doesn't do anything to accommodate more transit. This plan has no transit lane. All it does is it has a couple of stops along the route on islands of high-speed traffic all around. So it doesn't accommodate traffic, or it doesn't accommodate transit. This plan does nothing for transit. It just creates more traffic. And that's why in the numbers forecasted, you have virtually no improvement on trip time. Your trip time will not get better. 30 years from now, you basically have no trip savings. 11 seconds is like telling your kid when you drop them off that they forgot their bag in the back seat. And by the time they come back to get it, that's 11 seconds. Like it's gone. The way it's designed, it's not going to solve the problem that you want it to solve.
Okay, any other questions? Counselor Wyatt?
So Mel, are you aware that typically of a project this size and scale, in the past, there'd be a council seminar held? Because right now, this is what I get to read. Now you try to read that, the length of the corridor and the lanes, and I'm trying to see, is there a transit dedicated route here or not? Anyway,
there isn't, I looked.
I know there isn't, but when we do a project of this size and scale, I can guarantee you there was a seminar behind closed doors at informal EPC where the maps would have been rolled out, but the rest of the council has not had that opportunity. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware of that. I'm aware that you received an entire governance review that said there's a lot of problems with the governance at the city of Winnipeg and the way things are done and the siloed way things are done and how, different groups and administrations just really the way they're designed just don't function well together. That's how you end up with the Greenway and a transit lane on the same road from delegations previously. So there's a lot to fix in terms of governance and how to have people be more informed and just to have better oversight of projects like this. So we don't get to this point. So you don't have to be in this position where it's kind of political and kind of weird that you have to approve this.
And are you aware that like a week or two after the last general election in 2002, the mayor came to my office, not a private meeting, open meeting, just walked in and formally said, I'm going to be different. I'm going to be open. I'm going to be consultative. I'm going to be a different type of mayor.
Okay, we need to stick to this. We need to stick
Although
to
this
the
speaks to
motions
this,
that-
Madam Chair.
Well, I
This
don't think
speaks
it
to
does.
it because now I'm presented with a plan. Are you aware I'm presented with a plan that's pretty well done? Where a standing committee that's supposed to be having oversight on public works is having absolutely none.
I'm not aware of personal meetings, but I'm aware that part of the campaign was that this project wouldn't move forward without a robust business case, which has not been met. So,
Thank you.
All right, any other questions of Mel? No? Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mel.
Thank you.
We will move on to, now I don't think Mr. Clausen's going to be speaking today. Dan Riel. Dan, yes.
I have a computer presentation. Should I be going to like a table or just on the Zoom? Just let me in the Zoom meeting. Sure. Yeah, better. Oh yeah, it's right there.
Who's next?
This guy, Dan.
Okay, awesome. And then if you can just send me a copy of your presentation after this meeting. For sure, yeah, absolutely. Okay, awesome. I'm Dan Ryle. I live in Norwood. I have worked for Winnipeg Trails Association.
Can you speak up a bit,
Yeah,
please?
my name's Dan Ryle. I live in Norwood. I've worked for Winnipeg Trails for the past 10 years. Past 4, I've managed Plain Bicycle. Most of what I'm going to talk about today is on a personal level. We're talking about item number 11, which I believe in front of us, or in front of you today, is granting an extension of 90 days on a process for the new installation of bicycle parking on boulevards, available to tenants, landowners, other residents of Winnipeg, and 2, a process for the installation of bike racks by parties other than the city of Winnipeg in the event of city budgets aren't available. The reason for the extension were concerns about how the program would be funded, which sounds reasonable, for additional time to talk with stakeholders. Going back to number 2, part of this motion was in the event that budgets weren't available. So I'm personally in favor of granting the extension, with the caveat that we allow and approve applications for bicycle parking outside of the existing use of streets and encroachments process. Because I am trying to create bicycle parking where I live, and there is no possible way for me to go through any existing permit. We have an identified need. There's a lot of people that are parking bikes. It's restricted to park bikes on this property. It's a multifamily dwelling built 1918, like a lot of other multifamily dwellings in Winnipeg. There's undoubtedly other people going through a similar issue. There in the top left, you can see a bike rack. This was a temporary bike rack that was installed a year and a half ago. It was removed by the board of the building. The reasons given, my understanding, is aesthetics and questioning whether the property value would go down. I don't think that I haven't found any reason to support that bicycle parking decreases property value. There's a few articles out there that shows that it actually increases property value. But I haven't been successful with the board of the building for them to want to have bicycle parking on site. So they will not allow bicycle parking on the property at all. So we had built that for the people that do park there. We know that bicycle parking is a priority for almost all of Winnipeg. It's the second highest priority after building protected bike lanes. This is the bicycle parking proposal that we supplied to our building. So it's putting it in the boulevard in the same position that the temporary rack was. This one's just permanent. It meets all existing best practices, whether it's the APPP document from the Association of Bicycle and Pedestrian Professionals, that's in use by many other cities in Canada. It requires a little bit of a dig, but I think it's under the 6 inches, so we don't even actually need the dig permit. This is the bylaw for bicycle parking, I guess. I find it interesting that it says on behalf of the city. So I think there is some way of maybe incorporating, because this is on public property and could be used by anyone, that it could be argued that any bicycle rack is on behalf of the city of Winnipeg, and it's a basic public amenity servicing the public. This place is across from the park on a greenway. I don't think it has to be on a greenway or near a park in order to serve the public either. There's people that don't live at this building that visit it. And if they came by car, they would park on the street. Here, there's nothing to park a bike. So we need to provide access to every mode of transportation to do anything. The use of street permit is only for temporary bicycle parking. So this one is permanent. Can't submit an application under the use of street permit. So it has to go through an encroachment. However, the owner agent of property, I can't sign that. I'm not an owner or an agent of the property. I don't know in the context of this building or in other apartment style condominiums who would be. Also, encroachment has fees. So for one, I think it would be the $242 because it's a multifamily dwelling. And additionally, there would be a licensee fee annually of, it looks like this, in this case, this is $7.5 square meters, so there'd be like $150 licensing fee, which was 3 times the price of getting a residential parking permit for a car, which just doesn't feel right. Other cities are doing a lot about this. Calgary is a really excellent policy. You can request a bike rack. They go through all of the criteria for bike rack locations. This is very clearly based on an APBP document. Ottawa uses a 50-50 model. So they buy bike racks and then sell them to people that want bike racks at 50% or 50 off the cost. So it's basically subsidized. The city of Toronto, it's not clear whether there's funding or how it works, but they do have a way of requesting a bike ring. Halifax allows you to request a bicycle rack, but as you can see at the bottom, they do not provide bicycle racks for residential properties or schools. If there's room on private property, so there's other ways that you could mandate retroactively that multifamily dwellings or other buildings that we deem necessary to have bicycle parking in new bylaws for new builds retroactively, that you have to do that. London also has requestable bike parking. So does Hamilton. So yeah, this is the end of my presentation. I would just, again, I'm supportive of the extension of 90 days being granted, but in the interim, allowing and approving bicycle parking applications outside of the existing use of streets and encroachments application process.
So Calgary has a funding process for their bike ride?
Yeah, I wish Mr. Pincott was still here. Maybe. But it's not clear.
Okay.
How that one's funded.
Okay, but they provide the bike racks.
They do provide bike racks, yeah.
Okay, so at somebody's expense other than the people who are getting the bike rack. Right, you're not having to pay for the bike rack in Calgary.
I think certainly for businesses, I don't know, it's not clear on residential applications.
And do you have any examples by chance of municipalities that have a bylaw that goes back to properties that are already in existence to provide for powers to allow the municipality to come in and encourage, and if not encourage, the ability to install bike racks?
Not in Canada. I've lived for a long time in Europe, Germany, the Netherlands, Finland, and all of those, most cities there would have it's completely retroactive. Every street has to have bicycle parking in front of building, 15-meter access points.
Yeah, it's interesting. We recently, in another committee, requested powers to be explored to prevent large swaths of trees from being cut down on private property in forested areas. This is very similar, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Chambers?
Thank you for your presentation. With respect to multifamily and the bike racks that are located adjacent to their buildings, have you heard any concern about it attracted unwanted attention in the sense that bicycles are currency in the drug world?
For sure. I mean, it also happens for cars. Cars get broken into all the time. I still park my bike outside. It's been parked outside for 10 years. Half of that was in Point Douglas. I still have that bike. It was always there every morning. I think there's a lot of, right now, because there is no bike rack, people are parking on street poles and stuff where you can't use a normal U-lock. So you're having to use an insecure lock. And that's actually creating more of a problem, that the bikes are easier to steal. So having a quality bike rack that's visible, passive surveillance is really important. The threat of being seen doing something.
So light and motion activated lights.
Yeah, and even just having all the windows and the thought of somebody just coming out to that window, it's okay, never mind, I don't want to steal that bike anymore.
So SEPTED concepts.
Exactly.
Okay. Councilor Wyatt?
Just to follow, the one that you were looking at installing, the one 6 inches below the surface, what was the cost of that, if you don't mind me?
Yeah, so this, if it was complete professional fees and everything, would be $2,174.34.
About $2,200.
$2,200. Yeah.
And that allows for 3 bikes or more.
Six.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's roughly, it looks like in a lot of the documentation, 6 seems to be the minimum. And it's important to note, this would be characterized as Class A short-term bicycle parking. The challenge is long-term bike lockers, especially in historic buildings, that's gonna be a challenge.
So what does it typically cost for a proper permanent bike?
I wouldn't know. I would say like $20,000 probably to like a room, a
Well,
secure
no,
room.
I'm thinking outdoor, but permanent where it's, yeah, set in with cement.
Yeah,
Is it probably 5,000, is 7,500 or,
but like, are we talking like just like this, but instead of
Right.
concrete?
but permanent?
I
This is
think like
temporary.
this one's still permanent. Like these are planters. Instead of using concrete, we chose these permeable pavers just for aesthetics.
But the protected one, like how much would that be?
The big protect, I think that's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
$20,000 for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
And that would have many more. Like it looks like the city of Edmonton, Vancouver, they have really good like how many here we base it on how much car parking we have. In other cities, it's based on like the residents or how many suites there are, and there needs to be 1 or 2 bicycle parking stalls for each residence, stuff like that.
Say hi to Anders for me. And tell him I'm enjoying my Gisela.
Good. Yeah.
That I bought for you guys.
So one thing I wanted to say, Dan, great presentation. This is good. Is, you know, when we look at the motion, it's a process and criteria for the installation of new bike parking on boulevards, including but not limited to residential areas available to tenants, landlords, and other residents of Winnipeg. A process for installation of bike racks by parties other than the city of Winnipeg on city property. But we're not, and I think we need to make a little amendment to this. We'll talk to the Public Works Department. And I think we briefly talked about this last time you came. So a perfect example is the downtown library, the parkade that's getting renovated. We had them work into that more parking spots, right? So honestly, like I'd like to see also a list of city-owned facilities. Like I think of the Canada Post place where the police are on one side, a whole bunch of empty buildings on the other side, like that. It's indoors, whether like the live. I don't know, you know, we'd have to think this out, but they're city buildings that would have space, whether they're a cage with fobs or what they are. There's got to be other places, right, in the city. So I'm going to ask the department, maybe they can add that on too here, you know?
Yeah. And you're thinking like doing that to augment or?
Yeah, augment, like all this stuff, but also, you know, I know when we were talking about the library parkade at this committee, I had asked them to make sure that they've got space, more space, whatever they had for bike parking, and they were going to be talking to Mr. Coho about that. So I am going to bring that up with them to augment this. Okay. Okay, great presentation.
Are
One
you
more
paying for
question.
that one, Dan?
I'm paying for it.
What do you mean you're paying for it?
I build these bike racks for playing bicycles, so I can build them not at retail pricing. And I have to stone. Right now I have to carry my bike up like 2 flights of stairs. So 90 days, like I can't wait. My partner can't wait. The other people that can't wait. Carrying a bike upstairs with groceries covered in winter and muck, it's terrible.
And so, and because it's the design you're using, you don't need an encroachment agreement on that?
I can't build anything because this needs to have a permit, as set out by,
And you need the permit and the city's saying you need an encroachment agreement because you're installing it, not the city.
No.
because it's not temporary anymore.
Right.
Because the last one was
Right.
stolen.
Well, that's a minor change in the bylaw that we can make.
Exactly, and like that on behalf part is,
Right,
Very-
so if the city is the one initiating it or in cooperation with resident or something like that.
Yeah.
If we waive the encroachment requirement, then the private land, it's our boulevard, not the private, but if we're charging the private owner an encroachment fee, which is what would happen. That's why they're saying no problem, right? So, okay.
But that also can't, if we could do that, that would be amazing for me, but it would also, there's a lot of other people that need bike racks and they should have access to some level of funding to get bicycle parking at. where they
Right,
live.
and see, we have funding that we put in but it's for the bizes. And if you don't have a biz zone, you don't get access to some of this funding.
Exactly.
Right,
Now,
but-
for me, we looked at doing the biz zone thing, but because we're not a business in the biz zone, we're not. And like Winnipeg had a program, I believe it was last summer, but that was only for dwellings that were outside of biz zones.
Right.
So because we were in the biz zone, we weren't applicable to that.
Right, right. Okay, we're gonna figure this out. Okay, thanks, Dan. Thank you very much. Okay, all right. So now, we will move on to the next delegation, which is now, did you come back? Did you come back, Fred? Fred came back. Oh, my goodness. Okay, Fred Penner, to be heard with respect to report 17. I thought you weren't gonna come back. I thought you left.
A couple of things happened that sort of changed my mind.
Okay. Oh.
Because my patients and I was here, I got here at 9:30 this morning.
Yes.
And before I say anything further, I just want to commend you for doing this. Because listening, you pay so much attention to the presenters and you ask really positive questions. You go deep, and every person who's been up here, you have given them your clear attention and focus and understanding, and I appreciate how you do that. So I commend you for that.
And likewise, I appreciate the role that you played in educating children throughout the.
Oh, that's.
And we are just big children here.
Yeah.
It's like, that's right, aren't we all?
Did you want to do a number?
Well, as I told some of the folks from the Wolsey delegation, I said, I think I need to work on a song for this. So with the music break, I'll bring out a bag of custom instruments and we can just get some levity.
Thank you very much again. Somebody very worthy of a Winnipeg 150 medal for your contributions to our city.
So what I have today, I know Councillor Schreier opened that door about the problem for crosswalk on Watt Street at Hazeldale. But in the course of hearing the presentations about Kenaston, there was one point made that I think is really important for this one, is when you are trying to avoid Kenaston, you do all these little side routes. You know, you'll take Lindsay, you'll speed down Lindsay. And I think that ultimately is what's happening to the Watt Street. People are avoiding Henderson Highway, they're going to Watt. And Damien, my son, whose letter I'm going to read to you shortly, he didn't make that point, but I think that's really a critical part of it. Is this is becoming another thoroughfare, Watt Street. They're earlier on, I think south of where we're at here, there is a 30-kilometer zone, but from there all the way to Rossmeter, it's nothing. So it's zipping. So with your kind permission, I would like to read this letter from my son. And thank you, Councillor Schreier, for setting that up. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Damien Penner. For the past 2.5 years, I have been working diligently to make my neighborhood safer. My wife and children and I live in the 400 block of Hazeldale Avenue in East Kildonan. Our 3 children go to Neil Campbell School at Goldsby Street and Carolot Daycare Center at Watt Street. The daycare center and school are straight down our street, which allows us to walk to and from school and daycare every day. However, there is a major concern about allowing our children to walk to school on their own. The intersection at the corner of Hazeldale Avenue and Watt Street currently has 2 crosswalk signs, but no lights. It is also the only spot on Watt Street between Kimberley and the Rossmere Golf Course, the point I just made, that has the potential to safely control the traffic flow and speed. In my experience, and I know many others as well, drivers rarely stop for pedestrians waiting at crosswalks that do not have lights. This intersection is no exception. Although lights may not make drivers stop, they will certainly help. With the crosswalk right at the daycare corner, it is a matter of the safety of the children. I have submitted 10 police reports, circulated a petition in the area and at the daycare. I have obtained FIPA request information detailing many of the 72 incidents that have occurred at that corner over the years. I also have had countless conversations with police officers and parents I have met at the park in the area. Everyone I have met is concerned that the lack of a safety measure will result in eventual loss of life. We are trying to teach our children proper crossing etiquette. We all know that children can be unpredictable, and certainly drivers can be unpredictable. But our feeling is that the presence of lights at this corner may strongly indicate to drivers that there is a need for caution. The intersection is classified as a school crosswalk,
However, it has not been patrolled by the Neil Campbell students or staff for at least 2 decades. After speaking with many parents and constituents in the area, 100% of those I spoke to were in agreement that it is a dangerous corner which needs to be addressed. In order to have a lit crosswalk installed there, apparently the designation needs to be changed so that the Public Works Department can make the necessary adjustments. This is why in May of last year, a traffic study was completed on that corner. Before the study was completed, there were 72 incidents since 2003. But after the study was complete, the WPS sent undercover cars to the intersection at my request, Damien's request, to ticket people. Drivers were pulled over for speeding, unsafe driving while pedestrians were crossing. Councillor Schreier and I are working to obtain that specific information through FIPA to give to you, the Public Works Board members. I believe the traffic study simply was not completed with the appropriate data. It didn't take the children of Carolot or Neil Campbell safety into consideration. And the fact that it hasn't been patrolled for 20 years means that the intersection is a contradiction to itself. If it is a school crosswalk, then it should have the same 30-kilometer-an-hour treatment as a school zone. However, since no one patrols it, the designation should be dropped to make way for a crosswalk with lights. Since the East Kildonan and Transcona community meeting, Councillor Schreier has spoken to Mitch Thibodeau of the Transportation Board of Canada regarding the recommendations put forward after the traffic study was completed. We were informed that recommendations are only that, recommendations, not necessities. Any police reports highlighting any problem areas or unsafe aspects about an intersection should take precedence. I have seen drivers go up to 80 kilometers an hour past there after school at pickup time. And usually multiple cars do not stop while I'm trying to cross, even with my arm out and my foot stepping onto the road, which is what the police officer told me to do to claim the intersection. Drivers have slowed down and just kept rolling toward me, even with all 3 of my children in tow. And others are distracted on their phones, not even realizing that they almost hit us. At my request, the police have also waited at that corner and ticketed drivers on multiple occasions for a variety of infractions. And since the daycare is located directly on the corner of Hazeldell and Watt, I believe it is only a matter of time before a child is struck by a negligent driver. The lights we are hoping for are also the most cost-effective ones. They have solar panels on top, which avoid having to plug into the power grid, much less work with the same amount of benefit, and much less cost than a light standard, which would also be acceptable. There was a time when the designation for that corner was appropriate. The times have changed, and changing along with the times will allow our beautiful area to grow. Being able to walk down this street safely with our loved ones should be something we can do with peace of mind. Thank you for your time. We look forward to your decision. Very sincerely, concerned citizen Damien Penner. So thank you so much for listening to this in support of Councillor Schreier, who spoke earlier. Well, you know what this is. It is a problem on the corner, and we don't want any child to be hurt. And on its path.
So this motion has come forward from Councillor Schreier's committee, from that committee.
Yes.
It's come here. Now, what I'm sure we'll end up doing is recommending to the public service that they go away and study, put counters out there, cameras out there, whatever, figure out what the problem is, what the solutions could be. Then they'll come back to this committee and they'll tell us.
So step 3 in the process.
Yes.
Okay.
So step 3 probably will be 120 days.
Okay.
And then step 3, whatever they say, will probably have some money associated with it.
Yeah.
A requirement, and then we have to figure out what we do then.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your listening, and
now Councillor Wyatt had to up first.
Please pass on our regards to your son, and
shall do.
And also, as part of the process, they'll look at different means of traffic safety in terms of upgrades to the intersection.
Yeah.
That may involve a traffic light that, but may not. So for example, I'll give you an example that you can share with your son. We've been, especially in newer developments where it doesn't cost us anything, but we make the development do it. But we've been slowly doing it in existing, is installing what's called a traffic table.
Okay.
So a traffic table is not it's like if you've been in a shopping mall, you see a traffic hump or a bump.
Yes.
A traffic table basically allows our transit buses to clear without bottoming out. So you literally come up, you go across this like a table.
Oh, yes,
and then back down again. And it allows them to clear both axles without bottoming out. But what it does is if anybody hits that driving significant, you're gonna take the bottom of your car out.
Yeah.
So,
Launched.
so there's different applications to make improvements to that increase safety that, because it may come back that it doesn't warrant a traffic light because of the point system they have, but we'll push them back.
Yeah, even the 30-kilometer zone, I mean,
Right.
it is a school zone. Within a
Well,
block
this is
of
the problem. And the enforcement and everything else, right? But
Yeah.
I've noticed, like, I have Damien go look at, Bernie Wolf School, okay, in my ward. We installed traffic tables when Plessy Road was, the underpass was being built because people were using it as a shortcut. The traffic tables are still there. There's one on Bernay and there's one on Rougeau. And you could go have a look at that and he can look at that just to get an idea exactly how they work, the slow traffic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there anything further that he should try and do to?
Just to watch our agenda and stay in touch with Councillor Schreier, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
to
been,
watch
he's
it
been,
coming
he's
back.
been really helpful to Damien. So
Yeah.
That's lovely.
No, that's great. Good to see you again.
Okay, good to see you. I appreciate your comments and
For sure.
yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers, you had a
Yes, sir.
question?
Yes, thank you again for your presentation. From what I'm hearing in terms of the letter from your son, there seems to be excess speeding going on as well.
Yes, and as I was saying, because Watt Street is straight through from, prior to that area from Kimberly all the way to Rossmere, there's no stop signs.
So is traffic enforcement necessary in the area, perhaps contacting WPS traffic to come out and perhaps enforcement, if tickets are issued, that might help.
Well, he did that. Tickets were issued. And then it just goes back to their status quo there of speeding. But yeah, so Damien's been, I'm quite proud of him. He's really worked hard at trying to cover all the bases of what he could do, as a private citizen to make a difference. But I appreciate that comment, and he'll stay on it. He's diligent at this point.
Well, in the interim, until, the public service has the opportunity to do their traffic study, perhaps more traffic enforcement is necessary just to help reduce, especially throughout the summertime, to reduce potential mishap. And then once the public service comes back with their recommendations as to what type of traffic calming could be introduced to the area.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's what we can consider.
Or maybe we come back and say, let's just put the whole street down to 30K or something like that. We'll see what they say.
I do hope that a good decision is made in the not too distant future. Thank you so much for your focus, your interest.
Thanks for your patience.
I'll see you again.
All right, thank you for your presentation. All right. What now?
I think we're.
Pardon?
5-minute health break.
Oh. Okay, 5 minutes,
Get the air conditioning
we'll
back.
make it a short one, okay? Make it a short one, then we've got Steve and Mark, right?
That's good work in the morning.
That's who we have left, is Steve and Mark. Okay, reconvening the Public Works Committee on June 11th. Now, we've got Steve Snyder up. Steve, welcome.
Thanks for having me today and thanks for accommodating me. I was a little bit late. You caught me on my bike ride home, so bike to work day. I am not a design professional. I'm not anything like that. I'm just here to talk about the widening of Kenaston. So I had to look at the cost benefit analysis, and about 70% of the benefit, or about $109 million of value, was strictly from aggregating time savings. Everyone saves 20 seconds here, a minute there, however much possible amount there is. aggregate that time and it's worth this much dollars and boom, 70% of the value was in that aggregated time savings. Well, instinctively, we know that that's not really a value. I mean, how I can put it is, if we were to aggregate other time savings in commute, for instance, one that the chair was against, and that's work from home policy. Right now, the city of Winnipeg has 1,550 employees working from home. Given that there's 52 work weeks a year, the average commute time is 20 minutes. 6 weeks, I'm assuming 6 weeks of holidays for every single one of those employees. Some of them might be 3, 4, 5, whatever, and 11 stat holidays. In a single year of those people working from home, you get 14.25 million hours of time saved. 14.25 million hours of time saved in commutes. That is more than this entire project from 1 year of keeping the work from home. We know that that's not true. We know it, like instinctively. You're going against it just because some businesses
Steve,
down.
excuse me, you've said that twice, that the chair is against the policy. Policy is large, and sometimes we're against sections of it, because I do know that policy well as well.
Okay. My apologies. Okay, so I will not say that she's against the policy. She's been asked, or she has asked for.
I'm against, if you want to be specific, supervisors working from home, not supervising people that are working.
All right, and okay, I completely understand that, but at the same time, like we're talking about $14 million hours of aggregated time savings just from working from home for 1 year. And how do we extrapolate that value? I mean, we're trying to say that saving 9 million over 25 years is worth it for 250 million or however much portion of it is the widening. It's completely bonkers to me. Like if we're on one hand saying saving this time by building a $200 million widening, and on the other hand we're saying we could save double that amount by letting people work from home for a single year, like we know that that's not a value. The value is basically just the methodology to derive that value, aggregating time savings, is flawed, completely flawed, and we can see it just in the fact that on the one hand we're willing to bring people back downtown, negating those time savings, and on the other hand spending 200 and however many $million, whatever proportion of the thing is widening. I just think it's crazy, and that's all I'm really here to say. I'll try to be brief. Actually, with the committee's permission, I'd like to make a comment about Burrows as well.
Go ahead.
So the report said that the neighborhood said that there was a speed problem along Burrows, whereas they did a 80 percentile speed test, blah, 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 and it was 51, which is still pretty close to the speed limit. I think that they're misconstruing speed problem and speeding problem. When there's a speed problem, that's a perception that the cars are traveling too fast. So maybe we should drop the speed limit, not a speeding problem where people are just going the speed limit and it feels like it's too fast. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Quick question. Okay, Councillor, we'll start with Councillor Chambers.
So imagine taking the equivalent of all of those positions, and you you quantified it by cost, but taking all those positions and working from home, what would that do to our economy?
What would saving 13 seconds per person going along Route 90, what would that do to our economy?
Helping people get to work?
Okay, taking all those people off of the road would do just as much or more, as I said, because we're taking 12 million an hour off the road.
So, I mean, I hear routinely businesses saying there's not enough people downtown, not enough people back to work to help support the businesses that are downtown.
So are you saying that there is more value in 1,400 people working downtown than there is in the entire project of Kenaston widening?
Well, it's also creating employment through the widening and the work that has to be done anyway, the sewer work that has to be done, regardless of whether we go forward with the widening of Kenaston. All of that work needs to be done. So again, there is a value of having this work done, not only for the transportation corridor that it provides, but the goods and services that move throughout our city as well.
But yeah, and 70% of that value was in time saved. Time saved that I just showed that we're willing to give up to reduce the amount of people working from home. We're willing to give it up the same amount of time saved or more, as I've shown, than this entire project for 25 years in a single year of people working from home.
Next question.
Are you related to the Snyders of Transcona?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to know. I'm confused. Are you in favor of work from home or you're against it?
I'm not here saying that work from home is a good policy or bad policy. I'm not talking about work from home. I'm merely showing that
as an example.
Yeah, as an example, we're willing to give up work from home, which apparently has a big time savings boost. Like as I said, 12 million hours in a single year, which is how we're valuing this project that is a huge cost.
Do you think there would be broader support in the community to deal with the issues on Kenaston if the plan had been more inclusive in the sense of having a dedicated transit corridor incorporated in it, a dedicated bike lane, separate transit corridor, making it transit friendly? Do you think there'd be more support?
I think that there already is a lot of support, but I think that the support is based off of a flawed methodology, as I said. Like we're aggregating time saved here, and it says, hey, we are receiving value, a positive benefit for this project, but it's not. It's a flawed methodology to aggregate it and make a dollar value.
The challenge that I see is that we're widening, but we're gonna have traffic lights in basically the same locations as before. And it's the lights that cause the congestion. And in the event that we were to build a dedicated corridor, seeing that it is an integral part of the transit master plan, which is another matter on our agenda, we would have incorporated grade separations or dealt with those to allow transit to move more freely. Because right now, as proposed, transit is going to have to use the existing lanes and thus be affected by the same congestion that they are being affected now.
I'm not a transit planner. As I said, I'm just a regular Joe who's looking at the numbers, and I'm wondering how we can. Yeah, I'm just looking at the cost benefit, and I say 70% of the benefit is time saved, but we ignore that in multiple other reports, and that's all I really can speak to. I'm just a regular guy.
Winnipeg in the 1970s established a policy not to build limited expressways, in other words, freeways. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are it was a great idea.
So we shouldn't change that policy?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for your presentation.
One last piece. I have an extra copy of Chuck Marone's book if you are.
Okay. You do. I'll buy it off. I don't even.
No.
Great. But anyway. Thank you. I have my assistant dig up the information.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks, Steve.
That's it. Thank you.
That's it. Now, we have Mr. Linton who is registered. He sent in documentation and he's here, and I'm not sure why he wasn't on the agenda to speak.
Move
but
suspension of the rules.
Sure, move suspension of the rules and
My name is again, I'm sorry.
David Linton with the Manitoba Trucking Association. Mr. Linton.
It's my favorite.
Right. Sorry. We'll save the last for best, or the best for last.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, councillors. Not just for today, I was going to say this afternoon, but not just for today, but for your service. So my name is David Linton. I'm the policy analyst for the Manitoba Trucking Association, or the MTA. Full disclosure, I'm also a registered professional planner, and I have taught planning for 17 years. I appear today as a delegation on behalf of the Manitoba Trucking Association. The MTA wholeheartedly supports the administrative report and the recommendations of the public service for item 8 on your agenda. The MTA has provided a letter summarizing the reasons why the trucking industry supports this project and why Winnipeg's economy requires it. The Route 90 improvements are not simply about reducing congestion. The project is needed to safely manage the increasing volume of traffic, which will continue into the future, will continue to increase. This is something that the benefit cost report shows, but does not fully discuss and did not include in their analysis. There is no benefit equation in the report calculated for the increase in traffic capacity facilitated by the project to the year 2030 and 2050, even though these numbers are actually provided in the report. The Route 90 improvement lane expansion will provide that capacity as Winnipeg's economy and population continue to grow, not only within the city limits, but in the Winnipeg metro region of which the city is a part. The increase in capacity will enable the economy to become more productive by improving the efficiency of trade in both goods and in labor. One of the other things that the benefit cost study report does not discuss is that over $21 billion of goods are hauled into, out of, and inside of Winnipeg every year by truck. That works out to an average of $6.76 million of value for every lane kilometer of every truck route in Winnipeg, including the perimeter highway, every year. Now, these estimates are based on a 2017 Statistics Canada study, and you can bet that the value of that traffic is even higher in 2024. The increase in lanes and widening of the public right-of-way is also an important project for the success of Nawa-Udina. This remarkable project will have commercial as well as residential development and will both generate and attract motor vehicle traffic, not only during the various phases of construction, but after it is complete. In this context, Route 90 improvements are not just about the value of time, they are about the value that the Winnipeg economy creates and the customers that Winnipeg businesses serve. We also need to remember that Route 90 is a trade route. It enables Winnipeggers to receive the products that they need and to send to customers what the customers want. Route 90 needs all of the recommended improvements now and into the future. Thank you. That is my presentation.
Okay. Did you submit that presentation?
We provided a letter.
Right, I have the letter.
But I can provide you with a copy of the
I'd
presentation.
like to copy of that because you've got some good data in that too.
No problems.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Councillor Wyatt?
I have friends who live in Waverly West and they now commute via St. Vital to get home, avoiding Route 90. And yourself as a planner, we heard about the concept of induced demand, but that with expansion, a lot of those people who are now avoiding it will use that route, rightfully so. With the concept of it being still the typical Winnipeg so-called regional street with traffic lights every 300, 400 meters, wouldn't it be better off if we just built it right as a limited access expressway like other cities have?
Well, back in 1974, the council of the city of Winnipeg, as it then was, decided that there would never be a freeway built in Winnipeg. So although your question is, to me, is interesting from an academic point of view, we are in the situation that we are today because we do not have freeways in Winnipeg. We are living with the decisions that were made in the past. And this is true for many aspects, but in particular with transportation, I'd say it's an especially relevant decision. And this is why we have the kind of traffic demand on the at-grade street system that we do in many ways. And it's also, I would say, quite relevant for truck traffic. So in cities like Minneapolis, where there's a freeway system that moves right through the downtown and various quadrants of the city, which is much larger than Winnipeg, I might add. This is where trucks generally work. But because we don't have that here, we live with truck traffic on the main grid, including Route 90. Now, the truck route system and Route 90 being an extraordinarily important segment of that system serves the city well as long as that truck route system is protected. And just to underscore the point, everything we buy comes by truck. Everything we wear comes by truck. Everything we eat comes by truck. And I could make a joke and say they would be all naked and starving if it weren't for trucks, but I think you understand the point. So to try and go back to your question, it would not be feasible to actually build a freeway at that location as you're contemplating in your question.
But you're a planner, not an engineer, right?
That's right.
Okay. So I'll take that as that. But in 1974, that was a council policy voted on by a majority of council, so it could be a majority of council that could shape the new policy. In theory.
I'm sorry, could you speak up, please?
Council policy in 1974 established by a majority of councilors.
Presumably it was a majority.
Right. Could also decide to do something different.
Yes, they could.
Okay. Would the association support that?
I'd wait to see what the proposal looks like.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, any questions?
No.
Do you have any questions, Councillor Chambers?
No, I was just, again, it supports my thoughts around why this expansion is necessary. The cut throughs, as indicated earlier, in River Heights, and we've heard other instances in Mr. Penner, who was here earlier, talking about Watt Street now becoming like that. So, I mean, if we build it right, and again, supporting the neighborhoods such as Seasons of Tuxedo and Bridgewater and other areas to the south, traveling just the other day when I was leaving for FCM, couldn't get down Route 90. It was just impossible. One little bit of construction will tie up that entire section of roadway for 45 minutes easily. So again, we have to look at the growth of our city, the fact that it is a trade corridor, and adapt accordingly. So, and if that's through expansion and work that needs to be done in terms of the sewer and proper drainage, we might as well get it done now and save future costs for future generations.
So I have a few questions here. You sat here all day and listened to well, there weren't many discussions on Route 90. I thought there would be more. I didn't really hear anything about economy in any of those discussions. Did you hear anything about the economy in any of the presenters today?
No.
No, I didn't hear anything about that. And I'm at the very south end on the south perimeter, and I've been very engaged and involved in, well, of course, the development of Kenaston, which was funded by the federal government and city and developers as a trade corridor, and the design of it is set to accept 75 when it becomes a bypass. So in your letter, you've got up to 5,000 trucks a day use the St. James Bridge. Medium and heavy trucks. That's
I'll clarify, that's our estimate.
right.
And we based that estimate based on diagrams that were produced in a master's thesis from data that the city had back in 2011.
2011.
And you could certainly ask the public service, but my understanding is that the city has not collected similar data since that time.
And let's talk about safety of big trucks on roads and spacing and distances. So with the Keniston expansion, what happens to the lanes? Like, you had a chance to look at the lane, at the design, I guess, of the layout of what they're proposing. Do you have any comments on the layout, or, you know, I know that we talked about the lights, the number of lights and all.
Any large project like this is going to involve trade-offs. And I think that the design as it currently is presented is a reasonable balance of those trade-offs. There are additional traffic lights being placed on the route, for example, that don't exist right now. But that's a trade-off to provide safe access and turning, which is very important. And I understand that the speed limit is also going to be changed. So all of these things have implications with each other, and there's a number of trade-offs involved in any project of this magnitude. And my initial impression, having studied the design, is that a reasonable approach has been taken to try and balance the requirements, including separate AT facilities separate from traffic.
And the Trucking Association then feels this is an important route, an important connecting route to north and south. When I look at the north-south connecting routes, when I look at the goods movement maps, there's basically three, other than the perimeter, there's three main routes, maybe four, you might call Pembina, what's the main route, but okay. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Linton. If anyone else does, great. If not, thank you for your presentation.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right. So I don't think we have any other delegations in the room. Do we have anyone else that we missed or anything? No? Okay, so now we're going to get into reports. And I think what we're going to do, if it's okay with committee, is our clerk has suggested that we group together the extensions of time. There's 6 reports that are asking for an extension of time. Okay? Reports 2, 3, 6, 7, 11, and 13. I want to pull 11 and speak to the public service about that, but maybe someone would make a motion to extend the time on all the other ones.
So move. Hold on.
Okay.
So what were the reports again?
Winnipeg, report number 2, Winnipeg Transit Plus.
Okay.
Report number 3, semi-annual reporting on the Transit Plus Policy Advisory Committee. Report number 6 is the annual report on Road Safety Strategic Action Plan. Report number 7 is the annual report on snow clearing and ice control. I want to talk to number 11 with the department. Number 13 is the Public Works Streets Bylaw Enforcement. All of those ones are requesting a time extension.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor, carried. Okay, now our clerk here has done the same thing for something else. So there are some reports that are to be received as information, and I'll go through those reports. Item number 1, item number 5, item number 12, 14, 16, and 20. Do you want to speak to any of those or receive them as information?
20 is.
14 is yours.
Yeah, 14 I would need.
Okay, I need 12.
Okay.
16.
But also there, which report was it that was speaking about the shields?
The bus shields?
That's probably
That would have been an extension of time.
advisory
And the
committee.
bus
The first
shields,
one, maybe.
I don't think the bus shields are on here.
Yeah, it was.
Is it the first one?
That's probably the one, the semi-annual report of the Transportation Advisory Committee, I think.
Yeah, the first one, Transit
Right,
Advisory.
yes, that talked about shields.
Which one was that, Peter? Do you have that?
Item number 1,
Item 1.
right.
I do want to speak to that one.
Okay, so we'll speak to item 1.
So it's 5 and 20 remaining.
5 and 20, okay. Someone wants to talk to 14 and I want to talk to 12 and 16. Well, 12,
So I'll move that we accept 5 and 20 as information.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah. All righty, so let's have the public service come up and we'll start with item number 1, the Transit Advisory Committee update. Afternoon, it's almost evening. Hello,
I didn't want to say evening, just.
did we get big trucking guys? You leave this report? It's gonna mail it to
Yes.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Start whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, let's start.
So this is the semi-annual administrative report to provide the standing policy committee with the key highlights of the transit advisory committee. And I'll just try to go in order as with the report.
Maybe there's something specific, is there something specific people want to hear about, or do you want to hear the whole
Well,
presentation?
I guess the question I have as I read the report, it seems like it's taking such a long time to deal with the shield issue and that there was a high level of dissatisfaction amongst the employees in terms of the ones that were considered the shield. Now you're going back and discussing it with the manufacturer to make changes. When can we bring this to a head to get the shield in place and something that the bus drivers, the transit operators can live with?
Well, in the report, you'll notice that we only had 17% of APU members that actually.
I responded, I saw that, but of the 71% were dissatisfied already.
Yes, so we do have a shield committee that consists of quite a few different members, APU executive and management, and we have another scheduled meeting next week.
Okay.
We just received information from the manufacturer. I haven't seen it yet, but I know they gave us a total cost on a full shield, which is not what we asked for.
I see.
We're looking for an extension of the existing shield. The ones they supplied were very flimsy. In fact, during our process, we broke one. We had an operator test it by shaking it and it broke. So we went back to the manufacturer to ask for alternatives. They recommended part of the full shield to be taken out and added to us. So we asked to be part of that. And we should have an answer by the end of June on the manufacturer. Right now, it's New Flyer. It's through New Flyer and Aero Global. That's who, they were the original people that gave us the shields. So for a time, we tried to continue with them. So we're trying to, for lack of a better term, makeshift, a little extension. But we need to talk to the manufacturer because some things may need to be moved underneath the frame or by the frame. So those are the questions we have to start asking because our maintenance department has some concerns with the way it's going to be mounted.
So is it that Flyer has never done this in other jurisdictions, or is it that Winnipeg's unique in terms of the transit safety issue, or what is the situation?
Well, there's two parts to it. We're looking for an extension for the existing shields.
Right. To wrap around the driver.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody's really done an extension. They've either completed.
Anywhere in North America?
Not that we know of.
Really?
That's why we're talking to the manufacturer. So, so now what they've done is they supplied us a full shield.
Right.
Which our committee TAP will look at for new bus builds.
Okay.
But just for an example, the price they gave us would cost us over $50 million to do our existing fleet if we had to revamp it all.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. So what we're looking for is a little extension that was part of their whole complete shield to see if we can adapt it for our shields. It's just a little plastic part that we want to mount from the windshield to the existing shield so people can't reach around.
So the $15 million shield for the entire fleet conversion, Was that satisfactory to the drivers or no? That's still.
No, that wasn't even presented to the driver because that wasn't the mandate of the committee. The mandate of the committee was to look at the shield extension. So when they gave us this, our committee now has to go
They
back.
gave, and what was the, sorry, what's the difference again?
Well, one is a full shield, complete new build,
Okay,
and one is an extension to our existing shields. So TAC is looking at both. But right now, we're focused on the extension. Because
when are you gonna present the full rebuild to the drivers?
We haven't discussed it at TAC yet, because the ATU brought something forward and we're gonna discuss that at TAC.
Okay.
So right now, we're still doing our existing. With that existing, we're looking for the extension.
Yeah.
For our 611 buses that we currently have right now.
I'll just ask this. I mean, I think I know the answer, but if only 17% are responding, is it really that big of an issue? What was the price tag on the last shields?
3.15.
3.15 million. So basically 73% aren't even filling out the survey. We gave them every opportunity under the sun. We had shields on buses at Fort Rouge. They get off work at Brant. We had buses there with shields. We had buses wherever they got off work, right? Like to try it out. Only 17%, like.
But we have to take the lead in terms of safety here.
Right, but if
I
it's
hear
not
you,
a
Madam
big
Chair, but it's.
safety issue, if there's other big safety issues, if we could put more transit supervisor or transit safety people on buses instead of the shields, maybe that would be more appealing for the same $3 million.
Well, it's interesting because I recall, 20 years ago when the taxi cab industry went through the same thing. Okay. And it took some time, but they were able to arrive at a plan with shields. I think a shield.
Shields though? Do they think they're effective?
Well, it could be the difference between life and death to give a driver a bit of time, to be able to protect themselves in our city, unfortunately, today. I think it's important that we as a committee can send a message to TAC that we want this matter. This is a serious matter and we want it addressed. And we want something to come back sooner rather than later. How can we do that as a committee?
I can tell you the committee is actually doing that. We just had a TAC committee and we discussed it.
No, I'm talking about us sending a message to TAC.
I'm the chair, I hear you, but we're waiting for, we're moving as fast as we can with the
This
drivers.
has been going on since 2022.
But this is about driver blind.
I hear
It's
you.
about driver testing, it's about, driver buy-in, but it's also about if the two shields that they tried aren't working, then we've got to look at other avenues, and that doesn't happen overnight.
And we set a deadline.
They're happy with the pace that we're going, so.
I hear you, but I'm not. And I don't think we should be based on the safety issues that the drivers are facing. Can we set a deadline saying, let's say by this time next year, we want a decision?
I'll be honest, you can set any deadline you want, but I can't guarantee we'll meet it because we rely on the manufacturer to give us the information to present
But maybe that will help you with the manufacturer.
present to our ATU members, so they have an opportunity to observe and try it out,
Test it out, we have to.
test it out,
To test it out.
because like Councillor Chambers said, we want operator buy-in. There's no point spending, I'll throw out a number, $3 million to find out that our people don't like it. To me, it doesn't make sense. We have ATU executive board on the committee. We have ATU members. We have the workplace safety and health committee. We have the workplace safety officer. So everybody is aware of what's going on and everybody's aware that we're pushing it. We've sent multiple emails to the manufacturers and now they responded. And now we have to sit down and talk to them because we need to have that little extension part that
When's your next meeting?
Our next committee meeting for the shields is Tuesday.
And how often do you meet?
We can meet as often as we need.
Okay.
Yes.
So I like to place this matter on the agenda every second meeting to get updates.
Every second public works meeting?
Get
Okay,
updates.
well, so here's the deal. Why don't we do it so that can we give updates after the TAC meeting? Because there's no point giving updates on something we don't meet on, right? Because we meet on at TAC quarterly,
Yes.
and then we get our updates there.
So I request
Okay.
that we place it on the committee agenda every 3 months.
Sure, we can do that. We do verbal update. Sure. Sure. We would like to have it faster. Everyone would, but we're at the mercy of,
I hear you, Madam Chair.
okay. Okay, so that's the report. Any other?
We've received this information
Okay.
and that it'd be, given a slight amendation that it'd be brought back every 3 months for the law.
Perfect. Okay.
So just looking at the timing, when would that start?
Our next TAC meeting is in September.
Yeah, so we come back here in October.
Okay, we'll be discussing.
Okay,
And then every 3 months, every third month after that.
sure. Okay, that's the motion on the floor. All in favor? Carried. Okay, so
Thank you.
number 2, we're moving on. Number 3, we're moving on. Number 4, we're at the Primary Transit Network Service Implementation Plan. All right, welcome, gentlemen. Well, where do we begin?
At the beginning. Work our way to the middle and finish off with the end.
Again.
Okay.
All right, Kevin, you're gonna start us off?
All right, good afternoon. The Primary Transit Network Service Implementation Plan is our detailed implementation plan for the primary transit network and feeder routes, previously known as the short-term route network plan within the Winnipeg Transit Master. This report recommends changing the entire transit system to a new network, where the only routes that would remain unchanged are in Southwest Winnipeg, where we changed the route network in 2020. Along with new routes throughout the city, our implementation plan document outlines the process that we would use to select bus stops on these new routes, the process we would use to report back on key performance indicators, and the administrative report recommends 3 traffic signals and provides information on a few other road network changes that would be required to implement the network. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Okay, well, where shall we start? Councillor Chambers.
So you want to put a new traffic light at St. Mary's and Carrier?
Yes, one of the proposed lines would turn onto and off of Carrier at that intersection. And so to be able to turn onto St. Mary's Road, making a left turn onto St. Mary's Road would be quite challenging with a bus without a traffic signal. And so we recommended that there.
Earlier I talked about, the fact that this is going live, you say June 29th, 2025. Are you taking any opportunities now to alert the public by use of ads in existing buses to say that a change is coming, or however you're going to brand it? And then using every form of media to to advise people. Again, in terms of what we're hearing this morning, there's a lot of people that are not on social media, they're not on computers, they're not on email. So we have to look at other mechanisms to make them alert and aware.
So there's a couple of different answers to your question. The big promotions for the change itself haven't happened yet and would take place once we have all the information, meaning the detailed schedules, so that people can figure out how to plan their trip from A to B on the new network. We're several months away from being able to have that information. Previously, the system itself was developed mostly in 2019 and 2020 during the process of the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan. So in 2019 and 2020, we had 3 rounds of public engagement. At that time, we had several different methods of communicating to invite people to give us feedback, and many people did. And I'll go through that if you like, Madam Chair. So in the first round, which was the spring of 2019, the target of our engagement was to find out what works and what doesn't work. What are the strengths and weaknesses of the current system?
Kevin, I know you're gonna go through all of that, but just in terms of the go forward as Councillor Chambers, when we launch, are we, like specifically, I want to know about this. Are we going to have messaging in the buses? Because if we don't, that's a huge missed opportunity. Huge.
Yes, we will.
Because in a restaurant, when they say they're changing their menus, their hours, like it's right there, right? That's the place of use. And I don't know if we had a whole lot of advertising about what you're saying now.
We did.
Did we advertise anything in there? Because I
right.
had people that use transit, they didn't know anything.
So in 2019 and 2020, we had 3 rounds of public engagement.
But was it listed in the
It's in half the buses of the fleet, there were ads on the interior asking people to visit our website or come to one of our in-person engagements. With the exception that a phase 3 was no longer possible to be in person, it was late 2020. So yes, we had ads in half the buses. When we get to changing the routes themselves and when we have trip planning information available, at that point, we'll again be advertising in the buses, but we'll also be putting a notice at every bus stop, at 5,000 bus stops around the city. They would all get a notice that each out schedules are now available and how to find them.
In terms of the advertising space in the buses, do we have vacancy typically, or are we always booked up?
So, Madam Chair, the advertising space in the bus is contracted out. An outside firm manages those advertising requests. Anybody who rides the bus, including me, will see that right now, not very many of those spaces are taken, but contractually, they're all taken. So we have access to a certain number of freebies, but then if we want more than that, we have to pay for it just as anybody else would, and we will be doing that. But we don't have free access to that space in an unlimited way.
So to that point, I want us to look at number 4, okay, recommendation number 4. That the public service be directed to report to council at or before its November 2024 meeting on a communication plan for educating riders on how to use the new components of the system independently. Now, developed in consultation with stakeholders from the disability community. I want to add into that also with counselors. I want them to, whoever they're hiring an outside firm, I want that outside firm to also engage counselors on input, feedback, whatever. Like, I didn't talk to you guys about this at all, but like, I'm really think that it's important that we be involved. And honestly, I would like a presentation or some sort of engagement. And I don't know how you do that with all your drivers, but I don't know what your plan is to communicate all of this to your drivers. But I've had 10 years of ta-da, here's the communication plan, and I'm tired of it. So I'm not saying you guys, but I'm just saying a lot of the communication here, the people just don't comprehend that counselors deal with the public, that we basically are 311. So we're going to make a little amendment to that. I'll make a recommendation on that. But this plan, now, what are you saying? You're coming back in November of this year with a plan?
With a communication and promotions plan.
In November of this year?
Correct.
Okay, so somewhere in there, we want to be engaged and consulted. I want the counselors to be engaged and consultant to have input. Anyone have comments on that?
Yeah, and one of the ideas that was bandied about this morning was actually a really good one. Again, using summer students as ambassadors, transit ambassadors, and located strategically around the city to assist individuals to get familiar with the new system. Thought that was a brilliant idea.
It is, but it's unfunded. And Mr. Pincott's back of the envelope calculation was about $300,000 to hire the army of 40 students for the entire summer. Yeah. So we haven't done any due diligence on that, but
So the communication plan that you're gonna bring back, we'll approve it here? Is that what is that what number 4 means? Does this committee approve the communication plan? Who approves the communication plan? Because this is a do or die, right? This is really important. So who approves that?
Typically, we would bring that for information. But of course, council or the committee could make any amendments that they deem necessary.
Okay, anyone have thoughts on that? This is something it's important.
It's a question.
Yes.
For me, I mean, it could be developed in consultation with counselors. And again, you coined it correctly by stating we are essentially 311. So while there are individuals here, and I don't know if you're planning to go to an outside firm to do the communication plan, but we as counselors can provide input in terms of what we're hearing in the community as well.
Really, with involvement of counselors prior to us bringing the report forward, there really should be no surprises in that report.
Well, that's really good in theory, Mr. Wanku, but you know what? There's been countless surprises in reports that have come forward, so I'm not comfortable with that. When I went through this switch over, there were a lot of surprises. Hopefully they've learned from them. We'll see, but they're hiring a professional firm. If we feel maybe when we see that report that it needs funding to help put people at various stations, maybe then at that point in time we do that. But no systems flip over is going to be perfect. There's going to be glitches, but I think that if we have different perspectives looking at it, we'll try and get as many bugs out as we can.
So, and again, the last time that there was a huge shift like this to the transit system was quite, 75 years ago? So this is 70 years ago. So this is going to be huge. And we'll want to make sure that we're covering all of the bases to make sure that we hit a home run.
Right, and that would include like a council seminar for the other councilors too. I don't know if I don't want to write all that in, but when I say consultation with councilors, it's like council seminar type of stuff.
Just to be clear, as a counselor, we're not hiring an outside firm.
Well, no, someone told me you were hiring an outside firm at one of these meetings. You're doing all this in-house? Now I'm really terrified. Really? No, you know.
Well, they're trying to keep costs down, Madam Chair.
You told me.
We have budgets.
You told us you were hiring an outside firm.
We have a number of different tasks that we need to accomplish. Some related to infrastructure design, not related to communications. Some related to developing the material for communication, and some related to the strategy itself.
Mm-hmm.
We've not yet determined what elements we'll be using outside help for and what we'll be doing internally.
Okay, anything else to say to that? Okay.
Just to start off, first of all, I want to thank staff for all the work they've done on this. I know you've done a significant amount of work. And I know you've done it in a relatively quick period of time and with limited budgets. So I just want to say that. And I just want to recognize what we heard today from a lot of residents, delegations, mainly from one area. The fear that I have is other areas of the city that may be coming out when the time comes. And then we've already implemented, the buses left the bus station, so to speak, the horses have left the barn. But having said that, is there any way that we can at the same time in tandem, so not to hold up your process? There's two things that I think that can help the department, and maybe it's an issue of money. And that is to get an independent analysis done by an outside firm, just to give you, sometimes an extra set of eyes. They come in and they'll do an analysis to provide the strengths and weaknesses and things that we can identify going forward in the future. There probably wasn't any money for that, I don't think. I mentioned it before, but like an IBI or some firm out there that specializes as a consulting firm in transportation, to allow us to be prepared on the strengths, but also be prepared on the weaknesses that inherently will be there of any kind of change or any new proposed system. Any thoughts on that? That we could do that concurrently?
The Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, we would identify as having done that effectively. The Winnipeg Transit Master Plan was over $3 million of study. Our lead consultant was Stantec. There were a number of sub-consultants in various specializations that worked with Stantec. The first round of public engagement and the first round of internal work by the professional staff of the city and the consultant was about identifying strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. And people told us in that first round very clearly, especially a lot about our weaknesses. When we came back with phase 2 of public engagement, and in the background, that phase of work by the planners and engineers at the city and the consultant, we came up with our first draft of how to address those challenges. And that was by redesigning the network. So the process didn't start with the goal of redesigning the network. The process started with identifying the weaknesses and strengths, but there were more weaknesses. And the resulting professional opinion of everyone involved was that we should redesign the network because the current structure was the root of many of our problems. So then in that second round, people told us overwhelmingly, they liked what they saw, but we needed to change a few things. We needed to make some tweaks. And so we did that. In the third round of public engagement, and again, in the background, the professional staff involved in the project from the city and consultant made some tweaks to the route network and then started identifying the rapid transit infrastructure that would support that network. So the third phase of engagement was the second draft network and what we called the Rapid Transit Master Plan at the time. So, Madam Chair, I believe we have effectively done what council is suggesting.
You did at the front end, but now you have a plan. And what would be good, I think, would be to get an outside set of eyes just to go over that plan. Just to make sure that, we flush out, and there's gonna be weaknesses in the existing plan. There's no doubt, because we don't have resources, infinite amount of resources to put towards transit. But just so that we can identify those issues, so that we know going forward, let's say in a year's time, there's not going to be any surprises, or we're going to try to minimize the surprises when the review is done of the system change. I'm suggesting that what you did at the front end was good. It kind of evolved you to where you are now, but now you have a plan. The plan should go under almost like an audit, if you like, but not an audit because that's money related, but a review of outside eyes to give objective analysis of the strengths and the weaknesses and shortfalls of the existing plan. That is what I'm suggesting, which is different than what you've indicated so far.
What do you mean?
I'm saying an outside set of eyes, a consultant would be brought in who has not been part of this at all. And they would give their analysis of this, because as has been said over and over again today, this is the biggest change in 70 years. And I like to limit my surprises. I like to limit issues down the road. And I think all members of council would like that. And we're not experts in this field, but we know there are experts in this field who can assist us with that.
Madam Chair, I believe again, we have done and are doing or are in the process of just what the councillor is describing. For this round and for this service implementation plan, we don't have nearly as much funding from council as we did for the master plan itself, but with some of the funding we do have available, we've hired Leading Mobility Consulting, which is a very small specialized firm, often recognized as one of the leading transit planning firms in Canada. And they are helping us with the service implementation plan. They're helping us with the public information process that we had in this past winter. They've reviewed the network and our transition plan and are actively assisting us with that. So again, I believe we are doing what the council.
You're not listening, you're not hearing what I'm saying. They're engaged in helping you implement. I want an outside firm to give us an objective analysis of the strength and weakness in the SWOT of the plan. That's a different type of consult, that you've hired these guys, and I get that, you need a team like this to help implement it. So you're missing my point, that's okay. My next question, hold on. My next question is, the consultation that's being called for in November, in terms of communication plan and educating riders, couldn't we move part of that up to the summer, delay the approval of this plan to September, and allow for consultation with the community now?
No, we actually do not have time to do that. We need to have the route network locked down so that we can start producing all the detailed schedules and getting down into the actual infrastructure planning. If we delay this, then
by 30 days, by let's say 90 days.
Yes. But the year that we have between now and implementation is barely enough time if we have no delays.
And going over with that plan in the summer, they won't have schedules to look at. They can't plan their trip. They won't have that
Historically, we've made changes to routes and route systems either in September or in the springtime in the past. What's the big deal if we say instead of June 29th, we say September 29th? The sky is not gonna fall.
Because this is the biggest change in the history of Winnipeg Transit, we're trying to do it at the time when it has the least impact and also when people have more time to figure things out. That's why we're doing it at the beginning of our summer schedule, before people are going back to school, starting at university, starting new jobs, all that type of stuff, the things that happen in the fall. The one thing we never ever want to do is introduce a massive change to the route network while people are figuring out other parts of their lives and learning how to navigate those.
Kind of a chicken and egg thing though, like what we've heard is that people would have liked to have known this to participate. I hear what you're saying about the previous consultations, but it was only the last consultation session that had the final plan, correct?
The plan evolved at each step.
Right, but the plan that is being advocated today, that's council is being asked to vote on, did not come forward until the last round of consultation.
In totality, yes, but in terms of the routes that we've heard about today through Wolseley, that was part, it had a different number, but that was part of the plan approved by council in 2021. That is not new for this last round of public information.
And just there's so many people who have no clue of what's happening. And there was no paid advertising tied.
There was back when we developed this plan in 2019 and 2020, there was a lot of paid advertising.
So why didn't we do paid advertising for the spring?
But hold on, there was a lot of paid advertising back then, including a lot of the suggestions that we've heard here, the advertising on social media, advertising in regular media, including advertising in the Wolseley Leaf.
Okay.
We did all that back when we created the plan in 2019, 2020. And the route through Wolseley on Arlington and Wolseley was part of that plan back then that we did extensive advertising for.
Okay.
So I realize you've called us out for not having advertised enough for this latest one, but that's
I don't
not
like
a
calling
we
you
created
out,
the plan.
but I'm just pointing this out, and this was a discussion we had in this room 3 months ago or 4 months. But why was there no advertising paid for this, like the final plan? Because to me, that would have been the most important one to advertise. But is it because of budget? Is that mainly the reason, or? And that's fine to say that. I mean, I know you guys are restricted on your budget.
So we're not.
And I'm not, sorry, it's not a gotcha moment here. I just want to try to understand why we didn't have
We're
paid
not
advertising.
speaking to the communications department either. Right.
Well, no, exactly. We're talking to, good point, Councilor Charlie. We're talking to folks who are trying to get this done. But we also need a communication. There needed to be paid communication around this big rollout. But anyway, I don't have any other questions, Chairman.
Kevin didn't quite finish the question that was asked earlier about the process, so maybe he can carry on with that. Maybe that'll answer some questions.
Yeah, I think we really need to emphasize that the plan was developed in 2019 and 2020. And there was quite a bit of promotions of the opportunities for engagement at that time. We had our biggest push was the second round. We had paid advertising. We had Facebook and Twitter. We reached 900,000 impressions on social media. We reached 300,000 distinct people on social media. We advertised in all the CanStar newspapers, the university newspapers, the Senior Scope, La Liberté, and even The Leaf. We put digital display ads up for a month at 21 screens in 18 city facilities. We put ads in half the bus fleet. We arranged daily or twice a day announcements on CJNU. We had a host of meetings with stakeholders all over the city, dozens of groups and hundreds of people. We had our biggest, again, the biggest push was our phase 2 with the first draft of the network. But then we did a similar amount of effort with phase 1 and 3. When it came to this past winter, there were a couple of groups that were targeted that we directly communicated with. So we, as directed by council, sent letters to 7,000 addresses, meaning at least 15,000 people throughout the city. Anybody that lived on or adjacent to a street that was getting a new bus route that didn't have one currently. And we reached out to stakeholders within the disability community. Those were the 2 target audiences, but we were also available for the rest of the public. We put out a press release. Unfortunately, we didn't get picked up by the media. We don't have control over what the media decides to cover. But we focused on those 2 targeted groups because that was the purpose of that phase of our public information campaign.
Can I just get you to add also that a committee here, I asked you folks to also have special meetings with counselors to go through it with them. And you lined up a series of meetings, right? I don't know who all
That's
showed
right,
up
yeah.
and who didn't show up, but that was their opportunity also to have one-on-one, right?
So I've only spoken about external
Right.
meetings. Internally, we've had engagement opportunities at our 3 garages for the bus operators and other transit staff. We've had a series of information sessions for counselors with pretty good participation from counselors. And we incorporated some of the feedback and made some tweaks from the suggestions that came prior to February. And then at every phase, we've distributed information to anybody who has signed up for our list. And so that reaches several thousand people now at this point.
That's a list you have on a newsletter. Is that what it is?
There's actually 3 lists. We have a project list that's been running, that people have been
Right.
signing up for specific to this project since 2019. The Office of Public Engagement has their own email list that for people that have agreed to receive information about any kind of
Right.
city engagement. And then the City of Winnipeg has a newsletter distribution list.
You know, I just want to,
That's right.
and I want to make it very clear that I want to be critical of the department because we have the Office of Public Engagement, which I believe is inside of the CAO's, part of the CAO's office. Is that
It
correct?
is. It is.
And that is where they need to be stepping up. I mean, we did when I was the chair of the Rapid Transit Task Force, we did a report in 9 or 10 months. We did 3 rounds of public engagement. We bought advertising, we got media. They were packed all the rounds. This whole city knew what we were doing. Partly was because the mayor dramatically cut the rapid transit. There was lots of media around that at the time. But, you know, and we didn't have an Office of Public Engagement back then, right? And we had a budget, we hired consultants, but we did everything with $220,000, including issuing the report and doing all the, you know, having like 70 meetings in 70 days or 7 months. So I guess I don't know why the Office of Public Engagement didn't simply say, like, all that good stuff you talk about you did in terms of that citywide stuff and the advertising in the first rounds. Like when you come out with the final round, that's when you come out and you advertise and you let everybody know this is what's coming, folks. Get out and have some input. Nothing, it was just like, and the ball was dropped over there. So frankly, I don't know, like, that's where they need to be stepping up and saying, well, hold on, there's something going on. When the minute the media did not pick up your news release, that to me is a red flag. If I'm a communication specialist, that's the red flag. Something's going on, we better do something to get people out. Because otherwise nobody's gonna come to these open houses. But everybody out there is on, I'm putting in our 9 to 5, go, who cares? So,
Well, and the thing too is, and I mean, I did comment on.
and I
this.
put that as the chair of the CA responsible
Yeah,
for that.
yeah, is when it is the final, and you folks said you didn't have money, like. I wasn't aware of that till after the fact, that you didn't have money to promote it more at the end there. We can try and find money if we know, right? But we're here today and this is where we're at, so let's continue going through the recommendations here, okay? So that the primary transit network implementation plan be approved. So this is the network plan then, that this plan be approved, that these routes be approved. Now, I do want to ask you, and I'll ask the clerk here, a resident had sent an email to me that there was an error in one of the individual routes based upon the big route. So how do we, if there's errors in the individual routes, how do we correct that?
So that would be an amendment to Appendix B, I do believe, because Appendix B are the individual ones, Appendix A is the large overarching one. So we could simply,
I'll send it to you again.
yeah, so we can simply add an amendment to the required recommendation that Appendix B, for whatever line it is, be amended to fix whatever's wrong.
Do you think there'll be more, or what do you think? What do you folks think?
So the appendix A is the service implementation plan, but it includes the system map. We believe that one's correct. Appendix B has an error in the text description of Route 91, but the map is correct.
Oh, the text description.
So the text description
Right.
has the wrong description.
It just gives the terminal the wrong name.
Gives the terminal the wrong name.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So what do we do about that?
So the way we wrote the recommendation that the primary transit network service implementation plan attached as Appendix A be approved. Appendix A is correct.
Okay, Appendix A is,
At least
okay,
in this issue it is.
okay.
Then recommendation number 2, that the transit route network described in Appendix A and detailed in Appendix B
Right,
be approved to begin service. So we intended it to be that Appendix A is the definitive source of the recommended network, with Appendix B sort of being supplemental information. I'm not sure if there's a need for an amendment to remove any potential ambiguity.
You could remove the words from recommendation 2, you could remove the words and detailed in Appendix B. And then it implies that that is there for information, but the map is the governing document in Appendix A.
that might be better,
And then if we find another error, like a.
right. It's
You know, one
very
like this.
difficult, it's the whole city, I completely understand that it could be but you're confident on the Appendix A. Okay, so that might be, I don't know how committee feels about that, but that might be the best route to go, because it was pointed out that in one of the individual routes, there was text error. People like Councillor Edie or people that can't see need to read the text. So versus looking at the map. So maybe we just in recommendation number 2, eliminate and detailed in Appendix B. Okay, so let's go on here. So then we've got number 3. Council be approved to require to change one or more transit routes that eliminate. Okay, so this is important. Please explain this to everyone here.
So under this proposed service plan, we introduced for the first time formal classifications, the primary transit network and the feeder route. Within the primary transit network, we have rapid, frequent express, frequent and direct. Within the feeder network, we have connector, community, limited span, and on request. When the transit master plan was approved by council in 2021, our colleagues around the city and other departments started making related plans. So the official community plan, our Winnipeg Complete Communities 2.0, for example, refer to the primary transit network. Land use plans are built around the primary transit network's existence.
Take that, to hear that, land use plans, how we're doing development, how PP&D, how we're zoning, whatever, is based around these primary corridors.
So what we're recommending is that
That's something new.
Huh?
I would have hoped we've been doing that all the time.
Well, I know, but
We haven't had
I
that.
just wanted to make sure you guys
Practice we have, but
understand.
basically it being official in policy is the difference now.
Mhm.
So are we gonna make developers pay towards transit?
Separate question. So
We're making, we're starting to make them put in bus stops and pay for them.
No, but I mean for rapid transit.
Well, we'll get to that. Okay.
So the very specific wording of this recommendation would leave the delegated authority to make changes to any route, even the primary transit network, with this committee. But if that change resulted in a street losing primary transit service entirely,
Primary.
Yeah,
then that recommendation would have to go to
council.
full council.
What's the definition again of primary?
That's the rapid, frequent express, frequent and
So
direct.
the orange, the colored routes.
Right, yeah. In our map,
That
they're
one's-
very level.
FX, what are they called again?
So rapid, which is just the blue line right now. Frequent express,
Yeah.
frequent and direct.
So just those ones. If that changes, and what do you mean change in what way? A substantial way or minor way?
Change the route.
So if the route was going to change, for example, if there were two primary lines running on the same street and we were recommending moving one of them to a different street or removing it or whatever, there would still be primary service on that street that would stay with this committee. But if we removed the only primary transit service from any street, then that would have to go to council.
Okay, that's a big, so that's,
So, okay, what does that mean? That means that we're delegating more authority to you?
No, no, it doesn't change any of the delegated authorities at the administrative level, but it would not delegate authority, I guess. It would, council would retain the exclusive authority for changes to the primary transit network if and only if they removed all primary service from a street or part of a street.
Quick question, it's a little off topic, but in appendix B, D12 and D13, how are they different from one another?
Is that Sergeant and Ellis?
It is Airport, the Forks.
So
D13.
they're deliberately very similar to each other, but one goes down Sergeant and one goes down Ellis.
Oh. Okay, now I see, okay, because it looks exactly the same. Okay, thank you.
so everyone's clear on that. That recommendation, because we're going to continue going through these recommendations, okay? So the next one, number 4, we talked about that. We'll have a little amendment to that. Okay, let's talk about number 5.
That's pretty straightforward.
That's pretty clear, right? Everyone gets that, okay? Now, number 6, that the list of ancillary.
There's not that many, eh? I thought there would have been a lot more.
Let's see. That's a big.
Yeah, there's not,
What's that?
there are not very.
Ancillary road network.
I just might have changed to free turns and everything.
Oh, some no right turns. Got it. Okay. So I have a question now for the department related to what we've heard from the delegates today. Okay, so I would like to understand why, well, I understand why the number 10 is coming off, but you tell us why the number 10 is coming off. And then you tell us what the negative aspects and the positive aspects are of keeping or removing 28 through Wolseley.
I mean, the simplest answer to why no more Route 10 is, well, every route in the city outside the southwest is ceasing to exist and being replaced with other routes. In the first draft network, we had service going as far as Aubrey, but we heard from people living in Wolseley that what they felt like they were missing is a connection to the south. That there's a lot of social connections across the Assiniboine River.
Yeah.
That people or students go to Kelvin, and that they want to go visit their friends in River Heights and Crescentwood, or they want to go shopping on Corridon, or they want to go to Grant Park Mall. So we adjusted it in 2019 to have a route going north and south from Wolseley, in addition to, of course, on Portage Avenue, very high capacity, high frequency service going east and west. The question about what is changing, there was a lot of comments about the frequency. So today, there are 3 buses per hour per direction on Wolseley Avenue at the peak period.
And that's on the Greenway.
That's on all of Wolseley between Aubrey and Sherbrooke.
Right. So say that again. How many buses?
3 buses per hour per direction.
3 buses per hour per direction. So basically 6 buses, 3 buses per hour per direction.
So
6 buses.
Both
per hour,
directions
every hour.
combined,
Okay.
that's in peak periods.
In peak, recap the peak periods for everyone.
In general, 6 to 9 a.m. and 3 to 6 p.m.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know the specific times
Okay.
in Wolseley, but those 2-3 hour periods are our peak period. In the proposed network, there would be no transit service on the part of Wolseley from Aubrey to Arlington, where today there is. There would be transit service on Arlington from Wolseley to Portage, where today there isn't. The part of Wolseley Avenue from Arlington to Sherbrooke would retain service. We don't know yet how many buses per hour because we haven't scheduled the service.
Oh, okay. So how do you not know? You haven't scheduled the service. Well, what do you take into consideration to schedule the service? Because you're going to have to schedule it come whenever, June. So how does that pan out?
So the first step is the service classification. So this is a connector, which is a part of the feeder network.
Feeder into the neighborhood.
Right. So it's a feeder bus, but within the feeder network, it's the higher classification.
Okay.
So connector is a higher, meaning more frequent. It's the more frequent among the feeders, but it's not what we would consider primary transit line.
Got it.
Or capital F frequent route.
Okay.
It's 2 notches below that in the classification system. The frequency target range is every 15 to 30 minutes, meaning 2 to 4 buses an hour.
Both directions.
Per direction. So it's
in peak periods?
That's our daytime target.
Daytime target.
Right. So typically we would schedule towards the higher frequency end of the range in peak periods and the lower frequency end of the range around noon. And then at nighttime, there would be less frequent. So there may be 4 buses per hour per direction at some times of day. That would be within the range, the targeted range here. So we're not saying there won't be 4 buses now. Today there's 3, there may be 4. buses per hour per direction
Yeah, what do you mean today there's 3?
with the 10.
The road
Oh, it's 10.
The 10 runs 3 times an hour per direction in
It's
the
on a
future.
different road and that's what, that's.
Well, on that part of the greenway.
Oh, on that part of the
Same
green,
part.
okay, got it, okay, got it. Okay,
Same part, but less of
yeah,
Wolseley.
yeah. So just a quick question, you're saying there's no buses on Arlington right now that go?
Between Portage and Wolseley Avenues.
Right, so the lady that had the beautiful bus stop on Arlington?
There used to be.
Oh, they're used to.
Yeah.
Got
You
it.
gotta move.
Yeah.
Got it. Right off of it, okay.
You're only operated one way.
No, okay.
Can you speak to sometime when you're ready about the Greenway operating with transit at the same time and the benefits and best practice and what you know about that?
I guess. A typical street in a residential area has hundreds to 1,000 or maybe 2,000 vehicles per day. That any vehicle interacting with a vulnerable road user creates a potential conflict. The Greenway strategy is some infrastructure interventions like curb extensions and speed tables that try to minimize the potential conflict, partly by, and the speed limit change, slowing down traffic and making drivers more attentive.
It goes to 30K, it's going to 30K.
So I understand the concern with any vehicle interacting with a vulnerable road user. A transit driver is a professionally trained driver. They are trained to navigate that kind of situation, and they're able to be held accountable if they don't follow the policies. Other drivers on the road don't have that necessarily, that have that training or that level of accountability. So it's, you know, would a Greenway be better without a bus is a different question, but we have very few options east-west in Wolseley. So
Why
really,
is that? Just because of the roads and
just
the width
geographically, there's only the option of Wolseley or Westminster,
and- Right, right.
or leaving or being out of Wolseley. By going to Wolseley, we increase the amount of the neighborhood that's within 500 meters or within a walking distance of transit. If we assume 500 meters is how far people are willing to walk, then we serve 2,100 more people than if we stayed outside of Wolseley.
Okay,
I think an important point though that I don't want to miss is we heard a lot of comments about people thinking that it would be unsafe along the Wolseley Greenway because of the transit service operating on there, and people throwing out terms like very frequent service. By definition, this is part of the feeder network, so it's not frequent service, as Kevin was mentioning. It's going from, at peak periods, roughly 3 buses per hour per direction right now to 4 buses per hour per direction. It's a very, very minor change. We are already operating safely on this stretch of Wolseley with 3 buses per hour.
No, that was not a real, I agree, that the bigger issue is the consultation or their feelings. But I agree with you in terms of that, absolutely.
And on top of that, we're operating 5 less blocks on Wolseley. We're operating on less portion of the Greenway.
So then you're not going to Aubrey.
Correct.
Quick, who's on the speaking list?
pardon me,
Who's on the speaking list? Very good question.
you can.
Okay, Graham Avenue being abandoned. My question is, I guess, first of all, Portage Avenue. You're putting a lot of routes onto Portage Avenue. Has there been a traffic, and at the same time, we're putting Portion Main around the same time. Has there been a traffic analysis done with the Public Works Department to ensure that that capacity exists on Portage Avenue, knowing that you have basically one lane in either direction, you have fairly narrow blocks with lots of crossings on Portage Avenue in the downtown. Do we have the capacity to handle that amount of transit buses arriving and in peak hours with all these various routes? Has that been studied?
There's a misconception, I think, that we're taking the same number of buses that operate on Portage and Graham today and adding that number together and putting it on Portage Avenue. That's not the case at all. What's happening is a much broader change. Today, almost every bus route in the city goes downtown, and when it gets downtown, it goes east and west on either Portage Avenue or on Graham. And even routes that go from the south part of the city to the north part of the city go east to west when they go through downtown. So a bus that comes over the Osborne Bridge over the Assiniboine River might go down Graham and then go up Main Street. In the new network, buses that go from east to west will go east-west through downtown, and buses that go from north to south on the citywide scale will still go north to south through downtown. So a lot of buses will go north and south on Osborne, and as it changes names, Donald and Smith, and on Main Street. On top of that, we'll have more service on Broadway, and we'll have service on Ellis. So the total number of buses on Portage Avenue, we don't have the exact number yet because again, we haven't done detailed schedules of every route. But at the level of the frequency targets, we'll end up with about the same or a bit fewer buses per hour on Portage Avenue compared to today.
So what happens to the businesses on Graham who've been built up there over the years, coffee shops and whatnot that rely on that Graham Avenue Mall that are now basically there's no transit service anymore? What happens to them?
So the future of Graham Avenue is part of a separate study being done by the
We don't have an answer.
planning department. And well, they have released, they have gone through a few rounds of public consultation. The latest one had the recommended design of Graham Avenue. And it has a few different components depending on the block. It kind of goes block by block. But that's being handled in tandem with this by our colleagues in another department.
I think
What is ironic is like I'm looking at the downtown. And so you're basically you've got more buses on Broadway. You have a significant amount still on Portage. North of Portage, there seems to be good connectivity, but south of Portage, it just seems to be basically Broadway. And then like Vaughan looks like it's gone. You've got you basically have Donald and Smith as your main quarters going through the downtown. So you basically, you have a huge kind of part of the central business district of the downtown CBD where there's no bus activity at all. And so I'm looking at this and saying, well, people are going to be having to walk a lot more than they did before, because at least Graham brought them to the center of the downtown. If they were working south towards Broadway, they walk that way. If they're working north, they walk that way. Now people are going to be on, for example, dropped on Broadway, and they got to find their way north.
So one of the principles that we used when planning the part of the network through downtown was that as much as possible, buses should go straight. People want their transit trips to be as fast as possible. They want the network to be as legible as possible, to be not confusing. And every time a bus turns, it delays the bus. You have to yield to pedestrians. The turns in and around Graham and Vaughan are very tight. Both of those streets are very narrow. And so our overarching principle was as much as possible, go straight, especially downtown. So buses that come across the Osborne Bridge don't turn, they go through downtown, north-south on Osborne and Memorial and the other names it has. Buses that come from the Midtown Bridge go on Donald and Smith. Buses that come from the Norwood Bridge go on Main Street. Buses that come from Portage, they have to do what I call the wiggle there, but then, some of them go to Provencher. And then the Blue Line does turn there, and that's one of its sort of bigger turns, but so we didn't get rid of every turn, but as much as possible, we tried to get rid of turns. There is an area between Donald and Memorial, and between Broadway and Portage that doesn't have any transit service. That area is entirely within half a kilometer of transit.
No, I know, but that's the standard that we use in the suburbs, not downtown. To me, if I go to any successful downtown, I see transit services on every street. And here we're basically knocking them off of Hargrave, Carlton, Edmonton, Vaughan, Kennedy, gone. And you got basically that many blocks, no transit service, all the way from Portage to Broadway. That's a huge section. Any other successful downtown I've seen, I see buses. I've got to watch out for the damn buses going by. You get hit by one when you're walking down an intersection. Here we got a whole black zone, blackout zone in the area, right? That's not being applied. So like I don't understand it. Like, why not? Why don't we have that?
The only effective way to serve that, because all the streets in that area basically start and end downtown, right? The one between Portage Place, going north-south, there's Portage Place limiting access to the north, there's the Assiniboine River to the south, going east-west, it just doesn't have connectivity, that's just the geography of it. So if given the principle of trying to be as straight as possible, reducing turns, simplifying things.
No turns, but
the only real effective way of serving that would be just a downtown or that part of downtown specific feeder route. And we talked about that option, and it just there are other places that have tried that. It is not what we would consider the best use of that resource, of the bus that it would take to do that. We would prefer to put that bus somewhere where it'll carry more people.
Push you back. We have like a ton of residential in that area. We have the Winnipeg Convention Center in that area. We have True North in that area. We have like.
Now, you worked with the downtown biz, I imagine. You worked with that crowd. Like, I would hope that they would have had a decent amount of input into this and understanding their neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm. Kevin alluded to a really important point about this here, where you'll notice in this entire map, we don't have feeder routes downtown. The feeder routes stay further out, and within the downtown, it's all primary network routes. It's a very well-established principle in transit planning that's been studied in cities all over the world, including in cold climates, that people are willing to walk further to more frequent service. And in this case, we're not even asking them to walk any more than about 350 meters, which is well within that 500-meter distance. So it's not providing bad service, it's recognizing the fact that providing really, really good service on Broadway and on Portage, people are willing to walk that distance, and it's really not even that far because it's within 350 meters.
So with that 350-meter walk, is there regularity in terms of the service that they want? Like, I want to go to South St. Vital or I want to go to Transcona. Is there frequency in terms of those buses or that service?
When we looked at travel patterns, we learned that people want to go everywhere, that there's even the most common destinations are still a small fraction of the overall demand. People who live downtown, and as we try through center plan and other ways to attract more people living downtown, they want the ability to go anywhere, everywhere. So within the downtown, the overlapping frequent routes, everything downtown is a primary line. And in most cases, there's overlapping primary lines. One way to visualize that, if the frequency is high enough, you can sort of treat it like a conveyor belt. So I want to go north-south, I'll go to the nearest north-south street that has transit, and once I get there, it'll be a matter of minutes, 1 minute or even less in some cases, before a bus will take me within downtown. So if I want to go from, our downtown's quite large, I want to live in one part of downtown and go to the other part, I'll walk to the street that has the route going in that direction, or the collection of routes, and a bus will be along in some cases a matter of seconds or minutes. There's no dominant destinations. That even includes downtown itself as a destination. It's the most popular destination, but 80% of people are not going there. So two things can be true at the same time. 20% of trips are going to downtown, therefore 80% are not, but 20% is the highest individual destination. But it shows the need to create a network that takes people everywhere.
When Carlton is a through street all the way north, Edmonton stops, right? Kennedy stops because of Portage Place. You know, why can't we put a route on to, like, I don't want to get into the route thing actually, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, because it opens up the Pandora's box with making changes. But I guess just in light of the fact that this is the downtown and we're trying to revitalize it and do all sorts of things, we spent tens of millions of dollars in investment into a convention center. We are, as a council, have supported significant investments into the hub, which the sports and entertainment district of the True North Center. Why can't we reconsider a look at Carlton? Like, Carlton to me is basically at least a way to get access into that area of the downtown because of the loss of Vaughan now, because of the loss of Graham. Anyway.
Okay, here's a question. Tell me now what happens. This gets implemented next June, okay, June, July. So what are we doing? We're going to have a whole year of trying it out. And then how do we deal with changes? How do we deal with modifications, tweaks? As much as you guys have done incredible work, and like anything, there'll always be a few little, even when we did it in the Southwest, there was a few little things you had to work out. What's the process for that?
So one of the reasons that back in 2019, we came to the conclusion we needed a new network was that our current network is very difficult to tweak.
Yes.
Everything is so complicated. It's complicated for users to learn, but it's even more complicated on the back end for us to run and plan and schedule. So if we have problems, we often have a hard time solving them. With the new simplified network, it's easier for customers to understand, but it's also, very importantly, easier for us to adjust. The feeder routes are their own entities. If the conditions in a neighborhood change, if it grows or shrinks, or if a new seniors apartment building opens or a new grocery store opens, we can make those changes to the feeder network. We can change the route to go this way instead of that way, depending on the geography, but we would continuously be looking for ways to keep meeting the community's needs on a community by community basis, depending on how the feeder network runs. The primary network, though, we don't want to change it except to make it better. We want to make it more frequent. We would like to extend it. We have a number of extensions in our long-term plan that over time we hope to move towards, but of course they need funding. So we want where it becomes in place, we want it to stay there, but we want it to get better over time and grow. So we have not had the flexibility that the feeder network offers to change the routing itself, or the flexibility of having standalone primary lines that let us change the frequency in tune with demand. That, for us, is one of the biggest leaps forward in this plan. And we expect that we would create a cycle, a cyclical process of continuously evaluating, refining.
Okay, well, what do you mean you expect? Like, isn't this the plan that you're going to, we're going to implement it? We're going to have a year, like, I don't know, you'll have some websites set up that we can put feedback in, that residents can put feedback in, or it's so-called 311, or
It
I don't know.
yeah, it would be
We'll go through 311, their feedback would go to you, and then what will happen? So this is in June of next year, you flip it, so that's 25,
We would be collecting that
you
information
collect that
from the
information.
onset.
Right, and then what happens in June of 26? Like, do you come forward to, or you'd come forward to us sooner because you like to make changes when it's not, you know, September, right? So,
Yeah, so in the first year, so we have not yet set an annual cycle and what exactly the month by month activities would be, but we intend to do that. June is our favorite time to make service changes. High school is done, university is not in session, and if people end up at a bus stop and there's no bus when they expect it, it's not freezing cold. So we will try to target the end of June date each year to make those adjustments. Maybe very minor adjustments would be able to happen at a different timeline. We haven't really ironed that all out yet. As for the first year, it'll take a while for people to settle into new routines. It'll take a while for those new routines to show up in our data. And so we would wait for that sort of settling to happen and then start to look at the data. In the meantime, I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of feedback from passengers about things that could be better. And so we'll be taking that all into account. And to the extent we can deliver changes after 1 year, we'll probably have a few. I would expect we'll have even more after 2 years and every year from then on.
okay, so
Okay, Kevin, just on that though, so what we might see is it'll operate for a year. So we're going into June 2026. And it'll be the following year that we might see changes because you gather the data, maybe have a public meeting, possibly write a report. So it'd be a 2-year time frame, or a year and 3/4 or a year and a half or something like that, right?
I think we'll be in a position to make some changes in 2026, but I think that
But that is.
there will be more and more data.
2 years from now.
So 1 year, so if implementation proceeds on June 29th, 2025, then about 1 year later, we would have some changes to make. And then as the data gets more and more robust, we would look at what other changes need to be made.
It depends on the level of what those changes are too. As Councillor Luke's referred to tweaks. But we don't necessarily need to wait till June to do those kinds of things. We made many of those tweaks in the south end at different times in the year, right?
yeah, and they came, they all came through the committee here.
Also, that was our first run at this, right? We've had experience from that, both administratively and politically in the community. So this time it'll be, I don't want to say better, just more experience. So those tweaks, wouldn't it be good also to go through the seasons though, fall, winter, spring, and let the user, I mean, ideally,
for the
that's
whole
what,
year.
that's what we want, ideally.
Travel patterns change in seasons.
Sure, but sometimes we can look and say, okay, that's a mistake, we need to change it sooner.
Okay, so what about this? I just want to throw this out at the committee, okay? Because I threw it out at Bjorn when I was listening to all these other presentations. And I sent it to you guys. But the Winnipeg, and I think you saw this too, Mr. Surgeon, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to undertake a formal review of the new transit routes between September to November of 2026, when peak ridership is traditionally at its highest, and then bring forward their findings of their review and any recommendations for modifications to council.
Where are you reading that?
I sent it to you.
Okay, this is from you. Okay.
Yeah, for consideration in Q1 of 2027. So in a way, the timing of that is good because that's an election season in this May to June. So people will be out knocking on doors. They're gonna hear feedback. These guys are gonna be, you know, doing an analysis between September and November. And then we'll
So
share
it is-
these findings.
So it is the 2 years that we just sort of talked about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, because next year they're implementing it, right?
Right, so let them do it for years for all seasons and then
Yeah.
Q1, as you say, 2027. I mean, ideally, that makes sense, textbook sense and common sense.
But you're gonna have issues that arise immediately,
Yeah.
but you'll see it initially coming up. And then I guess I just don't want, I wanna make sure there's flexibility that they could come back. But the problem is, you know, so often around here it's about money. And, you know, for us to make a change, it would be a cost. I just hope it doesn't get X-nayed across the hall.
Right. Well, some of my changes had, this is just from experience, some of my changes had no cost, little 50 feet here, another 100 meters there, whatever. Then I wanted to do a nice big one over into Prairie Point, and then that had a cost, right? But I think we had 3 or 4 little just tweaks that were no cost, which was great, and it improved the service for
Yeah,
the
like
residents.
some of them won't be caught, but then there might be some that.
Well, that's like anything.
I mean, if, you know, but I just hope that when that occurs, that the reports can still flow and not be subject to. You know,
Well, okay,
I mean,
well,
it's
that's a
better
good
to, it's
segue.
better to have that so that, okay, fine, we don't have the money, but at least let us know,
Right.
right?
So listen, this is another one that I worked with the department on. So exactly to your point. So these guys there, the department, when we had all these counselors coming forward going, oh, growth, I need a new route. They don't have a prioritization plan. I think that's what, a prioritization plan. So they're going to put together an annual service plan that will outline how they will consider, evaluate, review, and prioritize requests for changes to the transit route network that arise. Okay,
That'd be great.
Will that data?
that will come
include-
back sooner.
That data include.
Where is that in the source?
I sent you the
All
motion.
of those assets, ridership,
You'll get
things
a
like
printout
that,
of
all
all these
these reports.
Peter, possibly.
If you refer back to the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan that was approved by council in 2021, on page 80, there's an outline of the service planning process that we want to follow. It's high level, and we need to delve into the details of that, including importantly, the prioritization process. So
Right.
that's what we want to work on next, and that's what the motion you're talking about.
Right.
So we've thought about this, we know that it's a gap in our processes.
Right. And so if we find that we have changes that we want to make, Counselor Wyatt has changes, Counselor Edie has changes, Counselor Gilroy has changes, then you guys are gonna have this matrix of analysis that you can plug this stuff in and figure out who gets the change and then we can find the money. That's what.
Rather than ad hoc changes that we're trying to address individually, we want to bundle them all together and then analyze them, study them, and prioritize them
Got it.
together. And then bring them here.
And then bring them to the committee, just like we do with our yellow flashing lights. Which is a whole other thing.
It is a
but-
very similar process. One of the challenge to Councillor's point, one of the challenges that we'll have, that we already have, but we'll continue to have. When we have pass ups, how do we prioritize? So if we have one more bus available,
Right.
do
Who
we
gets the
assign it
bus?
to somewhere that has a capacity problem where people can't get on the bus? Or do we assign it to a new neighborhood? Or do we assign it somewhere else?
Right.
If we
Well, I
have 2
think it
buses
comes
or 3
down-
buses, how do we do that?
It should not only, sorry for the interruption, I
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Yeah.
So, long bit. Shouldn't just be about a process for analyzing new neighborhoods and how to do that, but it should be also a policy. In other words, that when we build new neighborhoods, should the transit service be there from day one? Like the roads are. The people's transportation starts at day one. Right? Their traffic patterns start the minute they move into their new house or apartment. And they don't start, 60 days later.
Well,
They
sure.
don't- They
I mean,
don't sit in
that's a
their
good
house. They're not
concept,
going
but if
to-
there's no one riding the bus.
Right, and the issue is, we put in the roads, but we don't put in the transit. And so often or not, Then people establish their transportation patterns. They buy that extra vehicle, they do whatever they have to do to get moving around the city, right? And that's the fault that we have in our existing plans when we approve developments. We are not orientated towards transit. Now, that would take a major commitment by council to make that policy commitment. But it would end at what's going on now where councillors have to fight to try to get a service like Councillor Luke's talking about getting something to Prairie Point, you know. Anyway.
This entire new network is what will allow us to do things like that. Like Kevin was mentioning before, we now have the ability to make small changes to the feeder network that don't affect the primary network. One of the challenges that we have now is if there's a new neighborhood that comes online and it's next to existing transit service and it happens to be a very frequent route, let's say there's a new development next to Route 11. Extending Route 11 into there is incredibly expensive because it's, you know, starts from 5 a.m, runs till 2 a.m. It's extremely frequent. So that's not really an option. Other neighborhoods are near more minor routes and it's more affordable to do that extension. But by separating into the primary network and the feeder network, we can propose extensions of service to new neighborhoods that are much more reasonable, including the possibility of introducing on-request service first and then working our way up to a fixed route. If we wanted to incorporate something like Councillor Wyatt is talking about, we could, once we have the plan, once I guess PP&D has a plan in place for a new neighborhood, we could conceivably, as long as we have enough advance notice, we could develop a plan for extending service to that neighborhood, creating a new feeder route, creating a new on-request zone, bundle that together in this whole prioritization process and rank it against the other changes that we're talking about. Whereas if we have one bus, does that go to a brand new neighborhood? Does that go to an extension or a change to a feeder route in an existing suburb? Or does that go to deal with capacity issues on a major line? We don't have that ability now because of the nature of the network. We will have that.
Do we have that in writing? Like, are we gonna have a report to that effect? Ensuring that that is indeed the case? It's great we're hearing this, but I want to know that we're gonna actually, that this is gonna happen, that this is not gonna go in thin air. In other words, that in terms of new neighborhoods, that there will be a process and policies in
Okay,
place.
we don't have that all written up. We don't have.
All right, but I'm hearing this, which is great.
Right.
But I'd like to get something.
Right. So you know what, the whole new neighborhood thing, I hear you on that. I think that is something we can build on. I don't think that's sort of here today.
If they're contemplating thinking of it now, why don't just, like, I realize you can ton of reports in, but I mean, there's gotta be something that could come forward from the department to say, okay, this is a long-term plan. That we're thinking of making changes in terms of policy. Could we don't have to adopt policy now. We just say, these are things we're considering. This is a list of policy ideas that we're thinking of bringing down the road. So that we kind of get, it's an FYI.
Well, maybe we can put a motion together to direct them to do that,
I don't know, whatever.
you know, at some point. I think they're really focused on this, but.
What, I don't want it to be lost.
Well, because we have a whole new neighborhood coming on with Genstar and all of that by the what do you call that? Centerport, a whole new neighborhood coming on there. I don't know what's gonna happen with transit there, right?
You got Sage Creek North coming on potentially, demand there. Well, it doesn't end, it doesn't end. But my other question I had was regarding the infrastructure.
Okay.
So we're making all these changes, yet a lot of the heated shelters and the upgrades we need, sidewalks, so on and so forth, are not gonna happen until, you know, a year later, 2 years later. Is there any way possible that we could accelerate that?
So there's infrastructure that we will build under the primary transit network infrastructure project. That project was approved in 2021, but with the budget only arriving in 2025. So council has already accelerated that by 1 year by approving a first call on the 2025 budget and the 2024 budget. So that is very helpful. We were able to move forward with hiring a project manager, for example, and beginning the process of designing. In the meantime, however, we've been able to tackle a number of key issues, deficiencies in the infrastructure by piggybacking with our colleagues in the Public Works Department and their road renewal program. So, for example, at Main and Pioneer, there was a road renewal project that enabled us to create what will become the most important transfer location in the city at Main and Pioneer. And that's done, that's in place. There's a project going on right now in conjunction with the St. Vital Bridge rehabilitation that creates new bus stop platforms and transfer infrastructure at Dunkirk and Fermor. That's well underway. That'll be done in time. There's dozens of bus stop platforms throughout the city, between 80 and 100 that are going on right now or will this construction season in conjunction with road renewal projects. So there's a lot that's being done. We have been able to accomplish some of the most important pieces of infrastructure as far as for basic accessibility. In some of those locations, we'll come back a bit later and we'll add a shelter, but the accessible platform will be in place in time. So everywhere is a little bit different, but there is a lot going on already.
So not at every transfer point will there be a heated shelter?
No.
And how many are we short in terms of that?
I'm not sure.
How many more heated shelters are we putting in? That's part of this.
Well, they have staff that are coming on board that are going to do an analysis of all the infrastructure, correct?
Yeah, for now, our biggest priority is making sure that there's an accessible platform for people to use. So the concrete pad where the bus stop is. The amenities like shelters, heated shelters, arrivals and or departure display boards. We don't have, we have to make a prioritized list. We don't have that yet. The staff person, the project manager who would be in charge of that is hired, but they haven't started in their position yet.
So that's a major point, I would think, in terms of transfers for people's comfort. Right? That's something we'd want to know right away.
But it's a condition that exists today where
I hear
not
you.
every location that has where people transfer
No.
shelters.
I agree with you, Bjorn, but I guess what I'm thinking of is the people that never had to take transfers before. You know, and we must know those locations, right? Like the locations that will probably trigger transfers that never had to, that will generate more transfers because of a route change.
We do, you know, off the top of my head, I don't know all of them, but yes, in our model, we have an estimate of the number of people that would use each, what we call transit junction. So anywhere that a transfer
Transit junction.
can make way.
And so and so how many transit junctions are there?
Couple hundreds.
Hundreds.
All the feeders will switch at the main line.
And the definition of a junction is anywhere that routes cross paths or share a stop.
So ideally, we want to have a heated shelter at every transit junction, ideally.
Not really,
No.
not
Why?
at everyone.
If they're having to wait 5 to 10 minutes or more, then they never had to take a transfer before. I want to make the system as comfortable with them as possible.
We would like to have any sort of shelter at every transit junction or even at every bus stop if it was feasible. But I think, you know, a heated bus shelter costs about 10 times more than a standard bus shelter. And so we do try to use them selectively. You could argue that it would be better to put 10 regular shelters in some cases than a heated shelter. So,
And if it's high frequency and if they get to if they're coming in on a feeder and they get to I just think of like when they come in from the burbs and they get to Pembina Highway, like their buses are coming all the time. They don't need a heated shelter, like.
Dwell time is far less.
The what?
Your dwell time is
Well,
far
you're not
less.
dwelling in the shelter, is that what it is? Okay, so what's the budget for all this infrastructure again? Maybe tell the committee.
about $20 million.
$20 million worth of shelters and signs and platforms and and
I guess
all of
in
that.
some ways you've explained we can't do it right away. We're also making tweaks, so we can also tweak the shelters, if that all makes sense. There's existing shelters we're using.
Yeah, for for some of these passenger amenities, we're here today with the service implementation plan, which effectively is our final recommended route network. Places like Maine and Pioneer were so core to the network as it was approved conceptually in 2021. We were confident that that wouldn't be a waste of money, but we were not able to move forward on this infrastructure because of the lack of budget, but also it would be a bit imprudent to move forward on a bunch of infrastructure when the route network itself hadn't been approved.
That explained to the media, exactly. So we need to get the routes in place, then we know what the routes are, then we build the infrastructure. Okay, so just two questions here. So this on-demand service that you have on the map, just give us an update on that, where we're at with that. Like, are we having buses for the on-demand?
The physical buses? Yeah, so we have a challenge right now. So we have about 11 small buses, 30-foot buses. Standard is 40. They're all very old. There is no manufacturer in the North American market currently making small buses that meet all of our requirements.
Okay.
So New Flyer hasn't made that kind of small bus for a number of years, and there are no other manufacturers doing that.
So I was just at FCM, and one of the exhibitors was a bus manufacturer that builds for the city of Selkirk. And they're the 30-foot buses that went on it.
So the buses exist in what the industry calls medium duty. We typically, or so far, have only purchased heavy duty. And there's a different set of testing requirements that go into that classification system. And so we need to have a conversation within the department and outside about whether we would tolerate medium duty that have less stringent testing requirements, or our product manager of our fleet electrification program is looking into all the other options. Are there things in other countries that are available on the market, or is anyone developing a heavy duty bus? There's still a lot of questions about what the best course of action there is.
So the on-demand service, on-request service, what are we doing about that? You've got it in here, we're approving the areas, we're not doing it?
We do still have our small fleet of old small buses.
So that's what we're using for these yellow areas?
That's what we would be using, yeah. In each of those areas, we have for part of the day, a limited span service, we call it. So basically a feeder route or a fixed route, which is an ordinary route that would run at part of the day. And then our plan is that during the very low demand parts of day, that would be replaced, the fixed route would be replaced with on request. This is also how on request works today. Each area that on request serves today has a fixed route at some times, and then when the fixed route's not running, they have on request. So our contingency plan, we hope not to have to put in place, would be to run the fixed route all the time, which wouldn't be terribly confusing for customers because they would be used to using that at the times when it's in place.
So which map shows the fixed routes of the on-request service?
So all the dashed lines on the system map,
Yes.
I believe most of them are numbered in the 800s.
Right.
Those are limited span, so they would run only some of the time. A lot of them overlap or are within an on-request zone.
So folks that have on request, then they can focus on that, okay. And then the other thing I had was, the question I had was in the KPI part, how are you, what makes this successful? How do you know what success is?
Well, that's a very complicated question. Of course, the most basic measurement is, do people choose to use transit? So does ridership change.
So are you, where in this report now? I'm getting a little cross-eyed here. I know it spoke about it. Where is it? Where you talk about KPIs?
Let me just bring that back up. My computer went to sleep.
Saw it in here, I'm just scrolling aimlessly and can't find it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I saw your resolutions, they look fine.
yes.
And, the only thing I was gonna suggest, in light of the fact we heard from one group so loudly here today,
Yes.
that, you know, where you're adding counselors and drivers,
Right.
that we just add the Wolseley community representatives that spoke today. I think that would be something reasonable in that area.
The consultation part.
Correct. In light of them coming here today and speaking so passionately, and I think they should definitely be. In light of the fact that we don't want to disrupt the implementation of the plan. I do have misgivings about the rapid transit plan as we've discussed before, but at the same time, we'll leave that one aside for now since we don't have any money for it anyway. I guess the big thing that I'm concerned about is just the transfers and also the origin destination studies that I know you guys tried to do as much as you could, but like the one that really jumps out at me is 46 that I'm familiar with, the kid there that right now they're used to coming through the middle of downtown, right? Now they're in the south end. Something like that. Those are the things that that's what we're gonna hear about, right? I used to be dropped off here and I'm dropped off over there. So.
Yeah, where's the KPI stuff?
Okay, so our key performance indicators
What page are we on?
is on page 25. So the page 25 and 26, the last two pages of the implementation plan.
That's appendix A.
Which is appendix A in report number 4.
Okay.
So page 25 of appendix A, the service implementation plan. So we have 3 indicators related to on-time performance. One of those is a new, well, 2 of them are new to us, but one of them is new even within the transit industry. We are following Vancouver's lead, TransLink in Vancouver. We were in the process of trying to develop this, and then they just went ahead and developed one of their own, and so we borrowed it. The reliability, meaning the difference between the good and bad scheduled days. So that's what reliability.
KPIs, number 25, reliability scale.
So on-time performance.
Page 26.
Page 25, page 25, on-time performance.
And reliability.
Reliability scale. So how will you come back? When are you reporting back with these KPIs?
So this would be within our annual
Got it.
report.
Okay. So then you look at ridership, average boarding per service hour, cost, passenger revenue kilometers, overcrowding, shifts, weekdays, services.
I don't know what that means in English. What does that mean in English?
Do any of these
Read
KPIs
that, I don't know.
have an impact on how you pay for the service? Like, are we making the improvement? I mean, we're making this massive change to the network, but again, just being in Calgary, you can download your app and you can then use your phone to pay. Are we?
We're working on that. That's the payment law.
There's a separate process underway
Big one.
on that topic,
Yeah. All on radio today.
So how are we, all of this is wonderful, and so how is this gonna be reported? This is gonna be okay, here we go, the reporting. All right, yeah, all right. Now, the question I have, what does that mean? The reliability scale, 20th%, what is that? In English, like, what does that mean? Like, you're saying 80% of the time is okay? 20% is.
If a bus route goes down a street from A to B.
Yeah.
And there's a bus scheduled to leave at 4 o'clock from A. One day it gets to B and 60 minutes. The next day it takes 50 minutes. The next day it takes 70 minutes. And then we look at that over, you know, a month, a year, whatever. And then we say, okay, 20% of the time it takes 50 minutes or less. 80% of the time it takes 70 minutes or less, meaning 20% of the time it's more. And then we say that's too unreliable.
So 20%.
So that's what,
Okay.
yeah, so 20% of the time it's better than this, 80% of the time it's better than the other thing. What's the difference between those two? Because if it was perfectly,
So
if
there's
it
81
ran perfectly,
right.
it would be 60 minutes every day.
So if you're within 81%, you're okay, but the minute you hit 8, right? That's the kind of the cutoff in this.
Well, no, it's just a matter of reporting the difference.
Right, no, I know what you're saying.
Between 80 and like 8 out of 10 times it's better than this.
Right.
2 out of 10 times it's worse than that. What's the difference?
Question in terms of the schematics, like in terms of drivers. Right now, drivers, you know, they change shifts, they pick up new buses. It's fairly all over. Will this centralize that more in the sense of making it more? Like, are there gonna be more common places where a driver will getting off his shift and then starting again? Or is it still gonna be pretty well all over the system in that sense, or will there be less places where they'll be kind of, you follow me?
You're talking about relief points, that's what we call them.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There will be mostly the same relief points. So the places where bus drivers can change shifts will mostly be the same. There will be some new ones and there will be some removed. It's
See, I would thought that would have been the opposite. I thought it'd be less because you're taking buses and you're adding, like, you're using buses more efficiently is what you're saying. And so I would have thought there would have been less relief points.
the physical place where relief happens has to be carefully designed. It has to be a place where there's a bus shelter and somewhere safe for the operator waiting at the side of the road.
Yeah.
And a place where a bus can pull over and stay in that spot for 2 or 3 minutes while they change from one bus driver to the other, where it's not blocking
like a bus
traffic, or like it could be an indented bus stop or whatever. So we've chosen our relief points very carefully. In the new network, we also have a whole bunch of feeder routes. So today, outside the southwest, most buses will eventually go downtown, but the feeder routes that don't go downtown need their relief point to be somewhere on their route.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
Okay, well, I like the whole KPI thing. That's good. Bring that forward in the reports. A lot of work ahead. Okay, do we have any other questions, or are we ready to make a motion?
Is there any way that we could find a bit of dollars to do that, what I requested, which was the SWAT of where you're at now? Kind of like an independent thing. Like, I hear what you're saying. You've done all this work. It's great. Is there any way you can get kind of an outside set of eyes coming? It's like when you write a university paper, right? And you get somebody else to read it, just an outside set of eyes, they catch stuff that you never saw. And it's the same idea here, like even if it costs us 10 or 20,000, I'll give you LDR out of my ward. I just got my account updated. I want to do this right. I want us to be able to catch the shortfalls ahead of time and nip them in the bud if we can. And if we can't, at least we know about them.
I know, but how do you bring in, even though you bring in like that firm you worked with, a professional bus driver or whatever, how do you bring them in and say, look, like it's such a complex web, it's such a complex network. How do you bring them in and have them have a look at it in a reasonable time frame? And these guys now, they need to start getting out there.
I'm not saying we should slow them down at all in terms of, I'm saying it can be done at the same time. Basically, what they would do is they would need to, first of all, understand the system we have now, right? And look at what we're trying to get to and try to, the service levels are improved. And then just point out the shortfalls based on what we have now and where we're going. And the strengths of what you're doing, right? It's a SWOT.
That's what I'm saying. Is that get that done now, so you have that, and then there's less
That
projects.
happens. That's like we gotta tender it, then you gotta get them, then you gotta
No,
talk
the
to
director
them.
has authority up to
Like,
$100,000.
it's not like that's quick.
Director has authority up to $100,000.
But it's not just the funding, it's the amount of time.
Then they're gonna
We
have.
we need to lock down the network and start doing the detailed scheduling and getting everything built.
But these guys would do their own analysis, they would do it on their own, you just supply them the information, they would come back.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it on their own. They would have to have much input from staff to help them understand it. They would probably need a lot of the data from us
Guys would write this thing all
understand
the
it.
time.
So it's not a quick thing, for sure. But it also takes the staff time away from them implementing and scheduling what they need to.
And also,
Right.
whatever they would come up with, we wouldn't have the time to change anything.
No, but it's nice to know what we might expect.
I'd sooner take that money and use it when tweaks need to be made and we need to tweak here and there, then we get the job done.
A bit of a reserve to make some.
Okay, you answered my question, thank you.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? This is a big deal. Any other questions?
I want to ask the administration if there's anything else you'd like to add or put out there in response to all of the delegations from those living in the Wolseley area. Is there anything that you'd like to address or possibly wasn't the correct information they had?
They kind of did speak.
Well, is there anything else? Just ask me.
Yes.
I think just to make sure that the information is accurate, if Route 28, proposed Route 28, proceeded, there would be somewhere between 2 and 4 buses per hour per direction, closer to 4 in peak periods, closer to 2 middays. I don't think there's any reasonable scenario where there's 4 buses per direction all day, every day, late at night and everything. I don't think that's a reasonable possibility. The service would be on Arlington, and then it would be on Wolseley. There would be no service on the part of, so there would be less service on the Greenway, or service on less of the Greenway than today. Today, there are 3 buses per hour per direction. In both directions, that makes 6. So that's the baseline. And that's at peak periods. So it would potentially go up by 1 bus per hour at some parts of the day on the part of Wolseley Avenue between Arlington and Merritt. Arlington Avenue, or Arlington Street itself, is the only north-south street in Wolseley that's wider than any other. It's 9 meters wide. Every other north-south street is 7.5 meters wide. If we go straight across Portage on Arlington, it lets the bus stop on both sides of Portage. That means people making the connection don't have to walk across 8 lanes. They can ride the bus to the other side to make a better connection. Some of the speakers were contemplating options that would take the proposed Route 28, put it around Wolseley, and introduce another bus in Wolseley. I think there's a misconception
That's not happening.
that we have buses to spare. But a bus is $1 million asset that does hundreds of thousands of dollars of work every year. So to add 1 bus is a big deal. So that's why we were not recommending the options that we don't recommend bypassing Wolseley entirely, because 2,100 people would find themselves more than 500 meters from any transit service. About 700 more people would lose access north and south within walking distance of 500 meters. And then options that backfill that with an extra bus come with an annual price tag in the hundreds of thousands. and the bus itself is $1 million asset.
Okay, here's a question. So when you have your new staff and you, now, let's say you know the routes, they go away, they're figuring out where the infrastructure assets are going to be put. Are you coming forward with a report on that to tell us, here's what we've analyzed, here's where the infrastructure assets are going to be? How are you gonna do that? We would like to know.
We could, if you would like us to.
We would like that, yes.
Timing wise, what would that be roughly in your mind?
It's gonna be-
That's one of the challenges. So we do have to assemble, a list of what we could do, figure out the cost of, or estimate the cost of each of the things we would like to do, then put that all together, and it'll certainly exceed the budget. Then we need to prioritize.
Right.
And the prioritization itself will be based on cost estimates.
Mhm.
Then when we actually put it out to tender, we get true costs. Then we will discover whether we can add more to the list or whether we need to take things
But
off.
will
the
you
list.
not almost need a prioritization matrix also for your infrastructure? Because we're gonna need more than we have money for.
Yeah,
And how are you gonna do that?
we intend to create a prioritization system. We don't have that right now.
Right.
That'll be one of the requests that we make to an eventual, I'm pretty confident we'll be using outside help for this, consulting engineers, for example. So that'll be one of the elements in our eventual request for proposals to, outside firms that want to help us with this, that they help us with the prioritization itself.
So then, to Councillor Wyde's point, we would like that. We would like you to come back to us and, you've got the money. We're sitting on 20 million, or not yet, but soon, next year. We would like you're hiring your 2 staff that are going to, once the route's approved, then they're going to start beavering away at figuring out what goes where. So how long is that going to take? What's feasible to have a report come back saying, here's how we're going to basically what we estimate, how we prioritize and estimated how we're spending the 20 million.
Yeah, I think we would have that by the end of the year. My caution or my hesitation is that in some ways, just to get this thing ready, we'll be thinking and doing at the same time. So we can bring a report late this year for information, but some of it, if there's an opportunity to collaborate with Public Works, for example, as we've been doing.
Well, we hope so.
We would seize that opportunity.
I would give yourself to the end of the first quarter of next year.
So, yeah, so we can bring a report at an appropriate time, but I just want to caution that we will be constructing things in the meantime, and we'll be modifying, or we'll have to be a little bit flexible with the conditions. If Public Works is working in an area that we can attack our 100th most important bus stop, we'll get it done.
Word it like this, by the end of the quarter of 2025, staff provide Public Works with a report outlining infrastructure upgrades to the related to the transportation master plan that have been implemented, that will be soon implemented as part of the $20 million pocket of funding, and other underfunded or outstanding items that should be addressed in the future, subject to funding. And then that would cover everything, I think. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's something we could deliver.
To his point, and this is the discussion.
Not as soon as I just said it.
Essentially, it would be an unfunded priority list.
Well,
Part of it is funded with 20 million. So basically, I'm saying the staff
So
report
you have
back by
funded
the end
and
of quarter one, yeah,
There might be.
of what has been done thus far, because you're gonna be doing infrastructure as you go along. What items are still unconstructed as part of earmarked via the 20 million of funding we know of? And then what other items are unfunded and outstanding that should be considered in the future? And
as part of upgrades to ensure the performance, the maximum efficiency and convenience and comfort of the
Right.
transit.
Because sometimes like right now, maybe Public Works has a road they're doing and they're gonna put in a
Or a
path,
sidewalk
right?
in there.
Or a sidewalk or whatever.
Absolutely.
So there'll be ongoing stuff, may not be the top 10.
And it might not be
maybe
within
100.
that, it might not be part of that 20 million.
Right.
It'll be part of their
Right.
budget too, right?
Right.
So you're kind of stealing from Peter paper, right? So, no, for sure. But give yourself a bit of time, but it'd be nice for us to have that when it rolls out at the end of June to say,
and to be able
by
to
the way,
speak
there's
to
stuff,
everybody.
there's a shelter coming
Sure.
or whatever, right? We can say, you know.
Well, it's all very complicated, right? Like, it's
100%.
very complicated, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the wording or the intent of that is reasonable and we can do that. Okay.
Okay.
So just to get clarity, this $20 million funding bucket, what exactly is that?
Primary transit network infrastructure project.
Spare the stash in the back room, spare money.
Or primary and all.
And then I think you want to write in there too, in the consultation part, or with the
David.
counselor for the Wolsey area.
Yeah.
All good.
Well, she's part of it, right? So I don't know why we need to. Because she is part of it. So, Counselor Wyatt, to the point, I hear what you're saying about the Wolseley Residents Association or group, but we have Counselor Gilroy will be
Part of it.
it,
It'd be
right?
nice for just to say it for the sake of the fact they were here, that's all I'm saying. I don't know. And we're
I don't
doing it
think
after, we're not doing what they requested we stop everything,
Right,
we're not doing that.
Right.
We're saying in November, right, as part of that process. Why don't we put it this way, so we'll say
You're not
that
the
any
only-
delegations that were here today that raised concern be part of that consultation,
But
how's
they're not
that?
the only group. We did
Uh,
get emails from others as well that aren't present.
Very good, so any delegation / submissions be recontacted again as per the consultation.
And that's gonna happen. Anyway.
Right, but this way they would be contacted again. You follow me? I'm not naming a group,
Right.
right? I'm just saying anybody who
Right.
submitted delegations or written
Right,
submissions.
but the intent of the motion, the number here is that when the department and potentially the outside comms firm is putting together a communication plan, they're putting together
Oh,
a
I think we should definitely talk to them about that.
communication plan on
So that's
how
what
to
I like.
communicate it.
So, yeah, I think it's good to ask them about that because over and over again, that's what we heard from them today, right? We didn't hear. Well, okay, we have a communication plan. We want your input into it. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Sure, you don't think the counselors can go out to their people and do that?
Well, they could, but at the same time, why not just formalize it? Because they were, I think it shows goodwill.
I hear your point, but I think you asked many of those questions today.
Who asked?
Chambers did about community newspapers like The Leaf, telephone poles. We heard it from
But
Sally
we
and
don't-
others. Yeah, we did.
Very advertising, but anyway, that's just my thought, Madam Chair.
Well, I think that's why we get the counselors as part of this, and then we know our avenues to communicate it out.
Yeah, and Counselor.
Like, I mean, what's your definition of stakeholders, right?
Well, no, I know.
Right? Actually pretty broad. So I'm sure you have a definition of stakeholders or do you?
Well, we do differentiate
Yeah.
stakeholders from residents. So
See, this is
stakeholders
it,
are
right? Like
organized.
industry stakeholders, business stakeholders. But then there's resident groups, like, okay, so the resident group today was a resident Wolseley group. That to me is a stakeholder now.
I know, but I kind of think that's up to the counselor, like that's up to the counselor to reach out to.
So then maybe we need to say here, and stakeholders in brackets as identified by members of council in cooperation with transit. How's that?
That's great.
Okay, done. Done. The great Canadian council on it.
Can you say that one more time, please?
In brackets after stakeholders, also identified in cooperation with counselors working with Winnipeg Transit.
Right. So if Councillor Gilroy wants to bring forward the Wolseley group, or if Councillor Sharma wants to bring forward the Aurora group, we can
Or I have people in an industrial park, that's allegations, whatever.
Sure.
Yeah.
That way
absolutely.
it's all encompassing and not.
So there was as identified.
Yeah, in brackets, after stakeholders, in consultation with stakeholders. That can also be identified by area counselors working in cooperation with Winnipeg Transit. That can also be identified, because they already have a list. And this is also. Yeah. Okay, are we gonna vote?
Okay, so there we go.
The motion with the amendments?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanna, okay, I don't know, when are we speaking to?
Okay, well, can you fire out the updated motion to everyone, please?
Well,
One, please.
Okay.
gotta make it. Yes.
Not to muddy the waters, but also on recommendation number 2, the and detailed in appendix B was going to get removed.
Yes.
Because that had to be
We have a
mistake in the appendix B.
This. Oh, yeah, that's not written out. That's out. It's out? Yeah, that's out. Yeah, but now there's that clause adding over here.
Okay, what are we doing?
Okay, let me email that to the committee.
Just while we're doing that, Peter, that was said earlier. Thank you, Greg, to your entire team, Bjorn, Kevin. It was a ton of work. We've heard about this item for many years now. And so it's been a lot of work that's gone into it. So thank you very much.
Actually, a very small team that worked on this, pretty dedicated bunch of people. So I'm pretty proud of the work that they've done.
And I've been here over various committee members being around the table. So I know it's been a great length of time.
Thank you.
Okay, that's Winnipeg Public Service upgrades, other unfunded, outstanding, I'm talking about your motion there, Councillor Wyatt. Okay, great.
Oh, it's just to identify where you pop that into the existing recommendation.
Okay. So I will move the motion with the following amendments. That recommendation to delete the detailed appendix in appendix B. In recommendation number 4, add counselors, drivers in consultation with, after multiple meetings with each group, the disability community. That can also be identified by area counselors working in consultation with Winnipeg Transit. Consultation with stakeholders, and then add the following recommendations and the remaining recommendations accordingly. That Winnipeg Public Service be directed to undertake a formal review of the new transit routes in September to November of 2026, when peak ridership is traditionally at its highest in the year, and bring forward the findings of the review and any recommendations for modifications to council for consideration in Q1 of 2027. That the public service be directed to report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works at its meeting on November 29th, 2024, with a proposal for an annual service plan process that will outline the Winnipeg Public Service how the Winnipeg Public Service will consider, evaluate, review, and prioritize requests for changes to the transit route network and service levels that arise from internal staff reviews, suggestions from the public, or motions from council and council committees and other sources. And 9, that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works at its March 2025 meeting with upgrades that have been completed as part of the $20 million primary transit infrastructure project, other unfunded and outstanding upgrades to ensure the maximum convenience and comfort of transit users.
Just one other addition to that would be that last clause, other unfunded and outstanding infrastructure upgrades. That was the word infrastructure should be there in front of upgrade.
Yeah.
Okay.
My only caution on that one is I think we should keep the question of rapid transit expansion separate.
I didn't refer to.
The way that's worded, our unfunded infrastructure projects would include all of our rapid transit
Okay,
expansion.
well, let's be very clear that this is $20 million primary transit infrastructure project. This is relating to infrastructure of that.
That's not clear
That's the
enough?
intent. We're not talking about the rapid transit.
Yeah,
here.
it's the part where the specific wording of reporting on unfunded infrastructure priorities.
Unfunded and outstanding upgrades to ensure the maximum, other unfunded and outstanding infrastructure upgrades
Related to,
related to the transit.
Primary transit.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Related to
Related
primary
to,
transit.
That would help.
to ensure maximum, that's fair.
One small thing, it's the primary transit network infrastructure,
Okay.
primary transit infrastructure project, so.
Primary.
primary transit.
It's like
in-
tall grass.
if it's
prairie.
called-
Primary transit network
Prairie, tall
infrastructure
grass,
project,
prairie, or prairie tall grass.
and
So
20.4 million,
primary.
Is
transit-
20.4 million?
yes.
Thank you. Sorry, Peter, what was that?
So it's the primary transit network infrastructure project.
Correct.
Beautiful.
Acronym for that?
We call it PTNI internally, it's a lot easier.
PTNI, my goodness,
Okay.
okay. So
Okay.
quick question on the first part of the motion.
Yeah.
Why are we deleting appendix B? What was our?
Oh, yeah. Do you want to just
Because it
recap
was,
that?
There's an error in one of the route descriptions in appendix B, and just in case we find another one, we're a lot more confident that there'll be no errors in the map itself.
Well, the main map is pretty clear.
Right, so just,
I'm a little worried about that. That's a big change. Are you gonna bring that back to us at a later date, the appendix B for consideration?
So appendix A includes the system map.
Yeah, no, I know, all the visioning and everything, yeah.
Appendix B would still exist. It's just not part of what's approved.
I know,
So
so
that-
that's what I'm a little worried.
Yeah.
I'm not worried, I just, is it duplicitous?
Yeah.
Well,
But the map shows it, it's just the wording that,
could we,
are off the area.
could we have, and we don't wanna hold you up in any way, but could you, let's say, do a review and bring us back a new appendix B for just to sign off in our July 3rd meeting? But any short, by then you should have, there should be any kind of shortcomings should be found by then.
Well, they thought they had them now.
We can if it's the will of the committee. We
No, I'm just saying, that like, I'm assuming you're trying to get on top of that as soon as you can, and I just wanted to know if we could bring that up. I think the appendix B is important for us to adopt, Madam Speaker, because that's the detail of the plan.
That's the detail of it.
Right.
But the details in appendix A, it's all in appendix A. These are just the breakdown of the routes, right?
At minimum,
But that's where you wanna,
we wouldn't call it appendix B, but we have been, we already have a corrected version of that document
okay,
that we would post to the project website.
well, and the most important thing
Whether
that
it
I
comes back
thought,
to this committee for approval is.
the most important thing that I found about appendix B that you can't tell from the mapping is the beginning and the end. The alpha and the omega, like where's the last one? right?
Right.
And when you flip it over and you see the list, you see the alpha and the omega, right? You see the beginning and the end, right? And so now I know, oh, it goes to that end. And I didn't know that before. When you look at the map, I couldn't tell. It was hard to see. So that's all I'm suggesting, is if we could bring it back in July.
the submission deadline for anything.
Oh, yeah.
Anything is already passed.
September then, September first, has information in September.
Yeah, information in September is a lot safer.
Do we need to add?
I forgot the IRS.
Can you just do it? Do we have to add that to a motion or can they just?
Just add it as a, yeah, say, a bit further to the.
So a recommendation to revise detail in appendix B. To be provided for information in September.
Bingo.
So
So not delete it, but just state that.
Revise.
Yeah.
why don't we add a recommendation to A?
Sure.
That states, the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to provide this committee with an updated and revised appendix B at the September meeting. Okay. Yep.
This we've already done. In theory, it would pass it.
Okay, no more.
Can I speak to the motion?
Sure.
I just want to preface it first of all, by saying, similar to what Councillor Sharma just said a few minutes ago, thank you to the staff for working so hard on this and a long lengthy process that it started prior to my return to City Hall. I honestly, I do have some concerns, in terms of the vulnerable users, that I'm not talking just about the disability community, I'm talking about folks who struggle with kids in hand and everything else. I'm concerned about the transfers and the amount of transfers that people have to take compared to before. I'm concerned about the fact that we didn't allow for an increase in the fleet as part of this revision. I'm concerned about the last consultation happened and the media didn't pick up the news release. I've got a lot of concerns with where we're at right now. Having said that, you can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs. And change is hard and it does take time. I do have concerns about the Eastern Corridor direction, but I know that's another issue that will come up later as we move forward with further funding, whenever that should occur, in terms of preliminary design and everything. But at the same time, I'm excited about this because it'll generate interest in transit, and at the same time, it will hopefully generate a lot of education amongst members of council about transit. And by doing so, possibly encourage members of council and the public who have been calling over and over again for increases to the fleet based on, the fact that they're standing room only on buses quite often, to become more of a public issue. And that'll be a good thing in terms of funding. And so sometimes you got to go through a little bit of, pain in a sense to get to that result. But the reality is, if it becomes a political issue because of the fact people are standing on buses, because all of a sudden we got the primary lines that are so busy, and you've got folks that are standing on buses, and all of a sudden they see other buses full of people where they never saw them before, right? And they're calling their other councilors. That's a good thing. And maybe it will generate a greater investment in transit in the future and spark the need for us to build these rapid transit routes to take the pressure off the regional streets, which is another thing that I think this will do too. So having said all that,
Okay,
I'll be supporting the amendments and supporting the clause.
Okay, and I too want to thank the department. I know a lot of work you've gone through. It's a lot of ups and downs, and we're very happy in Southwest Winnipeg. We want more. We like it. It worked. We want more, right? More buses, more expansion.
Not Southwest Winnipeg.
Okay, in my area. So I'm very excited about this. There's a lot of good things going on in transit, like a lot of good things, and yeah, I'm super supportive of this. So there'll be some humps and bumps, but we'll work through those on a big network change. And I think, good conversations with councillors on the communication of the plan will make it a smoother ride. So I think we've kind of massaged that to do that. So I'll be supporting the motion Councillor Chambers put forward. Okay, so I guess I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
As amended? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Okay, there you go.
Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you. So shall we now what?
Can we take a break?
Sure. Did we get pizza?
The pizza's on the way, but it's not through yet.
Okay.
I'll pray you. Really appreciate it.
The
preview polls.
Are we offline now?
No, we're still online.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yeah. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and
Call the question.
5-minute recess.
5-minute recess. Okay, it's very exciting. Very exciting. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the June 11th Standing Policy Committee on Public Works at 7:39 this evening. We are on item number 8. Preliminary design study Route 90 improvements.
Oh my gosh, we're from the frying
Here we
pan
go.
to the fire.
Okay, we got
Welcome.
Mr. Brad Neering that'll be speaking on the admin report.
Okay.
Let's carry it on, Brad.
Okay, sure. So Route 90 is a vital corridor, transportation corridor linking major residential, employment and commercial areas in the southwest and northwest quadrants of the city. It's one of only 2 routes that traverse north-south throughout the entire city. The corridor requires upgrades to address current and future traffic volumes, new development, future development, and the needs of pedestrians, cyclists, and transit users. The report summarizes the preliminary design for Taylor Avenue to Ness on Route 90, and it includes a benefit cost analysis and recommended next steps. The key considerations in the study were lack of vehicular traffic capacity, lack of adequate active transportation and transit infrastructure. We wanted to minimize property acquisitions and impacts. We had to accommodate the future development in Maui Odina. We need to comply with provincial legislation related to land drainage and the combined sewers. And there's a need to reconfigure and extend the life of the Assiniboine River bridges and the Portage Avenue interchange. And last but not least, there's a need to renew the existing road, which has been in poor condition for the last 25 years. So, like, at the end of the day, you're trying to improve a segment of road that hasn't been improved since 1962 when the northbound bridge was constructed over the Assiniboine River. And in that time, since the 80s, you've had massive development south of Taylor towards the perimeter. And you have connections of Abenoji, Mikina, and the Perimeter Highway. And there will be a future St. Norbert bypass that connects to Highway 75 as well. So the estimated cost of the project is in the class 3 estimate in current dollars is $586.1 million. But there's an additional $150 million in construction financing should the city have to carry all the costs as debt. If other levels of government contribute, that amount drops proportionally. So at the end of the day, the project comes down to 3 components: bridge renewal and bridge rehabilitation, road renewal, widening and capacity improvements, which include safety, AT, and transit amenities as well, and sewer upgrades, which are required in order to widen the road as well. We undertook a benefit cost analysis, and I'll let Tyler speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we took a look at a number of aspects related to the benefits of widening the facility. So just to be clear, we looked specifically at the incremental cost of widening to a third lane on both sides. And the benefits we looked at, as some of the delegates touched on, were strongly related to time savings to citizens using the facility. It's highly congested. So listed in order from greatest to least, we took a look at the benefits that would accrue from the construction period start to a 25-year operation of the facility. So that's the time period that we're looking at. And so the largest benefit is mitigated construction delays, which represents the net present value of roughly $57.8 million to citizens. And so that comes from if we did not add that third lane on both sides, then the facility, if it had to be rehabilitated, it would go down to 1 lane in both directions. And in the report, we estimate roughly 2 construction seasons to do that. And in that case, Public Works ran some traffic modeling on what that additional congestion would look like. And it was quite significant delays to the public during those 2 construction seasons where Kenaston is down to 1 lane. And so that was worth $57.8 million in net present dollars. Taking a look at vehicle travel time savings once the facility is opened, so the third lane on both sides is in full use, that was worth $48.5 million over the 25-year time period. And then because the facility is estimated to be more efficient in terms of fuel consumption, that is anticipated to save users roughly $15.2 million compared to the status quo in terms of less fuel that they would have to purchase. And then because there is a marginal reduction in the amount of emissions the average car would expend using that facility, the benefits to the environment using federal government guidelines was worth roughly $12.6 million. And then there was some improved safety benefits from the proposed design that was worth about $4.4 million, and then some pedestrian travel time savings of $1.4 million. And so that totals up to $140 million worth of benefits. And then that is contrasted to a cost of $119.5 million net present value cost of the facility. So that's a net benefit of $20.5 million, or
a cost benefit ratio of 1.17. So concludes that section.
You have a map that you roll out like this.
I don't have a map to roll out, no.
You don't have that big one that you said,
Not here, no. You can actually, that map is is linked to the report.
yeah,
You can see it
I
on.
just like to get the whole picture of it.
Going?
Yeah, so the next steps is to have the design approved, move it forward for budget consideration. And there's funding tendered for trade corridor routes planning and design. So we would undertake an RFP to do an independent value for money assessment for evaluating the business case and project delivery alternatives for the project.
So that's the 2 million, is that what that?
That's the 2.8, but that's for both Chief Peguis and.
Got it.
Yeah.
Question?
Okay, are we done?
Yeah,
That's it.
just take it. That's it, yeah.
So, Keniston, just north of Corden, I know that the plan or the design is to restrict the road further east. And then link up at Academy again. Does this cost include the expropriation of all those properties that are along there?
That's correct, yeah. So like the road starts aligning further west until you get to between Cord and Tuxedo, and then it starts to drift east to avoid the Manitoba Youth Center. And so that's the alignment. That's the alignment. That's actually pretty much the same alignment that was identified in 2011 when the first functional study was undertaken.
So again, all of those homes along, between Willow and Tuxedo and Corden, they're all of that in terms of purchasing that property is all accounted for?
It's all accounted for, yeah.
Okay.
And like we've had public engagement, so pretty extensive public engagement, including more than one meeting with the property owners in the area.
And they're all in agreement?
Well, I think at this point, I think there's frustration because we have a plan that's about 13 years old and we still haven't gone ahead. So I think it leaves them kind of in limbo.
Right.
Because we don't have budgets to do land assembly in advance of having approved capital project.
That's correct.
So what about the 50 D&D owned properties? Like, are they, how does that work? Like,
So we're meeting on a regular basis with D&D. They have to go through a surplus process.
Right.
Most of those homes are gone now.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to go through this surplus process. They have to offer it up. They have to do consultation, and then they offer it up to different groups. And right now, the city is on the same level as like Indigenous groups as well. So we'd have the same opportunity as them. So
and that price that you've estimated is included in here too?
we include that in there as well. That's right.
I don't even, there's a few houses, D&D houses sparsely located on it. I don't even know if there's anybody in them.
No, most of them have been decommissioned. There might be a few that have. I'm not aware of that though, but yeah, we are in constant discussions with D&D every 4 to 6 weeks on those. Similarly, like we're still in discussions with Naui about the land that needs to be obtained from their development.
And so south, up to Taylor, I know that Treaty 1 is starting some development. I think it's a gas station that they're putting in.
Yeah, that among other things, I think, yes.
So, I mean, the construction plans will take that into consideration as well in terms of.
We consulted with them throughout the process as Treaty 1 was developing their urban reserve, and they're aware of the land requirements. So the lands that we require were kind of parceled off from the reserve lands, so they're not reserve lands.
Why are we putting another traffic light at Bolton Bay?
That's That's to accommodate the now the development.
But why did we allow that? They could come off at Taylor and Grant to access their development just as easily as anybody else.
This was a trade-off for sure. This is one of the things that we looked at when they were developing their plan, their site plan. There's a.
Would they be okay with paying for a grade separation?
It actually, believe it or not, improves traffic. Because it takes some of the traffic that would have been the timing away, that would have had to go to Taylor and Grant if that was their only accesses.
Like I'm looking at, I guess where I'm going with this is I'm looking at all the traffic lights on here and thinking, how can I reduce 50% of them?
Well, a lot of it, like there's a lot of trade-offs here. Like we can't make a limited access freeway or expressway through here. It's not possible. So we have to be able to connect the community across. So that's why.
I hear you, but like, but like, for example, to me, Kenaston and like Taylor is a natural one because you're already coming up, right? You're already below grade. That'd be a natural one to stay below grade and then come up and do a diamond interchange to avoid all the expense of land acquisition or too much land. Cause I know they also own the other corner too, right? On that.
Well, yeah, but then you're acquiring all of the condos that are on the east side of the road to do that.
No. Like if you do a diamond interchange where the traffic lights are on Taylor and you're going underneath Taylor, right? Like to me, you know what I mean by diamond interchange?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but that.
I know you know what I mean, but I'm still getting committee, so.
But then you need ramps to connect, which means you need all of that urban reserve property to do it, or on that corner.
Okay, but let's say, for example, you have one here where it's a median closing, but we're keeping a light for a pedestrian crossing at Willow.
Yeah.
Like, couldn't we get rid of that and do a grade separated pedestrian crossing there like we did at Raleigh, like we did up on the Pioneers Greenway?
There's not enough room. There's not enough room to go up. Like you got a picture. We didn't look at Willow, but we did look at Loxton because there's a school there, and you'd have to picture that in order to fit the ramps in to get the grade up, you'd have to go halfway back to Corden.
Okay, then why don't we go down?
We actually looked at going down too, and with the underground infrastructure that was there and staying above the water tables, it became very complicated and very expensive.
I just look at these examples where we have, you know, like for pedestrian crossings, like, okay, Loxton is the other one.
Yeah. The thing is
putting in lights where they don't even exist yet now.
The thing is that we'd be synchronizing the lights where we can, like these aren't pedestrian corridors, so like you got to actuate the button at these half signals, and then they can be aligned with the other traffic. People will have to wait a little bit.
Well, the problem with the half signal is that it can't be synchronized because it's when they push the button, right? So.
Well, no, it doesn't mean you're getting an automatic signal.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question. Brad, there's a submission, there's many of them, but specifically the second one from Jamet Dollywall. They're talking about a berm extending all the way to Willow. Could you look at that one?
I read that one.
Yeah.
So I didn't read that one, but
it's very short. Can we take a look at it? I'm just wondering what the response is. They're wondering why it ends at Willow because there's other houses they feel that will be negatively impacted.
So when we did the sound study, okay, we're at a 30% design. When we did the sound study, we extended the berms where we thought they should go. During detailed design, we would relook at that, and if a berm needs to be extended for sound, or even like if the noise policy gets updated, we may have to relook at all of that.
Yeah.
Like right now, we're talking about a 1 meter berm with a 1 meter fence on it.
Okay, so the decibel noise that you looked at, is it
Yeah.
calling for anything further?
It wasn't calling for it further if it wasn't shown.
But you're gonna take a look.
But we would still look at it. during
Detailed
detailed
design. Okay, thank you.
What decibel level?
I think it's. I'm a little bit out of date here, but I think it's like 55 decibels, and I think if it's existing, it's up to 65.
Yeah, 65. Sorry, what was that you said?
It's up to 60.
I know that
You gotta do this year, because this year a little bit not as good.
there's work being undertaken to review noise attenuation by the province, because the last study that was done was in '84.
Yes.
So, and with materials that are being used now for construction, it absorbs a lot more noise.
Yeah, the city's looking at that as well.
Brad, I know we got a lot to talk about with this report, but at some point I'd like it answered where Chief Peguis is in terms of the same type of report coming forward.
It's up
For
there.
this committee.
Okay.
Where are we at with that?
So both Chief Peguis and Route 90 are at the same point. Preliminary designs are complete. We undertook the benefit cost analysis for this one first. We're working on the benefit cost for Route 90. For Chief Peguis we have an updated estimate. So we should be able to, we're hoping to come before the end of the year. So October, November.
And you were working on one, completed it, working in tandem, but that one's taking longer, or what's the
Well,
situation?
yeah. Well, this was the first, and I can speak to it better than I can, but this is the first benefit cost analysis we've done of this type. So the one for Chief Peguis, we had to do additional traffic modeling because it's not quite the same situation. So we're looking at how to do that, and then we're kind of looking to work through.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? It's not the same.
Well,
Yeah, there's in traffic versus.
yeah, so like in that case, the benefit is taking traffic off of Leela or the perimeter. Where here it was the traffic's there and we're wide, like it's the benefit of actually widening it by that one lane.
And the economic benefit.
No, I mean, I think that covers most of it. The thing that is present with Chief Peguis Trail that's not present in this report is it is one of the pieces of infrastructure required to open up some of those precincts in the northern part of the city's development. So we will conduct a preliminary fiscal impact analysis of those precincts, with the financial cost and benefit associated with those precincts. At the same time, that will help inform the Chief Peguis Trail.
And you have a category, Tyler, of the economic benefits, of course.
Yeah, I mean, economic benefits is a pretty generalized term. Like in the case here, when you're saving a business or a citizen time from reduced
I'm talking
travel
about the
time.
chief one, like you'll be considering that center, linking the center
I think one of
port.
the key differences between the Kennison and the Chief will be that will open up more land for development, so that will have more property tax implications.
Right.
Here in Tyler's analysis, there really wasn't any property tax implications because it's going through on ostensibly built under.
Thank you. I'd like to talk offline just on chief with the both of you, if we could. If you could.
So I have a question on this one, Ben. So what's the contingency on this? Where's that?
The contingency is about,
Where does it stay in the report?
it doesn't.
Why?
It's part of the,
class.
it's part of the estimate, so like, it's about 13.6% and,
So you're allowing a 13% contingency. It's in this fee.
yeah, so generally it's about $67 million for
The contingency.
the contingency on the entire project.
That was lower than what we did with the rapid transit line.
So what we do now is we go through a risk-based contingency. So we do a risk matrix and then we develop it. Well, when you think about it, this is 67 million is a whole St. Vital Bridge rehabilitation project. Plus. So it's a lot of contingency.
So why does the CSO carry a 30% contingency?
It does not.
It doesn't carry a
It does not,
30%
no.
contingency?
What doesn't,
The CSO.
That's the contingency for the entire project. We don't carry a separate contingency for the CSO. I think that information is because when you look at the WSP report, the estimates are done in $2021. If you recall, last year we had a massive construction inflation spike of about 25 to 30%. So what we had to do was we took the estimates and we had to put in an inflation factor on them. So we've added 30%. So those are the real class 3 estimates based on 2023 dollars. That would
Okay.
have been in the summer of 2023 after we were experiencing those inflation spikes.
Okay.
Why you have on both sides of the right of way and a proposed multi-use path, except when you get to the bridge? From what I could see, the proposed multi-use path turns into just a sidewalk on the east side. Why is that? Why aren't we continuing with a multi-use path on both sides like we've done with Queen Elizabeth Way and everywhere else?
Because with the rehabilitation of the northbound bridge, that's the best we could fit in to make it work on that bridge. It's still the 2.5 meter pathway is what we have on Fort Garry Bridge. It's what we have on Kildonan Bridge. We've used it a lot.
Why don't we consider, I'll say it in session, expropriation of the rail bridge that's been sitting there forever?
The rail bridge is another option. And
And it's in private hands, I know that it's the same name as the previous mayor.
if we can acquire that bridge, then that would be a better option.
So is that being considered
Oh, yes.
as part of this? And is,
Yeah.
and
They-
frankly, the
They
E-word,
carry about the same cost. So once the project is funded and ready to go, we will be exploring that option further.
and we are not shy to use the E-word?
That, I don't want to say anything about, like, we're gonna expropriate properties that need to be expropriated.
Right.
I can't recall the nuances of that one.
I guess what I'm saying, Brad, is that we will expropriate properties in the event we need to.
Yeah.
In the event we've exhausted all other avenues, right? For
Well,
this
we would start by,
negotiating.
no, we would start with an expropriation bylaw. And then we would continue negotiating while we're doing that, because when you expropriate, it's gonna take 1 to 2 years.
Well, to acquire the property, it could take a lot longer to actually sell the expropriation. But yeah, and I guess the other thing, but I hope that we will treat the active transportation corridor at the same level in terms of the necessity of acquiring that bridge in light of the fact that the AT path, because here you have the AT path on both sides of this corridor, and then it stops bingo when you hit the river. And so all I'm saying is that I hope the department, in terms of the scope of the project, has that as a necessity and doesn't hesitate to use the same, tools in your toolbox when it comes to acquiring land as you would for the road itself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my thinking, and I think we've kind of gone beyond this point now on AT that public will support. My other question, I guess, is, are we building two separate spans here? Are these spans two separate spans that were, the new southbound span is a separate span?
Yes, so the northbound bridge gets rehabilitated.
Okay.
So the Keniston ramp is 2 lanes and the Academy ramp is 1 lane, gets demolished, and we build a 3-lane ramp. So up to that.
For the southbound.
For the northbound.
Okay.
And then we have rehabilitate the rest of the bridge. The southbound has a brand new bridge between the existing southbound bridge and the northbound bridge. And then the existing southbound bridge becomes more of a
AT corridor.
No, it's a weaving bridge. So like.
A what bridge?
It's basically a weaving bridge. It's allowing different movements. So it's allowing people coming from Portage Avenue to get to Academy.
Yes, I see this. You do have the AT path there along there as well, eh? So.
And there's an AT path as well.
Okay, yeah.
So we're saving the 2 bridges, but we're using the southbound bridge more as a secondary ramp.
So you're actually gonna have 3 spans then, at the end of the day?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, that's good. And there'll be 3 separate spans.
3 separate ones.
Okay. Well, I just think in long term, in terms of 40 or 50 years from now, when we gotta do rehabilitation, we're not dealing with 1 span like we've had in situations in the past and gotta try to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like capacity is an issue. Like that's why we trying to keep 2 lanes in each direction open during construction requires the widening. If you don't do that, then you're down to like.
No, but it's security as well to have extra spans if you down the road and you have to do rehabilitation.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Now, why aren't we considering here, and I guess maybe I look at the Queen Elizabeth Way.
And it could be argued back in when it was, as well, 2000, the early 2000 when it was done, that we over, or maybe even the early 90s, that we overbuilt it, right? Like we really went to town there in terms of the size and the scope and the lanes. Why aren't we overbuilding here for the future in terms of the lanes coming across? Because we have 3 lanes now in either direction. We do have those 2 lanes that are serving Portage via and back down to Academy. Why aren't we going 8 lanes at this point? Just to at least have that capacity in the future?
8 lanes would have been a lot more massive amount of property acquisition. The also the one of the main criteria would be the Pem or the Portage Avenue overpass, which is like that's a narrow structure. Like that would have to be replaced.
Yeah, it would trigger a lot of things.
Go a millimeter wider, that would have to be replaced.
Yeah. And are we doing anything north of Ness?
Not as part of this project.
No way. That's too bad.
Yeah, I think
Why are we doing the road into the fire station?
With north of Ness.
we aren't. What we're doing is
Proposed road pavement.
That back lane.
Yeah. So we're closing the ramp that goes westbound,
Got it.
southbound.
Got it.
So I think that would probably be just for, I can't recall what that little loop is for, but that's just probably for internal operation of the fire station.
I realize the report's going forward and I'll be supportive of the report, Madam Chair, but I guess something just to consider. You know, if you're doing this work here now and you're going to get federal funds and all this sort of thing, right? I would look at north of Ness, between Ness and where does Century come back there in King Edward, you know? And then you got those homes on the back. Like the Chamber of Commerce has been talking about this for years. And that's the aesthetic look. You got these homes, you got these garages and clean all of that up, do land assembly, do a beautiful landscape berm on either side, parkway on either side. You're coming out of the airport, you know, you're coming into this, which will be beautiful. But then, you know, you get the park light setting along where we do have the new fire hall and everything. But then north of Ness, it looks like also back of fences, right? It's like you're looking at a back lane, right? You're driving down a back lane, basically, it feels like.
Yeah.
And it's just like, if we could clean this up now, why wouldn't we do it now? And it wouldn't be that much to extend, because we're not talking about widening the road there. All I'm talking about, it would require a land assembly probably to clean up, to take part of that and do landscaping on either side.
Well, I think in the
You
past.
take a row of houses out on either side, basically, is what I'm.
Well, yeah, I guess that would be one way to do it, but the other way would be just to put a
retaining wall.
Some continuing.
Yeah, that's the other way of doing it. I was trying to think something more beautiful, but anyway, yeah.
Are there houses on the east side?
Yeah, there's both sides.
Yeah.
Both sides.
I mean, I would go down and I would just, and then create the retaining wall, a top of the berm and landscapes, the heck of living in a beautiful land. Anyway, it would be something to look at, Madam Chair. If this could be tweaked, I mean, I don't think that in the overall picture, that putting a retaining wall there or a sound barrier wall would be a huge cost in the overall of the, what is that? Couple hundred meters, I imagine.
It's that's a distance.
It would be longer on one side.
Major blocks.
It would be longer on one side than the
Yeah,
other. Silver.
That's right.
Cause you gotta pass it over to St. Matthews.
Yeah.
Then you got
on one side, then on the other.
Yeah.
And the Academy connection will be closed. What kind of feedback did you get from the residents in that section?
I think it was actually decent because like you're not gonna get shortcutting through to Wellington Crescent. It's been a while since we did that public engagement, but I seem to recall that.
I guess that was preference and you can see why they'd be happy.
But like, just on that point, like that's one intersection where it would be ideal for a grade intersection, a grade separation, you know what I mean? To come around, come under, and then around back, you know? To get rid of that light on the curve there.
So like at Academy, like we're having I guess more limited access. So it helps move the traffic.
Yeah, but I'm talking like a grade separation. You come underneath Caniston and you come back out. right? Like get rid of that light totally. It would mean more land acquisition on the west side, but, and maybe also on the east side, but at least it would.
Now, what about the land that you're waiting to acquire, I think further south? Are you not waiting to acquire land from,
Now, Yodna?
yeah,
Yeah.
where is that
At the moment, it's fairly silent on it. I think once we have a project going that there's different things like part of the land drainage costs, for instance,
at? Right.
could be attributed to them if they want to use the land drainage sooner that's going down Keniston. So like there could be some trade-offs.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's a lot to be said, right, about the project. I'm supportive of it.
Would it be possible to have a council seminar after we approve this still? On like showing us the layouts and everything of this? Like even if it's going to council, like just typically on something of this size and scale, that's what we've done in the past. And it's hard to read this, to be honest with you.
Remember that video we watched?
There was a,
A while ago, here?
I don't think so.
It was very good.
It's still on the website.
Yeah, show us at the seminar and it's a
Yeah.
good visual.
Yeah, it was just on the.
Maybe it was before I was elected. I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
really good, you
No,
know.
it
what's
was
it?
here, it was
Because-
enough, when did we do this?
Maybe
Fall?
before-
Range of 20 going down.
Spring of
Right.
2023.
Maybe before he was on the.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were.
You were here when.
No, I think it was before,
Joanne was
Oh.
on widely, and so
but
the
maybe he wasn't on
design,
the
the
committee.
video was
I
on.
wasn't here that day. How's that?
Okay.
Health.
It's on what website?
Send them the link.
There's the Engage Winnipeg website, Route 90, if you go,
It's very
if you
cool.
just,
You gonna show it to us right now?
No.
Anyway, that would be a request.
Now, I know Councilor Mays has got CSO questions. I don't know if they were answered today. He had a meeting with
He wants a
Waterways.
seminar too.
Are you guys answering CSO
CSO.
questions?
we had provided I provided the CAO some responses to
Underneath.
some questions that he had. But we met with
Video
Councilor
call.
Mays about a week, or a couple weeks ago, I think, as well. So basically, his questions are very similar to what he wrote
Mhm.
as well. So generally that 30% question was one of them.
Okay. I see we have a letter from Centerport, right? Centerport sent in a
Why?
letter of support.
Like a Minecraft game.
Okay, do we have any other questions on this?
And it has.
I'm watching the video.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Because you've got squirrel brain. Now we gotta.
I'm now with skill brain.
I just want to clarify one thing. In recommendation one, it refers to the 2025 investment planning process. Is that supposed to be the budget process or?
We wrote it that way, but yeah, generally it's to be considered.
Hey, why aren't we saying it that way then? Because that sounds like it's some other mechanism, check investment. I was wondering that myself. Could send it to the investment, whatever the wording was, but we're sending it to the budget.
It's just a
person.
fancy word for the budget process.
I'm gonna start
Well, it's the
using
first
that.
step in budget is
Yeah.
investment planning. That's all.
I have a quick question.
So that's a
That's your whole
actual
asset.
step?
That's an asset management step. Okay.
Oh,
Maybe
okay.
kind of hit me because watching. Based on the existing traffic volumes, based on the projections that we have from our planning department on development happening in the city, is 6 lanes enough? Should we really be planning for 8?
I think 6 lanes is the best we can do here, but with other improvements in the city, there's gonna be other strategic road improvements that are gonna be required, like William Clement, like improvements on Bishop Grant, or Mikina, and Chief Douglas Trail. There's a number of improvements. Lajimodi will need to be improved eventually.
Upgrades, so you're saying, but I guess what I'm saying here, I can see where William Clement could take pressure off of this. But still, this is, knowing this is kind of like to me, Winnipeg's equivalent to the 401, right? The closest thing to it, right? It runs, well, you know what I mean? Like it runs, near the airport,
You got a lot of industrial, St. James Industrial Park, a lot of residential, a lot of towers going up. You know, should we not be going in now and saying, look at, even if we don't need to build 6 lanes, but do the land acquisition for 8 to be smart about the future.
Yeah, it's like Winnipeg does have a very modest transportation system.
That's a very good way of putting it.
Yeah. So, and you know, we are constrained by the development that's already occurred. It's very difficult to expropriate, do 1950s style expropriations nowadays.
I know, but we're having to do it now anyway. That's why I'm just kind of gently pushing back on it. So, throwing the question out for the powers that be that are watching on TV over in their office across the way. Or anyway, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on the report, on the benefit cost analysis?
I'll move the report.
No move the report? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Item number 9, Counselor.
Number 9.
Good work.
It's a motion from committee.
Sideways.
Okay, now we're on item number 9, purchase of new and modern asphalt plants to fight potholes.
Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you. Been a long day. I don't want to just, I know there's members of the committee who probably want to just dismiss the motion. All right, I hear you. It's been a long day. The only thing I request to entertain is that we do a little bit of due diligence. All I want to know is just a bit of an analysis on what other Canadian cities, a report back on what other Canadian cities, a similar size and scale, similar, or you know what I mean, capital cities or capital provinces, so are operating their own asphalt plants. And number 2, I'd like to get a clarification on when we decommissioned our Tecumseh plant and whether or not there was a commitment formally at that time to rebuild the plant. And whether that was an informal kind of thing or whether it was a formal recommendation as part of the report of the decommissioning, that somewhere in a report stated somewhere that we were going to rebuild an asphalt plant. And I just want that research, I want that research to be done and just brought back, those 2 things.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So that's not what your motion says.
I realize that. I'm kind of laying the motion aside to request due diligence on it first. Look at other cities and see if there's any kind of paper trail on that decommissioning of that plant back in 1980, whatever it is. We'd have to go back to the minutes. I'm sure none of it's online.
No,
so yeah,
because it's way before 03. Yeah.
And if that's fine, then I would say like I'd lay it over for 120 days or 100 and
just need clarity on the resolution because it'll still look like this if we don't.
Yes, so what the committee is recommending to council is that in essence, this motion not be concurred in, and instead the public service be directed to report back in 120 days, I heard.
Yeah.
With a cross-jurisdictional scan to determine other major Canadian cities with their own asphalt plants. And the second part I didn't get.
Second part is to determine the history on the decommissioning of the direction. Yeah, the direction given at that time and whether or not there was a formal statement of any kind referring to rebuilding the plant after decommissioning, and if there was a time frame for that. Yeah. In terms of council reports and so on. The 120 days
has to go
enough?
back to council, this motion.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't support that. We have 7 asphalt plant people that make asphalt. They're very competitive.
All I'm
I don't
asking
think
is
the
for a
city-
bit of due diligence.
I don't think the city wants to get into an asphalt plant.
All I'm asking is to see what other jurisdictions have done. I support it, yes. I support it. Sharing. I'm standing down the motion. I'm not saying building. I just want some information.
No, it just continues on, and we have to listen to, various individuals on and on and on. We're not building another asphalt plant. Like, why would the city build an asphalt plant? We've got 7 plants out there that have competitive bidding process. Like, to me, these guys are busy. It just goes down a rabbit hole that we're not like.
I'd like to know the history.
Well, you can go to the library or go to the
I'd like to get it
archivist.
formally
They'll tell you the
reported to the
history.
committee. That's why.
Oh, there's another option. We could receive this as information. I could gather some information for you to make an informed decision on the future motion.
So why don't we do this? We'll lay the matter over and bring the information to the next committee if you could.
Yeah, okay. I'll dig what I
Okay,
can
you
up.
can bring the information, but why do we have to send it over? Just let
Because
it-
I'd like to hear if there was a commitment made on rebuilding that, because it relates to this. motion.
But it doesn't actually, this
Impact
motion
us.
doesn't say that.
No, but the motion says about getting into asphalt.
Right, but the motion isn't what you asked for your intent.
No, I don't, but the intent of the motion came out of the fact that we decommissioned Tecumseh. And we never rebuilt it, even though at the time I recall. And I want to verify that. Maybe I'm wrong.
That's what I'm saying. If we receive this as information, I go and try and get that history, then you make an informed decision on what, the only other question you had was
I wanna
other
keep it-
jurisdiction.
I want to keep, the motion can still be voted down in a month. Just let's get the information.
The information request doesn't reflect what you just said.
No.
You need a motion for the information. Make a separate motion for the information.
Yeah, I'll lay this matter over and make a separate motion.
Okay, but this has to go back to council. There's no point in me laying it over.
No, you can lay it over
Why?
because I want this information.
Well, that's 2 separate things.
No, they're both related though.
Wow, not really.
Yes,
You're gonna get the
100%.
information.
If there was a commitment given to build an asphalt plant and it was never built.
Is that what you think happened?
Yeah.
Well, we have 7 asphalt plants now. Why would the city want to get into asphalt?
When
Like, why?
when the price goes back up to 8-9% in the construction inflation, like it will be again.
Like, if we wanted to talk about that, Chair, we'd be talking about the fact that at that time, we probably owned pits. And those pits produced material to assist in the production of asphalt.
Sorry, what did you say?
Pits.
Gravel
With
pits.
glacial.
About the gravel pits.
Well, we don't have any anymore.
I know, we sold them.
So,
Be hard to acquire.
so we're not self-sufficient with asphalt comprised of,
So you recommend that we should buy a gravel pit?
That's
That's what I'm hearing.
no, that's not what I
I'll
said.
be happy to move that
Yeah.
motion to council.
You had one.
I know, and I voted not to sell it.
Well, I think we should receive the motion here as information. You make another motion, get some report on whatever you want to find out about the asphalt plant. But I hear to Jim's point, we don't have materials even if we wanted to have an asphalt plant. We have 7,
Yeah, we do have.
well, we don't own a gravel pit,
No, but we know people who do.
The same people that
have their asphalt
produce and
plants,
sell asphalt, don't.
Different people,
different people. Well,
the people with the buffalo. So I'm gonna move the motion. You guys can vote it down.
for information.
No,
As is.
as is. Move this.
Or you're gonna move it
Yeah.
you want to move the motion to reestablish our own asphalt making
Correct.
capacity? Oh, my
Moving
God.
that motion.
Okay, well, I vote for a lot for you, but I can't vote for this. Okay, that's your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, perfect. That's your motion. Councillor Wyatt has a motion on the floor to basically have the city of Winnipeg reestablish its own asphalt making capacity by the purchase of an asphalt plant and or by investing in portable and or mobile asphalt equipment. Allowing the Public Works Department to end its 100% reliance on the private sector for asphalt. Okay, that's the motion
That's the motion.
on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Nay?
Aye.
Aye. I'm a nay. What are you, Councillor Sharma?
I voted nay.
Pardon me?
Nay.
Nay? You voted nay. Okay, motion lost.
Record me in support.
Councillor Wyatt's in support.
Yeah.
All right, so now it moves on to council. We can talk about it there.
Well, we really should make a recommendation to council regarding this.
we didn't support it. That's the recommendation.
Right,
Well,
so
now maybe we might lay it over then.
What do you mean, Peter? Explain.
There was, because it was a tie vote, there's no recommendation.
No, it wasn't a tie vote. You voted nay.
I voted this year.
Yeah, I voted nay. You voted nay.
I voted yay.
Okay. I
yeah,
thought
so it
we
was a
said
2-2 split, so. the
No, no,
motion-
she voted nay. It was 3-1. He wanted it. We voted
Right,
no.
but it seemed like Councillor Chambers voted the other way.
I said, who voted?
Okay,
I voted no.
okay, then it was a 3.
Yeah.
So then,
And let the record show.
yeah, so
We're
then,
gonna vote.
so then Councillor Wyatt's motion is lost.
Okay,
So we should make a new motion to do something other than what Councillor Wyatt has already moved. So,
Or it could go forward without recommendation.
but okay, I can make a motion to receive it as information.
yes,
So, you want to take the chair, Councillor Chambers?
sure.
I'll make a motion to receive the report as information.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
You wanted to lay it over. Right?
So now what?
So your motion is the tie vote defeated. So I'll move layover,
And get the information.
get the information.
Well, what's the-
That's for the
The
information.
report, yeah, you gotta make a new motion for the report, for
Well, I'll
information.
verbally ask for the information. Okay.
Okay, then.
For
we have to
argument's
receive it
sake,
as-
I'll move layover and I'll make a new motion. I'll move layover this item.
Well, you already did that.
So you already did that,
Receive the
and
Information and that's been.
I lost the motion, or we lost, so. Okay, so
No.
you're moving for layover? So,
Layover,
okay,
yeah.
so all in favor of layover?
But but you want for information, so just ask. for
But that's a separate motion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
Yeah.
why are we laying it over? So move layover with a request for information, Peter, for history
You
on
have to
the
attach
council.
it to this, right? So do a new motion.
I see. Okay, I'll move layover. And then.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt wants to move the layover.
Yeah.
I don't know why,
Well,
but
not-
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay,
Nay.
nay. So no layover. What did you say?
You heard me, yes.
No, I can't hear you. You sit there. and
So it's a stalemate, Peter. You gotta forward it to this.
No, I said nay.
Nay, okay, so no layover. Now it goes back to
We
council
already
So,
got, now do you.
it goes to
for
HC and council
HC
without
and council.
recommendation.
without a
There you go.
recommendation.
But we've had really good looks at this.
All right.
Okay, are you wanting information now? Do you want a new motion there, Council Wyatt?
Information?
No, what do you mean?
Okay,
You
that's
said you
okay.
wanted information.
Let's go. Oh, yes, but I gotta do that under
Don't
new business.
remind him now.
Under new business.
Okay, let's keep moving then. Okay.
Yeah, not.
Now, number 10, did we skip that one? Verbal
Yeah.
report?
Yeah, you're on, you wanted to hold, number
No.
11, I thought.
10, we didn't skip.
We didn't skip 10, no.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Can we lay that one over?
Sure.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carry.
For 30 days?
Till the July.
Sure. Number 11, process for new bicycle parking installations on city property.
That's what dude was talking about with the bike
Yes,
racks?
exactly. Okay. So,
How do we help these guys out?
yeah,
Is it a P and D thing?
I can speak to this one, because I've actually very familiar with it. I've been involved in writing this report up with staff in active transportation. So they the delegation presented what they're doing in Calgary and some other cities. We're actually looking at the Calgary model as a sort of a
yeah.
basis for this. The only issue we have is what we were intending to do was take the same funding pool that we use to give to the business
Yes,
to do their bike racks.
yes.
But there was a concern that because that money is dedicated to the business, us taking that money would be an error, like a mistake to do it that way. So we're writing into the report that we'd like to go through the budget process to have funds made available to allow for that.
Perfect.
And then people would make a request to the city.
Sure.
Like, I'm sort of giving away what the story is, so I
Yeah.
apologize for this, but
That's
You need a
exciting.
90-day extension?
we're saying we need a 90-day extension
So
to get
moved.
to the RS.
No,
Yeah.
no, but there's another issue. And that issue is the encroachment.
What we were gonna say was if the city's involved in it, we don't need, the encroachment issue doesn't exist the same way. It's if somebody comes and wants to put something in the right of way, but we will work with them to get over that paper.
But the director does have power over that to waive the encroachment requirement. Pretty sure. No?
There's been a lot of.
But we have that sign issue with Jumpstart.
There's, there's some other, like with the pictures that were demonstrated, there's a lot to do with, I think, private property in that storyline. And so if we looked at and identified where those proposed bike racks were placed, wasn't necessarily on public right of way every time.
Alright.
So there was two that were identified that were actually in private right of way.
Yeah, and our report talks about the difference between
private
doing it on private property versus on city property. We're coming up with a way to put them on the city property.
Right.
Without it being an encroachment.
Right.
And working to get it so that it's funded for the, like somebody can apply for it to be figured out.
It's all the value that we give the bids.
It varies, it's based on the cost of the racks, it's like increments of $5,000.
$50,000 or something like that.
Yeah, between different businesses, we split it up.
Well, we'd have granted already.
So I have like in Transcona, especially older Transcona, I have a lot of these two-story walk-ups, you know, all over the place that would never had bike racks installed, right, when they were built back in the day. If I did a thing, I don't know, with my biz or something, and we did an inventory of all them, and I figured out, okay, there's 20, and what was it, 5,000 a rack or whatever?
If we could come up with like a plan and we come up with an affordable rack, like maybe you don't have to do 6 racks in front of each building.
Right.
It's like a number of racks along a block.
Right.
We could work with council to come up with a way to
Probably better to put
implement
it on
these.
private than the boulevards, because they
Well,
just get ripped out with snow.
like if we're gonna get into this discussion, which I heard this morning and saw about, you know, talking about anybody installing street furniture within the right of way.
Yeah.
Well, the first snow event, I'm not sure who's maintaining.
Unless you've got a large boulevard like a Kildare or something, right? Like,
A key piece of this is that the city is involved in the decision making, that it's not just anything goes.
Sure.
It's that there's a decision to make it, it's in the right place, it's a safe place for it, it's not in conflict, it's not gonna be a tripping hazard.
Yeah.
So there's an element that the city has to review it, but we don't think we're gonna be inundated with 10,000 requests. We think that we're gonna be able to manage them and put them onto somebody's to-do list to look at them and look at them.
they might give you 20 a year or something.
Yeah, something like that. Like we talked about Calgary was experiencing, and they said it was a manageable quantity. It started off like there was a couple of people really wanted them, but then it sort of tapered off after they did the first.
Yeah, like I wanted them for a while, but I couldn't get them because of the biz, we weren't in a biz zone and this is I gave up, so.
Like
Okay,
this
so
would be
this-
something we would, like when we get this report, and we're gonna tell you how we're gonna track and monitor this.
Yeah.
And come up with a way that people go to 311. There'll be like a web page or something that will allow people to apply. And then they'll be processed and in due course they'll get implemented.
Okay, so what about what about bike parking in public city facilities?
That, I heard what you were starting to talk about there, and I think that that's a good thing to investigate. I think it's a separate
Yeah.
topic to this, that there's a tie to them, but I think it's
I
separate.
don't wanna hang this up with that.
I think that we could make a motion to look at sort of retrofitting. In a lot of different cities in Canada, they've had to go back and do that, where they've said, yeah, we should really have a standard for bicycle parking for every X number of regular stalls that you have for car parking. You'd have so many for short-term
Well, we
bicycle
do.
parking and long-term
But
bicycle
in
parking.
city facilities.
But
like that's
retrofitting like the
usually
library?
downtown. Yeah, okay, that's a separate motion. We can do that a different day.
So I'm gonna move that relate over 98.
No, we're not doing this.
No, relating this over, you
Yeah.
want to.
It's already,
yes,
I think
like-
the request is already in place.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah.
meant. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay,
Yeah.
number 12,
You moved that? Aye.
all in favor, carried. Number 12, I don't wanna talk about number 12, I thought I did, but I don't, I know what that one is.
Yeah.
I'll move it for you.
Move lay over?
No,
Receive as
just received
Receive
information,
information.
all in favor,
Aye.
carried, we dealt with number 13, they wanted more
Yeah.
days.
14's yours.
14, absolutely. Okay, this is really interesting. I'll be really quick, please. Yes.
And done.
Here's an example of the HAF,
Yes,
where as a right existed. So brand new Amazon massive warehouse goes in, right at Bevan and Region,
Mhm.
right? Commercially zoned already, so as a right. Doesn't come across community committee's desk, council's desk, nothing. We could have easily had gotten
a development obligation here for what's being suggested now, which is a pedestrian half signal for this location. This is just an example. I'm just raising that, right? This is what happens when you have as a right.
That land service?
And that land, pardon me?
Is that land service?
Yeah. So they had the right to go in. And no planner in the planning department, when they came back saying, you gotta put trees here and everything, said, oh, by the way, we should probably talk to Public Works about this and see if there's a need for pedestrian. Not to mention the fact that the sidewalk here connected some, right? But anyway, I spoke to Mr. Patman prior to this meeting or during our break. He suggested maybe I lay it over for the purpose of looking at maybe I could a downgraded what would be the next one down, like a pedestrian signal, a lit pedestrian signal. Because this could be 5 years away before getting a half signal, Madam Chair. So I refer back to consider that.
You wanna lay it over?
No, I want to refer back to look at a pedestrian lit signal
Wow,
versus a half signal, which could be years away because it's 175,000
yeah.
for half signal versus 25 to 50 for a pedestrian lit light.
So would it be throwaway in the sense that as it gets busier there, it
Well,
would
they
have
could
to
use-
upgrade to a half signal?
They could use the poles. Right. Some of it would be throwaway, some of it wouldn't be, right? So the signal itself would be a throwaway, but I'm assuming here,
Future costs would probably bring it right back to the initial cost.
I don't know. I mean, all I'm asking is we look at it. Yeah.
Okay,
So Counselor, do you want to direct the public service to report back in a certain amount of?
Yeah, 90 days. Well, we got summer break, so 60. It really puts you back into October.
And that was a pedestrian lit signal?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah. And I agree with the analysis that it should be a Benvenue and not Chris. I support that part. Even though the residents at Sir Palmer's meeting.
okay,
Aye.
all in favor?
Right.
Carried. Okay, item number 15, this is exciting.
Move it.
Okay, all in favor?
Right.
Carried. Item number 16, Councillor Chambers, you want to take the chair? I would like to move this to the budget process. This is an east-west connection to the high schools, the Indigenous High School, the high school in all of Waverly West, and the elementary school. That's my motion to move it to the budget process.
So the recommendation is to receive this information, so you're moving it to the budget process.
Which one are you?
Number 16.
Sorry, say that again, Counselor?
My motion to move it to the budget process.
This Lee Boulevard one?
The Lee Boulevard.
Okay, but they're saying not to do it, the department, right?
No.
No, it's giving two design options. 1 million. Just wondering if you had a preferred design option.
Well,
Wow.
public service favors the bi-directional bike lane,
Oh,
I see.
so
Well, we gotta do the bi-direction.
Okay,
bi-directional.
so call the question. All those in favor of moving it to the budget process for consideration. So this would be needed but unfunded. Is that correct, David?
Yeah, it's justified. It's not, doesn't, you don't have funding for it.
where is it in the plan, the pedestrian recycling strategy plan?
Goals is sort of in the lower half of where things are needed because ultimately the corridor is coming through on Bison, but that's sometime away. It would be
20 years.
yeah, it's gonna be a benefit to have it there in the meantime.
There's no east-west connection from all of this Waverly West Bison Run for cyclists to get to the U of M or to get to the high schools.
Right.
Because we're waiting for the final phase of the leg of Bison intersection, which recently I was told that even if we did come up with a price on that there's no land drainage ponds. That's a whole other
Well, that's a new
topic.
topic.
Okay, so
So that's an interim solution, but it's not throwaway because it'll be useful even
Yeah.
when the other infrastructure's in place.
Well, it'll be debated at the budget.
Yeah.
That's what it'll be.
But this is in the lower half of priorities. Now, I hear that the chair wants to make it happen and I support the chair. But I also have that matter where I have all of Transcona that can't connect to the rest of the city
we
because,
that's the problem, same thing.
well,
Get
because
your
it was, the
motion
money
in
was
and throw it
taken.
to the budget. Haven't we had that discussion for a long time?
Then I'll move that motion,
Yes,
I guess.
like we need to get Transcona connected, like I
Okay.
did that in the Winnipeg Trail.
But how do we get a report like this one?
Like you ask for one.
Okay, then I'm gonna do it individually.
Okay, so I call the question, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carried.
I didn't hear anything out of Counselor Sharma this time.
No,
No grunts.
I heard her.
Okay, 17.
Okay, 17.
That was a discussion from,
We had that discussion with
Fred Penner.
Fred Kenner, right? So
I'll
you
move
guys,
and refer to the public service for consideration.
yeah, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried?
Do you wanna,
In 90 days?
So you make it 180 days.
180 days.
Say, wait, did he say he was gonna write a song about this?
You might,
you know, about the day.
about the day.
Yeah, something about long
Okay.
and painful.
Okay, parking options. This is a motion. So that came from Community Committee, EK Kildonan. So, motion to move it on.
Yeah, we'll take 150 days for this one.
Okay, 150. All in favor?
All right,
Carried.
who's moving that?
me,
Counselor Chief.
What are we on?
that was 18, parking options and right. This is 19 now.
You needed more time on 19 days?
How many days were given on 19?
Left to turn signals. So those are the arrows,
Yes,
Yeah.
Doesn't define a date.
the phasers.
Well, this is new, so I'm gonna refer this to the public service to consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor?
All right,
Now, how many days do you want?
Oh, I wanted to make one change before we did that.
Sure.
We change it, the wording from be directed to establish left-hand signals to be directed to assess the need for left-hand.
Sure.
signals.
And 90 days puts it October.
Okay. All in favor?
aye,
Carried. 21, we're gonna receive this as information.
Oh, wait a minute. No,
So Counselor, this one, I did.
21?
Yeah,
Talked about last time.
we did. In the meantime, the applicant has hired a consultant. The consultant has emailed me. They would like to come speak to you. However, they're unavailable today, so they kindly requested the 30-day layover.
Which one are we talking about?
this is the U-turn side.
No, this is the graph.
No.
Oh,
Delta
sorry.
Graph
This is the,
proceeded in-
this is a proposed median opening.
This is the U-turn side.
Yeah, 21. The Shell gas station
Yep.
in my ward.
Yeah.
Well, we don't
That
know.
whole way.
I thought we were on 20.
No,
We're on
we see that-
21?
we did that
20 was
earlier.
received.
Okay, 21, right, okay, so we're on 21, so this is interesting, okay, so. I think you wanna make a motion
Yeah,
to,
to remove the U-turn, no U-turn signal at the intersection where the half signal currently exists or it has newly been installed, right at the end of the playground.
The first lit controlled intersection north of that.
No, correct.
the half signal's not at the U-turn, is it?
No,
Intersection north of
Half signal
Ward
is
and
inside the
Van Hall.
U-turn.
The U-turn is at the enclave.
At the
Yes.
enclave,
But
yes,
it's-
yeah.
And that's
I know.
where the half signal is.
Well, just,
Right at the enclave, the half signal's in
Yeah,
the same
it's
spot?
as they're exiting,
It's got half signals there.
as they're exiting, it's right there.
I have to look at that. You're sure on that?
but
I pass there every day, basically,
Yeah,
because
Right.
people were saying like for us to exit, does somebody have to press the button to, I says it will hasten it, but I wouldn't recommend it.
so through the chair, Counselor,
Yes, sir.
there's the proposed median opening. There's a request from the consultant to have a 30-day layover so they can come present next month.
Well, they
Talk to them.
had indicated to me that they were, like, if we could move forward with removing the no U-turn.
They would be okay with
They
it.
would be
yes,
okay.
yes.
Oh,
Okay, so
good.
your half signal's right there, yes. Way to go. You're so smart. Okay.
Why do you look so surprised?
Well, no, like, there's a lot going on here. That was the I wanted that cross thing 2014.
Yeah,
Finally came.
I got her done.
Okay, get her done. All right, okay, so,
So you concur with the public services recommendation,
yes,
Yes,
okay?
but
With-
again, just removal of.
with an amendment.
With an amendment to remove the no
Then the
U-turn. sign.
U-turn sign.
That's an easy one.
Wow.
Did I say
We
the
didn't
city of
think about that
Ackerman?
when we were out there. All right.
Right.
Okay, all in favor?
I,
Carried.
22.
Right. City center's looking for a crosswalk. They want 180 days. That sound okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Been in touch with the council and some of the residents who brought this to our attention, so
Okay.
road safety will lead this report.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Who's moving it?
Aye.
Councilor Chambers. All right.
Do I seem like desperate?
Yes.
Okay, the parking restrictions on Borough Avenue. Okay, parking restrictions on Borough Avenue. Boroughs.
Oh, so there was a lot of discussion about this. And including snow removal at McPhillips and snow removal at Main Street. Enhanced snow removal,
Mhm.
right?
Well, it's a request to move boroughs to a priority one from a priority
Right.
two.
Right.
So right now, the only difference that they would see, because the storage of snow at the median boulevards, because it's a median separation, the storage of snow isn't at those intersections. It's always either downstream or moved back, right? So the only fundamental difference is an earlier trigger for the plowing. But the difference, and probably the reason why the accidents are in the winter, is because when those people are coming out of the cross access and getting those right turn collisions, there's probably a skid resistance issue there. So if you move to a priority one, instead of just sanding, which is what the priority twos have been getting the last number of years, you'll be having a salt application, which probably improves the traction issues that they've been experiencing. Other than that, the timing of the snow clearing won't be much different.
Okay, so with that, what kind of due diligence is done in terms of assessing during the winter time? Is there increased amount of accidents or near misses or?
Well, in this case, so the information that's been provided by transportation, the answer is yes.
Okay.
The challenge is that what you don't get out of the information is, did it happen during a snow event or was it post snow event, which is very important to make further decisions. Interesting enough, in this area, when they talk about the only fundamental change they want is to change to priority one, it doesn't change the parking because there is no parking on the snow route right now as is. So the parking's restricted in the evenings anyways. So
What's it, am I correct? This was Counselor Santos, right?
No, it's
Counselor
Edie,
Edie.
but she spoke to it.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
the majority of it is.
Okay, so like I have a really hard time thinking, like there's hundreds of these intersections throughout the city that are P2s.
Yeah.
Like why can't people stop at this P2 and why do they have a collision? And everyone else seems to be able to manage it. Why do we have to do upgrading here for snow removal?
Well, they're believing that that's the case. They're not saying that it is for sure. They're saying that an enhanced priority one snow clearing would alleviate their concerns. That's what they're.
Well, what do you think? You've done snow removal for decades.
Well, it goes back to like on priority two networks, we do have a lot of skid resistance issues in a period of time before a grader plow, because depending on the season and depending on the conditions, if you're just applying spot sanding on P2s versus salting, you're not removing the compacted snow or ice.
But there's hundreds of
Yeah,
P2
but we
intersections
get
all
accidents
over the
all
city.
over.
So why one and not all the others?
That's a very interesting point. Again,
Like, I mean, seriously.
well,
What about all the other, what about all the other further down? What about
so
Andrews
through-
and Powers and McGregor
before-
and McKenzie?
Okay, Chair.
Yes.
The request from the committee was to assess, right, through the.
Assess the corridor, so look at the intersections.
Yeah.
And where the problems were.
Not doing anything.
You're just looking at it.
Yeah,
Can I
so-
just move this? Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
So moved.
Well, okay, so if you moved it, then we're putting in the parking restrictions. So.
No, we don't want
No.
parking restrictions.
That's the question, is like, how do you want to proceed?
It says not be implemented.
Yeah.
right, On one. exactly what's in front of us is what the two counselors are looking for. We dealt with this over 2 different meetings. It got laid over.
Yeah.
A lot of talk with someone from the administration, I believe. What's the issue with the way it's written?
There are no implications to receive this report as information. Like here, we're kind of going down this non-plain language thing again. What is the recommendation?
Oh, I think that they want you to take what the community committee suggested in their modified version of the report. The original report was just, who presented this information, said, take away the parking. They said, we don't want to do that, take away the parking. We want you instead to improve the snow removal over the winter and study it, monitor it, and see if that makes a difference, and then report back on that.
So they do want, you said they didn't, so they do want snow and ice control to be implemented.
Improved, brought up to a priority 1.
Yeah.
Improved over this season only.
Yeah.
And
It's a priority 2 snow clearing service right now in the area.
And to further complicate things, there is the snow and ice control policy in place.
Yeah, we'd have to go to council.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I still don't understand how we can have all these P2s all over the city with hundreds of intersections. Why?
Because this one was asked to be investigated.
Well, I get that.
Yeah. So if we picked another location, high probability you would see the same thing.
Yeah.
With the same driveway conditions and the same parking conditions.
I'll move the administrative recommendation.
So again, the administrative report does state in the executive summary that the public service plans to install some parking and restrictions to improve sightlines at the intersections. Those, and that meant removing 33 parking spaces, which
And that's what
they were opposed to.
They did not want.
This is not before, there's no report here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, there.
yeah, scroll down.
They want the recommendation.
Oh.
To the next meeting, and if we can't decide.
Yeah, let's
And
do
let's
that.
have council,
Very burnt out.
Council Reedy, maybe Jim, you can connect with
Oh,
council.
no, we kind of understand it. It's the motion that came from the community.
why is there so many motions back and forth?
Residents, a lot of residents came forward as well.
Yeah, because the public service said to do one thing, but the community, the delegations that came to the community committee and the
No.
councilors didn't want
I don't
that.
wanna-
They
Is
wanted
there any
something-
compromise?
We're prepared to go with what they wanted to do. It's just that there's it's gonna be challenging to do.
Yeah, okay, I moved my over today.
Okay, I'll support that.
Okay, I agree with what they've asked to do it as.
So let's just be clear with Council Reedy and Santos, they put a lot of work into
Yeah.
discussions with the residents.
Okay, so the motion is just to lay it over to the next committee meeting when it's not 9 o'clock at night and we'll think clear. Okay. so
Business.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, I move new business. You guys suspend the rules. I'll move suspension of the rules.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
I took your motion from your what is it called? Lee Boulevard, Barn Street,
Sure.
and I rewrote it. Therefore be resolved, the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to report back. I don't know how much time you need on active transportation improvements to link the existing I'll give it to you, Peter. The existing western terminus of the Transcona Trail at Region West to follow the rail right of ways to connect the Canada that mission.
I think you did this.
Yeah.
We have a price on it, right?
We can bring that information, check it out and bring it back.
You just pull our
Yeah,
report.
that's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
Sure.
What do you got? So that, you're gonna bring it? So if you have it already, I'll move.
Say 90 days.
No, 60 if you got
Within
it
90
already.
days, and if we have it sooner, we'll bring it right.
All right, okay.
Up to 90 days.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
You have that?
Well,
I believe we have something like that.
You haven't adjourned yet.
Oh, no. And no, I got one more.
Me though.
Our reports are done. Hold on. I move that we request information on the history of from the public service history on decommissioning of the Tecumseh asphalt plant and whether or not there was a council commitment or a commitment of any kind by any standing committee or authority of council to rebuild a new plant somewhere. I want to know the history,
Okay.
the historic.
Have to give the archivist a date.
365 days.
Thank you.
I'll move that for
280 days.
No, that's a quick project. Student can do that. 90 days.
90 days. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Move adjournment.
Motion for adjournment. All in favor?
Bye.
Carried.
Here's the sever.